From the beginning of everything, on a mountain isolated, an explosion of mana takes over the entire landscape, and in the midst of it all, the boy stands near a crater with a sword stuck in the middle of it. And so, the sword speaks to Leon, asking him how worthy he believes he is. The boy is terrified to see it, that sword speaking to him. So, he thinks for a moment and says that as for him, who has always given voice to the irrationality of fate, the sacred sword appeared and said this. Then, the sword tells him that opportunities should be given fairly. So, the boy goes there and grabs the hilt of that sword, shining in the lightning of the day, having part of his armband destroyed. So, the sword asks Leon if it's not right. So, a little earlier I said that that world is extremely irrational, and the boy is fighting another guy, a wooden sword fight, training. So, that other boy, Blondie, manages to disarm Leon very easily, knocking the boy's sword away. As the sword flies off and falls to the ground, he feels a sharp pain in his wrist. He then tells the other man to take it seriously, asking if he's saying he's not even worth fighting. The blonde man says of course not, because he's not the only person in that Royal Academy who would fight him, other than Leon himself. The boy says it's because Blondie teases them all the time, just like now. He says it's actually true, saying he went easy on them, but compared to before, Leon has improved. But hearing that, he's not happy, but rather very angry at the boy's insolence. He runs to his sword, grabbing it again, saying that his descendant attitude is what he hates most about him, and launches a surprise attack. Blondie manages to calmly parry the boy's attack while he was joking, and the people watching from afar think that Leon is incredible. He's the blonde Leon, but they think that the other Leon is no match for him. But they say that he's been holding out for a while, because everyone except him was defeated with a single attack, and they wonder if it's because they have the same name, saying that although Leon is more handsome, they both have the same spelling in their names. A detail written in a footnote is that the protagonist is Leon and the other is Leon. But as Leon continues to attack Leon, his sword gets lost again, and they notice that the boy has lost once again. And Leon is in the corner completely defeated, and he thinks that it has been 3 years since Leon transferred there, and he couldn't surpass him, no matter how much he trained, and despite their names being written the same. Leon is different from him in every aspect, because the boy is more handsome, more skilled, and is also much more liked by the other girls. And he says that his appearance and personality came straight from a protagonist from a fairy tale, and the story that he is a commoner is probably a lie. He should have gone to the noble class. And Leon wonders why he is doing this in the commoner class, asking if it is so much fun to get in his way. But Leon goes to them extending his hand and asking if they are okay, man. This Blondie is kind of weird, guys. Look, I already have almost 20 hours of the Spear Hero. That trap that was there fooled me. But you're not going to fool me. You're not going to fool me. I'm feeling it here. You know, it's hovering here in the air, and there's something there. There's something in that lump. And while he goes there to help Leon, Leon is laughing all silly, and says that if only he were a piece of shit he would be calmer. And the boy just leaves it there, raising his hand wanting Leon's help. But it turns out that another person arrives there shouting, and Leon gets all shy with the arrival of that girl, with heels that are quite flashy, and Leon gets up alone, telling Leon to leave him, and leaves. And so the girl asks Leon to wait, saying that she heard everything, then says that he started a fight with Leon again, and asks why he keeps trying to fight him, even knowing that he will lose. And so Leon talks to Chloe, trying to explain what happened. But the girl gets scared, noticing that Leon's hand is bleeding, grabbing him, and he gets all red with this slightly exaggerated interaction, and she says that it was naughty, asking him to leave, but he says he's cool, and she says she wants to disinfect that first. But he screams, saying that it's none of her business, telling her not to worry about him. Man, it doesn't matter how shy you are, well, no matter how crazy you are. Don't do this, guys. Don't do this. Oh, I'm going to scream. I'm shy. Oh, guys, for the love of God, let's sit down and talk properly. Well, now your hand will be all messed up. You'll catch a bunch of viruses. It'll be all covered in pus in a little while. Let the girl heal. And Chloe obviously finds his reaction strange while the boy runs off, and Leon, watching from afar, is disappointed in his friend. And with that, the sun sets and it's already late. Leon continues training hard, and he thinks that if only he were blonde, or if he had at least some family support, or if only he had a master on the same level as that guy, even if only he had noble blood. He wonders if anything would have changed. But while he trains, he ends up breaking his wooden sword with such force that it hits that doll. So he thinks that in the end he is nothing but effort, looking at the broken wooden sword in his hand. But he thinks that in that irrational world, there are many barriers to overcome just with pure effort. While he was out training like crazy, he sees a movement inside the house and notices that, stopping to think, today is Leon's birthday. So he says he must be having a big party for the pride of the Royal Academy, but he throws his sword on the floor, wondering if he should give his best until tomorrow, and says that he spent 3 years of his life there, so just one more day and he will achieve something. And he starts to roll on the floor, wondering why he needs to give up. because if everything is decided at the beginning, then what would be the meaning of his effort? So he starts to scream to the goddess asking what is the reason for his effort in his life. Then nobody answers him obviously, and he thinks that there is no way she will answer him, but he ends up being wrong because a prayer from Genshin starts to fall on the boy coming from the sky, and he gets a big scare. Meanwhile, Chloe asks Leon about Leon, and he says he didn't see him, and the girl says that no one from the dorm saw the boy either. So she thought he had come to the party, but she wonders where he could have gone. But Leon reminds Chloe that she is with him now, but the girl doesn't care about that, saying he's going to look for him, and Leon stays behind. And it turns out that another butler appears, saying that it seems he was rejected, calling Leon his highness, and indeed the guy was noble. And he tells them not to call him that, even if they are alone, talking to Gilbert, saying that if anyone heard this, it would have been pointless to hide his identity, and he says that besides, he has no right to hear that title. And Gilbert says that someone is destined to shine more in their trials, congratulating him on his 17th birthday. Then he thinks that there is only 1 year left until the prophecy passed on in the imperial family comes true. And on the day that he and the member of the imperial family of the great empire Clyde become adults, the life of supervisor of the current emperor, who is afraid of the prophecy, will come to an end. And then he says that the citizens will witness the advent of Roderick, the ancient holy king. And the boy asks Gilbert if he is talking about the great Arai Roderick of 300 years ago, saying that the expectations on him are very high. And he says that they will find out in the next year, but until then, he has a special talent, is already learning 4th level magic. And Leon, a hardworking man who has a mental strength greater than anyone, he would like to have both by his side. And so Gilbert thinks about this prophecy, because it is said that on the day the man who bears the name of Leon comes of age, a sword that destroys evil will descend from the heavens. And indeed, this sword is apparently in front of our protagonist, Leon, shining at him. And he sees that sword that fell from the sky right in front of him, is very impressed by it, and the sword shines looking at the boy, and ends up telling him to get up. And when the sword speaks, the boy only says shit himself. So he asks who is there, and the sword says that it is in front of him, asking if he is not seen. And the boy is even more horrified and thinks that this is a strange situation, because this sword that shines as bright as the sun, and to make matters worse, speaks as if it were human. And he comes to the conclusion that it would be a holy sword, and that the sword says that's right. And he called the line, and Leon asked if he called, and the sword says that as he always thought, the world is unfair, and he remembers Leon and the fame he has, and says that while those who have everything gain more, those who don't lose everything. But he says that opportunities should be granted fairly, and those who don't try hard have no right to blame the irrationality of life, and only those who fiercely put their lives on fire are worthy. And he, Leon, who questioned the goddess of the irrationality of fate, receives a question from the sword, which asks if he believes he is worthy, and the boy thinks for a moment and answers yes, and shouts to her, saying that he is worthy. Then the sword simply tells him to hold on, because he will give the chance to prove his words. And so the protagonist thinks he knows very well what it means to hold the holy sword, but he can change everything with that sword. And he thinks that his reality is really unfair, and he starts to think about the time he threw a tantrum alone, leaving his friends behind. And he thinks that even so, all the training he did, without missing even a day, is something that makes him think that this is indeed unfair. And he says that until now he has been classified regardless of his efforts, and he worked hard to destroy the unfair reality he couldn't accept. And he doesn't want to turn his determination and effort into worthless trash. And so the sword asks why the boy is standing before it now. And he says that he asked him whether or not he is a worthy guide. And so he says that he wants to prove his determination and effort, and the opportunity must be granted fairly. And the sword is shocked by what the boy is saying, and he simply turns to put his foot down. But at that, the sword tempts him again, saying that he has proven his integrity, and then tells him to pull, and begins to shine brighter and brighter as it seeks the boy. And he asks her to wait, asking if because I called him a hero. She refers to the one chosen by an oracle, but she says that it is nothing about oracles, and only his will, and his powerful mentality that will not bow before blood and noble families, or even before destiny itself, and his will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame. And he, as the one who fulfills all the conditions, is worthy of becoming a hero, ordering the boy to pull him, once again creating a huge pyrotechnic around himself. And he says that this is the right he has received, and it is also an opportunity that was granted justly. And with that, Leon ends up falling into temptation, grabbing the sword, preparing to pull it, which introduces himself as Elcio. And when he pulls it, he says that he is a clone of the Holy King, Roderick called. He is Vivor, and the sword that guides the light of that to her. And when the boy finally gets it, she calls him Master Leon, ordering him to destroy evil with him, Elcio. And thus the sword seals the pact with the prodigal. Meanwhile, another guy asks if he called him a blonde guy, then notices that there is a holy sword and a commoner, and he says that he was starting to get good, and he questions if anyone is asking him why he broke the prophecy, and says that Leon's name also means lion, and says that just because the prophecy is passed down to the imperial family does not mean it is restricted to members of it only. And the other Leon doesn't fit his standards. He has both talent and destiny, but he lacks will, and he hasn't matured yet, and seeing as he's not complaining, he assumes that person has started to like Leon too. And he tells the person talking to him that he thinks things that can give established standards are rare nowadays, and tells them not to worry, because he'll be even better than the previous hero if he uses his inheritance. And it's time for those bastards to pay what they owe. So he tells the blonde to take a good look at the sky, asking if that isn't his work, and in that the protagonist wakes up wondering if that was a dream, and when he looks to the side, the sword is really the lion. He starts to suffer with that, and he realizes that it wasn't a dream, and the sword asks to repeat everything to him, saying that it is the opportunity he has been given, and the boy is surprised. But the sword tells him not to think that he will become stronger immediately just because he has, and he will have challenges much more difficult than the opportunity he has been given. And so, a one-eyed ghost in the shape of a balloon simply comes out of that thing, saying that those who have a great destiny must lead an equally cruel life, or even worse. And he may have to sacrifice the woman he loves, or the friends he trusts. And he chose this thorny path in his own to live a special life. But Leon thinks for a moment and asks if the thorny path wasn't an opportunity, and so that one-eyed thing thinks for a moment, saying that the boy spoke very well, telling him to get ready to go to the training room, immediately telling him to demonstrate how he handles his sword, because he needed to know his current level to be able to teach him properly, saying that this is a test. And with that, Leon starts to get excited, and outside the one-eyed ghost thinks that it's really dark, asking if the sun hasn't risen yet, also wondering why the boy has been so restless since early. Comes back with Leon, who is shaking and scared behind him, and he says that even though it's dawn, they're still in school, and he stands out too much, and he says he has no idea what kind of excuses to make if he bumps into someone with that real sword in his hand, until he thinks of something, and the one-eyed ghost says that he did absolutely the best he could in the environment he was in. And then he asks what kind of master would blame his student for the things he wasn't taught. And so the boy picks up the wooden sword again, and this time assumes a much better posture to be able to attack, and when he throws the sword everywhere in all directions, he wonders what this is, because something is different, and he's done those movements hundreds of thousands of times before, but still the strength is flowing to his brothers just because someone trusted him. But then the one-eyed ghost tells the boy to stop, and he gets scared and freezes on the spot. And then he asks what happened, because he was just attacking, and the ghost says that his sword won't last like that. And when he looks, the sword is completely breaking after having attacked, and he is surprised by that. And the ghost notices that he's using it without even realizing it, and repetitive training of the basics is useful to master that. But he didn't expect this to be possible for someone who doesn't use aura. And then the boy asks what the hell happened, and then the one-eyed ghost realizes that he doesn't need to know at this moment, and your skills won't improve if you rely solely on them for no reason, but he'll teach you when you've matured. And the boy looks at that sword on the ground, thinking that he won't have a chance to use it now. Then the ghost says that he trained the basics seriously to the point where he has nothing more to criticize, and he immediately thinks about teaching the boy how to move his body efficiently. And so he asks about it, asking if it won't be fencing, and the ghost asks if he thinks he can wield a sword without his hands, and says that knowing how to move your body properly is the pinnacle of martial arts, and says that it seems he has trained his body frequently, but these are on a completely different level. And now he's going to test his physical capabilities, telling the boy to run, and he asks how long it will be, and the one-eyed ghost says it will be until he tells him to stop, and tells him to make sure to put into practice the movements he tells him while running, and says that he will tell him to run in a handstand or on one leg. And the boy is scared by these orders, and he thinks he has confidence in his ability to run, but he has never run across the training field on one leg or in a handstand. And even though he has no idea what it is, for if it is to get stronger, he will do it. And so the blonde boy watches from afar, thinking that this is an incredible canvas, saying that it is worth painting it, and says he has heard that the East has there's an old saying called late blossoming, and Leon is like a complete vase, and all he has to do is fill that vase to the brim. And even if he inherits only a small part of the swordsmanship from the experience of the ancient heroes, he will at least be able to become a master swordsman. However, after 300 years, he would never allow his aid to remain only in the master realm, and he soon thinks that he should be able to kill a dragon easily, and he doesn't know how powerful the demon king of that era is, but half of his power should be enough. So he asks why the ghost is so surprised, because he has already decided to tell him to take a good look, but he already warns that for Leon, it will probably be like the gates of hell opening, and already in the classroom, the boy is dying of sleep, and the one-eyed ghost goes to him, and Leon wakes up out of nowhere saying that he is listening, saying that he certainly didn't fall asleep, and when Leon looks, the class is going on and everyone is quiet. He thinks he is using everything he has to pay attention in class, but he thinks he wasted a lot strength in the one-eyed man's test. But aside from that class, he thinks that not missing any of Asad's teachings is crucial, and the ghost says that he realized where he should start teaching me, but he asks Leon from his point of view what he lacks, and the boy thinks it must be swordsmanship or aura, thinking it's one of the two, but the ghost says he's wrong, saying it's his eyes, and the boy is surprised. Then the ghost says it's a proverb passed down in the East: eyes, feet, courage, and strength. And he says that the ability to observe is the most important, and then the movement of the feet, followed by courage, and strength comes last. And of course, it's not as if it doesn't matter, but it just means that the other means are more important. But he also says that there are some things he doesn't agree with, but the eyes are more important. And the protagonist thinks about the eyes, as he's never heard of training the eyes before, and he wonders if it means his vision will get better if he rolls his eyes. And he tries to do that in an absurdly weird way next to a girl who is scared by his madness. And the ghost says that from now on, he will learn to see. He will show him how useless his eyes have been until now. It really is, you will show, because you only have one eye, and it is very big. If you are not a master in using this eye, then it is a joke. He is very surprised by what the ghost is saying, because he does not understand much, and so he keeps thinking about how to see, wondering if this is it. And the ghost tells him to look forward, saying that using the teacher in front of the blackboard is a point of focus. He must focus for 10 seconds and memorize. So the boy starts to do this, thinking about the dark blue blackboard, a middle-aged man with gray hair and green eyes, and he is holding a stick made of wood and has some strands of white hair mixed with his gray hair, and the pills in his nose are also showing. And so the ghost says that time is up, telling him to close his eyes, and then asks him how many lines were written on the blackboard. And the boy didn't even know there were lines there, because he told him to look at the teacher, and he says that he told him to use him as a focus point, and didn't say to just look at him. And the boy, he doesn't know how to answer, because he thinks he was only looking at the teacher and has no idea what was on the board. And so the ghost notices that he doesn't remember, and says he's sure that the board was also in his field of vision. So he bets that he doesn't remember anything other than the teacher, and even after looking for 10 seconds, he asks why he doesn't remember anything about the board, and the boy says he doesn't know, and the ghost says it's simple, because he only tried to look at what was important. And the boy realizes the mistake he made, and the ghost says that eyes are much more wasted than he realizes. Today, they have a maximum of 220 degrees and the average of 120, and we only use the front part. And he says that maybe it's to filter the necessary information, but most people don't use their full field of vision, and he should focus on his entire field of vision and memorize each figure that is reflected in his eyes like a drawing. And he tells the boy to relax his eyes and discover how to see in the widest way, and then you should learn to do this all the time, instead of just for 10 seconds. Man, this is crazy, you know. I'm doing it here with my computer. I was staring like a horse. I just saw the screen shining in front of me, but I looked to the side and it was a funny mess. I even think I'm going to turn it off, right? Because, man, I don't want to some time now. But man, you can see a lot of things besides just looking forward. And Leon starts testing here. He says he would like to say it's impossible, but he didn't expect the teaching of a holy sword to be really easy. And he says he can't start complaining now. And so the ghost tells him to look up at the blackboard this time, and he has 10 seconds again. And the boy does so, while looking for a long time. And the ghost continues to look at him like a madman with his eyes glazed forward. He finds it very strange, wondering what Leon is doing. And after class, the boy comes out of there almost dead, totally exhausted from the classes, and he thinks his eyes are hurting because his head feels like it's going to be split in half. And the ghost notices that things are going very well, and the fatigue in his eyes is because they are dry, or because he is straining them unnecessarily. However, the headache is different, and because of the attribute that was dormant until now. The pain appeared by releasing what was frozen, and it is not different from the muscles. And Leon asks him if he is saying that it's an active muscle pain, and the ghost says that in a way it is. It's probably a little different, since the brain doesn't feel pain, but he must think of it that way. And besides, they're going to continue the training, and he starts screaming alone because no one sees the ghost but him. And the ghost tells him to look at the candelabra on the wall up there, and asks how many candles there are, and he says there are 2, but it turns out there are 3 instead. And the ghost tells him to look at something else, which is the boy next to that moon that passed by him 3 seconds ago, asking if he was wearing glasses or not. And the boy says yes. Then he also asks if he was wearing a tie, but the boy doesn't get it right. And he continues asking several questions about things they were seeing in front of him, like the light in the 12th room on the left, asking if it was on or not. So the boy says yes, but asks him how much was above it, and the boy doesn't know how to answer. And a while later, when he gets to his room, he still feels a terrible pain in his eyes. And the ghost says that it is even acceptable for first day, and says he thinks he can be commended for not asking to stop or rest. and asks him if the ghost would have let him rest, even if he had asked. So of course the ghost says no, and he doesn't ask himself how long it's been since he was pushed to his limit like this, and says it's been a long time since his mind felt so weak. And the ghost says that getting used to it can also mean that he's stagnated, and it's the limit of how far he can go if he just keeps repeating the same training. And even if there are advantages to repetitive training, it would be a big problem if his body finds an easy way to do it. And so he asks about the body finding an easy way, and the ghost says it means that the body will get used to its own training method, and training by switching methods is absolutely necessary. And so he notes that the instructions about running on one leg or doing handstands must have been for the same reason, and the ghost says yes, speaking here because it needed him to be aware of things he's not used to, and humans, based on how they train and live their lives, develop their bones, muscles, and nervous system differently. So, navigators develop a sense of balance, tracers develop a sense of direction, and nomads develop an exceptional sense of vision. The protagonist begins to understand this, because basic training is to enhance strengths and compensate for weaknesses. Elsa decided to start with this part before everything else. The ghost says that his strengths are his stamina, improved by the absurd amount of training, not to mention his mentality. The basics are fencing, by training the fundamental movements. He says that his weakness is his rigidity due to the repetition of the same fundamental movements. In other words, the boy lacks flexibility, both mentally and physically. He asks about this, but also asks about the aura or fencing. The ghost says that, after all, fencing is the way of wielding the sword, and if he can apply the fundamental movements freely to suit the situation, then that is fencing. Of course, there are fencing styles, extremely powerful, but who the hell would teach something like that to someone with nothing more than a promise of loyalty? And the boy realizes he's right, and the ghost says that in terms of aura, there's nothing he can say, asking if Liam defeated him using aura, saying that not only that, but someone like him, with no history of learning aura, would suddenly raise suspicions from many people. Therefore, he will teach him aura when he leaves the academy, and he should focus first on mastering it as he sees it for now, questioning whether he doesn't want to defeat that guy or how soon. So Liam agrees with him, all excited, saying that he's getting more and more excited, but the ghost says that's not enough, and the boy asks what he is talking about, and the ghost asks him if he didn't tell him, saying that he will get used to the repetitive training, and even if he focuses on what he sees with all his strength, he is bound to get tired of the same training method. Then the spirit laughs at him, and the sprout begins to feel a bad feeling, and asks what they are going to do, and he says that it is nothing big, because they will only give him a punishment every time he answers wrong. Already with a somewhat different face, a smelevery malicious in that mono eye. And he says it will be to the point where he won't have any leisure to get used to. And he says it will start tomorrow. And the boy becomes fearful of this punishment. And he says he's not giving the boy a hard time for no reason, and says it's just a very effective thing called operational conditioning. And although his mentality is useful, in addition to willpower, he needs someone to give him a push. And the boy thinks that even so it's a bit difficult, but realizes that Sid is right, because it will be impossible for him to achieve everything starting tomorrow. He will be punished sooner or later, and he should also decide to experience it soon, and he will be able to develop the corresponding resilience too. And so the question comes back if he will want to do this, and the boy says he can go up, but at the time of the punishment he begins to feel an absurd pain with the shock he receives. And so the ghost realizes that it was 5 seconds and he is already all fried on top of the bed, but says that he was the first, so he couldn't adjust properly. He'll hold back to go faster next time, and although he'll increase the intensity if he messes up too many times in a row, he just needs to do it right. And his smile means a lot, except that he'll take it easy, so he says they'll do their best the next day. And the protagonist notices that that one is actually a demonic sword instead of a holy one, and the very next day he wakes up very early and starts running with the ghost, while also training his vision by looking at the back of the teacher's head, who is scared shitless by the boy looking at him like that. And he also trains several other things like strengthening, doing a handstand with one hand, and the ghost asks how many pigeons are sitting on the roof of the dormitory, and the boy says there are 10. He asks which one will fly away first, and ends up being right that it's the 6th one, and the ghost asks how many pigeons are sitting on the open window, and he says there are no pigeons, and it's actually a crow. And the boy keeps getting everything right, and he says he's right, because even though he can barely see and can't focus much, it's not bad at all, considering it's only been a month. And he says it's barely been a month, but it has been a month. And so the boy asks the ghost, all excited, and he says they're going to end there so he can rest. And Leon celebrates a lot for this first rest after a whole month. But then Leon comes behind him calling Leon, who gets scared and a little embarrassed for making that gesture out of nowhere alone. So he tries to disguise it by looking at Leon, saying it's been a long time. He says he hadn't seen him since he started training with Ilcid, and leaving Leon aside, he thinks it's been half a month since he spoke to Chloe too. And Leon goes to him, noticing that he is training right after lunch, and that is very typical of the boy's face. And he says that he came there because he was a little worried. But now he is relieved, and Leon asks what he is relieved about. And Leon says that it has been a month since he challenged him, and he thought he had given up like everyone else. But by the look on his face, it seems that he is very anxious. So Leon asks if it is possible to notice while invoking the power of the sword, and Leon ends up writing it down on his hand, saying that the face of people who think they cannot defeat him is very different from the face the boy is making now. And Leon is happy about this, saying that it is good for him, but asks if that is why he came to provoke him during lunchtime, questioning why he does not leave since he has finished his business. But Leon says he is very cold, and already it's been a while since they talked like this, asking why he doesn't talk a little more. So Leon asks what they have to talk about, and Leon says that only 10 minutes is enough, and the boy gives in, sitting next to him, and the two stay side by side looking at the clouds until Leon starts saying that he must have heard the rumor, or what he says here and there, that he's not a commoner. And so Leon thinks about this rumor, wondering if there was really any need to talk about it, since it didn't seem like he was trying to hide it. Or maybe he should start talking to him in a more formal way. And Leon says that he didn't start the subject for that. So Leon asks what it is about. Then Leon asks him to please understand what he's going to say now, telling him to think of it as coming from Leon, who is hiding his identity instead of his fledgling. And so the boy is surprised and ends up agreeing with him. Then Leon asks if he knows that he accepted his duels for a reason, and he says that he knows that because Leon doesn't, he wouldn't be affected in any way if he refused, and he could have just run away from the duels without even using his identity, and the continuation of his duels is due exclusively to his kindness, and he thinks that nothing more than the generosity of the victor compared to him. As long as Leon dedicates himself to this, he can become stronger and stronger. But then Leon talks to the boy, saying that they will end it, and Leon is a little surprised by what he's saying and questions about ending it. And Leon says that he's not talking there now, and they will do it in their next duel, the last one with pure fencing, without aura as always. And in exchange, they will use the real sword instead of the wooden one, and the boy becomes more and more surprised by Leon's words, and he says that if he wins that duel too, he will become his subordinate. And Leon wonders if it's just a declaration to decide the hierarchy, and realizes that this is a bet, but asks what guarantee he has that he will keep the promise, because it's not a magical contact. It's a verbal promise that can be broken at any time, and Leon says that would be the case if it were with anyone else. But the person in front of him is an inflexible man who came all this way with pure pride. And then Leon asks if it is a compliment or not, and Leon says that he is saying that he will believe the boy's word because he is the type of person who will keep a promise no matter what. And Leon likes what he is saying that if he loses he will become his subordinate, asking if that is the condition. And the boy says yes, but he asks what will happen if he defeats him. And Leon, seeing the boy all excited and acting like that, smiles, saying that he will give him whatever he wants, as long as he does not put his honor and his family in danger. Slender, arcane, or a cultivation method, or even elixirs, anything. And the boy gets excited about it because he will decide on the day of the duel, asking if everything is okay. And Leon tells him to say when he is ready, because as he will have to prepare a place, he will need to know 3 days in advance. And so the two turn and go their separate ways. In the past, Hero thinks that that moment has finally arrived, noticing that the path of Leon, who was chosen as a hero by the whims of the sacred sword, and Leon, the prince who tried to hide the imperial throne, turns out that this is the moment that his true duel will begin. But he has already bought that he is scared shitless, because he is too nervous about the duel that is coming. And the ghost discovered that he is nervous and gets very angry with the boy, because he was responding well to this lazy person seconds ago, asking if he is scared after to have come this far. And he says that's not it, but that he really wanted to know if he got stronger. And the ghost wonders what he's talking about. And the boy says that although last month's training was very hard, he doesn't feel like he's gotten stronger. And the ghost looks at him a little skeptically, saying that he doesn't seem to have noticed, but he's already gotten much stronger. So he tells him not to worry, and he questions if it's serious. And the ghost says that vision is a different type of strength, and asks if it's not obvious that he wouldn't be able to feel it since he didn't use it properly. And he also says that he's already taken other measures besides that, so he shouldn't worry. But then he tells the lion what he said, that there would be a physical evaluation later, and the boy says that's right. And so the ghost tells him to wait, smiling, saying that something beyond his imagination will happen, and he's quite convinced, saying he bets that he won't be able to say what he just said again. And the boy doesn't quite understand, but decides to wait. And for a while then, the teacher tells him to form a line according to his number, and if anyone is feeling sick, they must get out of line and say their name. As for the rest, they must start warming up and the protagonist thinks about this evaluation because he was 9th last time. And although pure physical capabilities are evaluated without using mana, those who occupied the first places were always those of the noble class and the nobles. In addition to the aura, received dresses and physical training, so 9th was the limit for him. But then Vador asks what Leon's ranking was, and he says he was first, and says that is expected because he seems to have trained a lot, although not as much as the protagonist, and he doesn't even compare to those bums who were only born in good houses. And even though it is called short distance running, it is to laps around the field, and they should run 800 meters, but Leon clocked 1 minute and 20 seconds, while the boy, he got 1 minute and 40 seconds in a full. And the ghost notes that it was a 20-second difference, thinking that Leon is really incomparable, but tells the boy not to be scared before even trying. He says that even if he tried, he shouldn't be scared, because compared to before, now he has the sword, so he trusts, saying that he will trust the sacred sword. And so they all get into position, and when they start, the protagonist runs off, and Leon is surprised to see the boy running, because he took the lead of everyone very quickly and ran too much, passing everyone. And even the guy who was timing is surprised because he did it in 1 minute and 29 seconds, and Leon's eyes widen, seeing that, and the teacher goes to Leon, asking if he learned the time, but the boy says no, so he asked if he would mind if he confirmed it. And the boy tells the teacher to go ahead, and when he touches him, it is said that he is looking for a repulsive force by infusing a small amount of aura into him, and if he learned the aura then, it would be eliminated immediately. But now he notices that the boy really didn't learn, but he thinks that he can't believe that he has changed so much in just a few weeks, questioning what kind of training he did. So he says that he only trained the fundamentals, and he says that he is right, that the teacher knows that he had more breaks than before. He says that thinking about his volume of training used to be abnormally high, and he wonders if the boy's body has improved drastically from rest after several years of hard work. But he thinks that doesn't make sense either, and the boy just walks away disguising what happened. But Leon keeps looking at him, and he talks to Sid, questioning what the hell happened to him, and the ghost asks how it was, because he said he had improved. And the boy tells him to stop laughing and just answer, but he says that before that, he needs to ask the boy where he thinks strength comes from biologically speaking, and the boy assumes that it comes from the muscles, and so the ghost says he is correct. And in this world, most methods for training the body focus on increasing the size and density of the muscles. However, this is only half the whole picture if they don't understand the myoneural connections. And he asks if he knows the concept of the nervous system, and muscles obviously have neurons connected to them, and the force that muscles can exert depends on the development of these neurons. And the reason why strength doesn't depend solely on a person's physical appearance is because of the myoneural connections, and Leon thinks he's never heard of anything like that, even from the gym teachers. And the ghost says that muscle density is mainly decided by limited factors, and in terms of size, there's a limit to how big a muscle can get. While the boy has already trained to the point where he reached his limit, so he focused on developing his nervous system, then the boy begins to understand more or less what he's talking about, asking how exactly he did it, since he didn't do that kind of training, asking if he did something to him while he was sleeping. But he says it was the punishment he's been giving the boy, and he's even more surprised, remembering all the shock he received, and screams. But everyone hears the boy freaking out of nowhere, and the ghost says that since he released something that had been dormant for over 10 years, it's obvious that it would hurt as much as his muscles being ripped apart pieces. So he thinks that the extreme pain he felt every time he failed the vision training was the process of developing his nervous system. But he wonders why he didn't find it, and the ghost says that it's because that way he would be more depressed. And the boy realizes what he's talking about, and the ghost says that the reason he mastered the vision more or less was to escape that pain. But if he had heard the reason for the punishment and realized that it was something he had to go through no matter what, he questions if the boy would have focused as much as yesterday, and he thinks not. And Leon begins to realize that he is right, and the ghost says that he should feel free to thank him because he only did what was expected of him with a holy sword after all. But the boy isn't liking it at all, getting really pissed off at the Phantom, and the Phantom himself is laughing all smugly, saying he feels great after seeing things so well. But Leon starts to think that shitty sword is more like a demonic sword than a holy one, and he wonders if it's really a sword fused with the soul and personality of the great hero Roderick, thinking that it means Roderick was a great villain, not a great hero. But then he hears some people shouting next to him, and those kids seem to be cheering, and they think that as expected, Leon is totally amazing because he broke his own record. And Leon looks at Leon with a very smug look, and the boy ends up in second place. He in the end thinks he couldn't beat Leon, but the Phantom asks if it wouldn't be strange if he could surpass him in just a month. and he says the boy shouldn't try feel satisfied with just that. And then Leon says he knows that, because he was just saying that even so, from the 1st to the 9th floor, he climbed up to the 2nd, and he thinks he can really beat him. But he also thinks that he can't, and that he will win. And in this pose, the boy calmed down a bit, and he asked the Phantom what kind of training they would start tomorrow. The Phantom said he would think about it, as the vision training went beyond the level of just practicing memorization, and there was nothing he could really do in terms of physical ability. So, it would be better for him to gain experience so he could effectively apply what he had learned. But the boy said it would be difficult to gain experience in real battles, and the Phantom said that was exactly why he suggested they leave that place. The boy was surprised, wondering if he couldn't teach fencing first. The Phantom said he told him to abandon his fencing fantasies, because to learn his fencing, he first needed to learn the aura. And as he said before, it was more than enough for him to just use the fundamentals to a certain extent. Martial arts without aura were nothing more than cheap tricks. Even if he called it a secret technique, it would be nothing more than something difficult to handle the first time. He would become easy to counterattack once his movements were read, and he questions if the boy thinks that an orthodox swordsman, like Leon, would fall for mediocre tricks. So he asks what the Phantom wants to do, and he says that he should use his emotions, because a sword trained with effort for a long time is powerful, but now that his physical capabilities have increased to a similar level, no other Leon would be able to defeat him. But he says that the boy really needs real battle experience, asking if there is anyone who would start a fight with him. He even thinks of some tough guys, but the boy says that this is not a slum, and there is no way the academy has people like that. So he asks if he acts like that too, but he says that was what he discussed with that idiot. However, someone who can pick a fight appears, asking if the boy is the commoner named Leon, and already together with some guys who seem to be pickpockets of some kind. He thinks that he limps the uniform of them. It shows that they are from a noble clan. So they ask how the mere commoner got 2nd place, saying that he is very arrogant, and says they are sure that he used some trick, that he even fooled the instructor, but they scream at the top of their lungs that they will not be fooled. And so the ghost is surprised that 300 years later, there are still jerks like that. And the protagonist says that if they have a problem with the ranking, why don't they complain to the instructor? And all three ask how the commoner dares to talk to them like that, and crying. How would they know what kind of trick he used? Because a bastard who hasn't even sworn loyalty yet, coming in 9th place, was already strange from the start. But then, they say that he finally showed his face, asking which family he would be supporting. And the protagonist thinks that they really aren't listening, but ends up realizing that they probably had no intention of talking, because in their eyes, he's just a weed in the annoying line that they want to uproot. And so, another kid appears, telling them not to be sad, because even though they are commoners, they are all students of the same academy. But the Phantom notes that this kid is being underhanded, so he tells the protagonist that he can call the punishment, which they, the nobles, are about to grant him with dignity, asking if Leon doesn't think so, and the others say it's exactly as Lord Elmont said, agreeing with that pile of shit the kid is spouting. And so the ghost asks if he's the leader of the group, noting that he's part of some big family too. And Leon says that he's the 2nd son of the Bourmont family, Elmont, and says that he was always 2nd in the physical exam, and he must be extremely angry that he took 2nd place from him, because he can't even compare to Leon. And the ghost notes that the characteristic of nobles acting against the weak, and the weak against the nobles, is really always the same. And Elmont stands in front of the protagonist, saying that he regrets that their first meeting happened like this, and tells Leon that he may feel wronged by this, but they can't just accept it, and he expects him to keep his promise, raising his left hand to the boy. And then he says that he wants to hear the proposal first, and everyone thinks that this is arrogance, but Elmont tells them to shut up while he stays irritated with the boy, asking how about they do some fights under the supervision of an instructor. And the protagonist notes that this is how it will be, while the boy is all convinced, but he says that it may seem like he made a great offer, bringing an instructor, but he is clearly at a disadvantage with this proposal, since the fact that without aura is not included in Elmont's conditions means that he will use the aura against him, as well as all the other three. So he says that if he raises an objection, they will try to react by saying that he is deceiving the instructor, and if he himself refuses the duel, obviously they will try to defame him in some other way. But then he looks back and sees that Leon is there, and he thinks that if it were Leon, he is sure that it would be possible for him to get him out of this situation. But then he gets angry with himself and does not even think about the situation, because receiving help from his rival is a greater and stronger humiliation than that provocation. So he agrees with those idiots. And Elmont questions himself if he will really accept this proposal, and the boy says yes, but says that in exchange, the one who will supervise the fight will be Instructor Helmont, and it's only 1 person per day. He tells him to promise that he will never question these skills if he wins, and he says that Elmont can certainly accept that. So he thinks a little and realizes that he is choosing the demonic instructor of the academy, Helmont. Then he realizes that if he is the supervisor, master, then any trick with him is impossible. And he agrees to this, saying that he accepts the boy's conditions, because it doesn't matter who will supervise the fight, because the only thing that disappoints him a little is not being able to beat him up until he is satisfied. And Leon remembers the burden that Bastard was making, because he never expected to gain real battle experience like that. And the ghost says that in terms of results, this is great, but then he asks what else it thinks, asking if he can defeat him without using the aura, and he says he doesn't think so, since he's never fought someone who can use the aura before. But then, he's surprised by what the boy is saying, and wonders if he should show Leon how to make things easier. So, the boy soon gets defensive, asking what the ghost is talking about. After all, the last time he came up with these good ideas, he got a shock, and it was somewhat traumatizing, so the ghost soon snaps his fingers, saying that this method must be the easiest, showing the boy a selection window. Then, say that his title is a hero who still can't use the aura, and his level is 18, with strength of 119, stamina of 124, agility of 115, and aura 0, and his skills are mastery with the basic sword, maximum level, Roderick's vision level 1, and martial exoskeleton is at 1, and the boy is surprised to see that, and asks Elsa what that is, and he asks what else it would be, because that's what he's capable of doing now, and those stats are from that brat helmet, and his title is like a brat who is blinded by an inferiority complex with level 15, strength 97, stamina 89, agility 82, and aura 63. Besides that, his skills are mastery with the basic sword level 6, fencing vision without any kind of information level 1, and beginner aura user level 3. Then the protagonist says he wrote this based by his own standards, so it's not very additive, and the boy is very surprised, because that brat Elmeth is that weak, saying that if he is the second son of a Kant family, he probably got all kinds of elixirs, and he should have gone through a round of training to get stronger. But the ghost says that even if someone with a ton of elixirs, if he couldn't manage and then become a normal nutritious food, and his training probably can't be considered what the boy went through, they might think that if he doesn't use the aura, and 99 the limit of his physical abilities, is like a ranky of 99 points. But he can overcome that limit with everything the boy has been through and done, all with his help and his own hard work, and says that even without aura, he is able to face all of them. And the protagonist, who is already saying that he will not lose in terms of physical abilities, saying that everything is fine, because it is as Elsa said, and thinks that from now on, he's going to point to the top, not the bottom, thinking there's no way he can lose to someone like Helmet. But he straightens himself out and asks the ghost why, if the title is like that, how can Helmet still not use aura? He says that if he doesn't like him, he should get stronger. And so, a while later, the boy gets all ready to go to the duel, but the professor goes to him, and Helmet calls the boy over. Then he notices that it seems the boy has changed a lot in a month, and says he would even stop him if he was acting recklessly, but it seems he didn't need to do that. He asks Leon if it's not true, and he says he's not sure what the professor is saying, but then Helmet thinks he's feigning ignorance, telling him to just do his best, and says he's telling him not to even teach those idiots a lesson, and guessing if the boy understood. Leon understands what the professor is saying. The two of them enter near the arena, and the boy, as he leaves, notices that there are a lot of people around, and one of those jerks calls him, asking how dare he. The same commoner makes him wait and tells him that he is acting as if the rules do not apply to him, and Leon doesn't give a damn about what the kid is saying, telling the instructor that it will start now, and he agrees. Then he says that Jeff and Leon will have a duel, and they will both be putting their name and honor in that match, with him as a witness, and he talks to Jeff, questioning what he wants from this match. And he says he wants this commoner to admit his own crimes. Then the professor speaks to Leon, asking what he wants in this match. And he says that he wants this dispute to be the last time Jeff disturbs him. And the professor understands well, saying that the two should take a step forward. And the protagonist holds his sword in front of the boy, and the instructor orders them to get into positions. And from the audience, some people ask if it is not possible to cut another person with a wooden sword if they have aura. And they say that this is definitely disadvantageous for Leon, who cannot use aura. And the ghost asks Leon, questioning if he wants to see the state of that boy. But he says no, saying that it is okay, because no matter how strong he is still just a subordinate of Elman, and there is no reason for him to take and lend Elsid's power to a person like that. So the boy goes all out on the protagonist, jumping and leaving several openings. And Leon thinks it is a diagonal strike that cuts from the upper right corner to the lower left corner. And since it is such a movement, obviously, he'll hope this is a hoax. But then it turns out it's not a hoax. The kid actually does what he's been calling you to do for hours. And Leon wonders why that guy is so slow. Leon passes by him, hitting the kid and ending the battle in a single attack at an absurd speed. Both the professor and the others who are going to fight him, as well as Linha and Chloe, are stunned. Jeff, who just took that beating, is fencing standing up, so Leon wonders what's wrong with him. When he looks back, the kid falls hard to the ground, making Leon wonder if it was over so quickly. The kid on the ground starts telling him not to think he won with just that lucky stroke, getting up trembling like a green stick, saying he only made a mistake, calling Leon to go again, telling him to fight one more time. But Helmet tells Jeff that he lost, and says he won't allow it, and the behavior is unpleasant. So the protagonist agrees, leaving both Jeff and Leon upset. As the professor is surprised, and the boy starts laughing, saying that ready level, he certainly knows his place, saying that in exchange for that, he will not go easy on him. And so the ghost talks to Leon, telling him not to finish with one attack this time. And so the professor tells them to begin, and the ghost says that it is his first time using vision in a real battle, and seeing how he offered himself to be his training partner, he must know that having finished him with one blow just now was just him being merciful to Jeff. And the boy agrees with the ghost now, ready to enjoy the battle a little more. And once again Jeff goes after Leon, throwing himself into the air and completely teleguiding his attack. And the protagonist calmly stops those attacks and starts looking at him with his vision, and notices that he is so slow that he can see the movements of his arms, legs, and even his pupils, being able to fully see what his next move will be. And the ghost, seeing this, realizes that because he has discovered his initial movements, he will be able to figure out what he will do next. And so the protagonist calmly defends another attack, but this time, part of his hair is taken away. Then he notices that the boy has started using aura, but he can still read his movements, and so Jeff tells him to do his best to dodge those attacks. And the ghost is surprised to think that that idiot would make consecutive attacks so recklessly against the opponent he just lost to, and realizes that he doesn't know how to distribute stamina during the battle, since he is an amateur. So the protagonist thinks that even providing physical abilities with aura has its limits. Then the boy starts to tremble because he doesn't is holding on any longer. And so he notices an opening and throws his sword with everything at the boy's leg, hitting his thigh. And he certainly feels it, jumping back because of the pain, and starts to tell him that he is a fool, but that he is wobbling and trembling himself, saying that he should have finished him now because he wouldn't be able to take him down with that kind of attack. But the protagonist goes after him, contradicting what the boy is saying, hitting him in several parts of his body. And so the ghost asks what Leon thinks, and says that it is as he said. If he wants to use vision in training, a moving target is the best. And at that Jeff starts to speak, who gives up on the ground all broken, and really once again gives the victory to Leon, raising his hand, and Chloe is all happy, while the others are shaking with anger and fear. And already during the night, everyone is talking about Leon's duel, and Alma's annex, saying they didn't know that Leon could fight so well, and says that he started challenging each of them, starting with Jeff, and they all lost, and had to be sent to the infirmary. And the only one left was Elmet himself, but they think that Elmet wouldn't lose to the boy either, but that the one-eyed ghost himself thinks they are too easy opponents. They were using such Leon fencing, but without any soul, and he can hardly believe that they are at that level, despite using aura, and he says he is sure that that day will be a little different after all. Elmet's time has finally come, and the ghost says that it is important that he does not let his guard down, and when he is face to face with the conceited one, Elmet is already exuding aura, and the ghost realizes that, apparently, he has stopped being pretentious, and Leon immediately notices what seems to be the case, and says that Elmet uses aura, and is stronger than him physically, and there was already something in the status window, which else had showed him, the fencing vision, and he was only at level 1, and it shouldn't be very powerful, but unknown techniques are very scary to him, and he really is full of hate, looking at the boy, and Leon thinks he has a chance, that he won't be able to live through this, with Roderick's vision. And Elmet starts to say that he didn't think his turn would really come, and the boy asks if it really is, because he himself already knew that this would happen, and Elmet gets more and more pissed off with the brat's arrogance. And Leon thinks he will be a perfect training opponent for the duel against Leon, and realizes that although he has great physical abilities, even without aura, he is weaker if the aura is taken into account. And if he is at the level where he can grind aura into his sword, then it will be dangerous even if he blocks his attacks with a wooden sword. And he wonders if in this case, he should avoid a direct fight, try to provoke him first. Then the teacher shouts, ordering them to begin. But at the exact moment the teacher finishes speaking, an attack passes close to the boy's ear, almost tearing it off, but taking away some hair, and then he notices that that is the energy of the sword, which came out of the tip of Elmet's sword as soon as he extinguished it in the direction of the boy. And Leon soon begins to imagine that perhaps he will not be able to face him, because the difference in speed between them is quite gigantic, and Elmet becomes increasingly serious. And Leon thinks that he is still a direct descendant of a count's family, even if he is useless. So he has to have something going for him, and Elmet is smug, saying it's no wonder they lost, because he would have trampled them if he were just an arrogant commoner. But that's a different story. If he's someone worth recruiting, and says that if he manages to join him right now, he can forget about trivial feelings and accept him on his side. But Leon goes against him, showing it not with words, but with action, attacking while he's talking too much, and almost hits Elma in the face, who needs to go all out, but still he gets cut on the cheek, and he gets pissed about it, because the boy is certainly arrogant, just because he got some useless skills. So Leon asks if he really is, but the ghost hears that his skills are useless, gets pissed, talking to Leon, to that weakling, who just called his technique useless, and he seems like he definitely wants a little revenge, and he talks about something they even say, when rivers and mountains change in 10 years, but after 300 years ago, he was being ridiculed by a brat who still wet the bed. Leon noticed that he had a very threatening feeling, and he spoke to Leon, asking if he could see the white-toothed kid. He said yes, saying that the only insult the teacher could receive was being reprimanded by the student. If his teeth remained safe in that mouth until he was finished, the one who would be punished would be Leon himself. He thought that 1 or 2 teeth wouldn't be enough, saying he would pull out as many as he could to satisfy that madman. He became very focused, and Elmont, noticing that kid like that, asked what that vigor was. And Leon went all out on him, forcing him to defend himself from that barrage of attacks. They then noticed that Elmont was being pushed, and Leon said no, saying that Leon was on the offensive, but Elmont hadn't been thrown out yet. Leon began to wonder if he was pushing himself too hard, because if it weren't for the aura, then everything would be easier. If Leon thinks that if things continue like this, Leon will fight a battle of attrition, then Elmont calls him persistent, and tells him to stop at that last inconvenient position and end up on the ground. But Leon tells him to look at what he is talking about, and thinks that he will compensate for his lack of strength and speed with his vision of Roderick. 2. Anticipate the opponent's actions, and if he can see this a little faster, he will be able to compensate for his inferiority, and he should be much more accurate and faster, also being wider, until the opponent in front of him is appearing to be moving underwater. Then he goes again for the boy, but ends up being pushed back. However, it still works, and Elmont gets more and more pissed off because he can't even use the aura, and the professor thinks he didn't feel any aura from Leon, and despite this, he can't believe that he managed to push Elmont so much. So he says he can't believe it, that he's being forced to use this against the boy, and Leon realizes what it is, noticing that he's using arcane fencing, and he wonders if it's going to be the stabbing, the cutting, or even it could be him throwing the sword, and he thinks he can't waste a single second activating his otherworldly vision again. But it turns out that Elmont goes all out on him, and Leon notices that he's using the stabbing and thinks he can dodge it, and he actually gets ahead when Elmont throws his sword, but to his surprise, the boy manages to turn his neck, almost hitting him, and he notices that that stabbing was just a spot, and that technique assumes that his opponent will dodge, and it's the secret bourbon technique. A blow he feels, and Elmont is happy about it, and the protagonist realizes that he's going to strike directly at his chest, and even if he tries to dodge as much as he can, he'll hit his ribs. He won't be able to fight with broken ribs. He can see the trajectory of the sword with his vision, but he can't dodge it. He'll be hit, and he'll lose, but he thinks about losing, activating everything in his being, forcing his body to move in every way. So he digs his foot so hard into the ground that he breaks the weight and manages to jump over that attack, and Elmont can't believe it, with the protagonist coming down hard, hitting his shoulder, breaking that part of his body, and with his arm already a limp, Leon ends up behind him, and when he turns around, they realize that he only hit his left arm, and since it's one arm against two, that's a clear disadvantage. But Leon, he tells him to forget about his injured arm, because he's sure that the shock from the Arcana scream from his family failing is much more dangerous, and they think it's not over yet, because after that he'll take advantage, because he has two hands for a frontal attack, and when he does that, the durability of the wooden sword will reach its limit due to his aura attacks, and if he manages to break his sword, even though he only has one arm, Elmont thinks he'll be able to win, and he says that he was dancing in the palm of his hand all this time, attacking the protagonist from top to bottom. But Leon manages to counterattack at the base of the boy's hand, knocking the sword out of his hand, so Elmont can't even see what's going on. But Leon doesn't stop there, hitting with everything, and this time knocking out some of the boy's teeth, and when the teeth fly out, everyone is happy and vibrating, as is Chloe, and the professor finally gives the victory to Leon, while Elmont is lying on the ground, already with some good windows in his mouth, and a while later the ghost is all happy, saying that he did a great job, because since he was defeated by a useless technique, he is sure that from now on, he will choose his words more carefully, and the protagonist wonders if his character will be better after being defeated only once, because since they made an oath on the winner of the duel, everything should be fine since they are in the academy, but the ghost thinks that instead, he should be very surprised, and the protagonist does not quite understand, and the ghost says that he has just opened the doors to acceleration, and he is progressing much faster than the ghost himself thought. And the protagonist wonders about this acceleration, but meanwhile, Helmet is picking up the boy's teeth on the ground, noticing that there are 3 of them, and sure enough, Leon has pulled out a lot. And already from the corridors, the protagonist asks the ghost about acceleration, and asks if he's talking about what he did when he dodged Elmont's arcane swordplay. Then the ghost asks if he knows when there are moments when the body moves slower than consciousness. He says that this moment is especially in the state of acceleration, and a reflex can be faster than consciousness, and it has nothing to do with the current speed. He says that in this case, he asks how he thinks trained swords move so fast. The boy guesses that it's because they learn to use the aura, and he says he's only a little right. If you don't use the aura, your body won't be able to resist its strength. So, normally, some only learn to use acceleration after learning to use the aura. But he used acceleration even before he started using the aura, and only used it on his legs. And even if it was an incomplete execution, it's already quite impressive, because it means he instinctively surpassed his limits with willpower. But the boy ends up remembering what he had said, asking if he didn't say that his body wouldn't be able to withstand the force, but he's perfectly fine, and wonders if it's because the execution was incomplete. And he says that it is something, because if he had used it on his whole body, and not just his legs, his insides would have turned inside out. And so the protagonist realizes that it's just a very dangerous situation. But he says that it must be time, saying that he should take care of his body for now. And then Leon asks what he's talking about, and what time is that? But the answer comes before the ghost even says anything, and his legs begin to emanate energy and tear, and the boy falls to the ground groaning. And then the ghost asks, what else would be useful? Of course, and it would be the muscle pain, because he should be grateful of just experiencing this after using the acceleration, telling him not to use it anymore until he has learned the aura, because he will really die the next time he uses it. And the boy himself tells his will, thinking he knows this too. Sometime later, he is walking through the corridors and everyone is gossiping about him. And Leon is very uncomfortable with the situation, and some start with the rumor that he was exploited by a respected family and fed with elixirs. And others say that in fact, he exposes his true identity and that he is a secret weapon, that the palace is careful. And others say they heard that he learned from Ramarkana, an unknown swordsman, and everyone is gossiping because he destroyed those 4. And he says, what it seems, those guys spread rumors like wildfire and the ghost Saponka, and they will appear with all kinds of excuses for having lost, asking what happened to the pride of the nobles. And the protagonist says that his nobles, if they really had some pride, they wouldn't go to him. And the ghost thinks that's a very reasonable point. But then Leon looks ahead, noticing that Chloe is there, and she goes to talk to him. And he's quite surprised that the girl is there, and then to go out, sit on a bench outside, and he asks how she is, because she should be in alchemy class right now, asking if she's skipping class. And she calls him an idiot, asking why she would skip class, because the alchemy teacher is sick that day, so they don't have class at the moment. And she asks if he thinks she would skip class just to be able to meet him, but she's happy, saying that something has changed in Leon, and asking him what she's talking about. And she says that he's been avoiding talking directly to her, asking if it's true, and says that then has been fighting nobles consecutively out of nowhere, asking if he knows how. Worried she and Leon are about him, then the boy gets a little downcast, wondering how much time has passed, because for him to talk to her in such a comfortable and open way, that's it. And now he thinks he knows what it is, how he feels about her, and he's jealous of where he ended up, because Leon stayed by her side, and says he was overwhelmed by his own inferiority complex, thinking he was nothing special. Then he says that Jill moved away and wasn't honored for his hard work, and blamed himself for it until the sword came to him. Then she says that honestly, after all those fights, his name is on the lips of the entire school, and there are even rumors that he picked up a magic sword by chance and improved because of it. But while the girl talks a lot, and he starts crying beside her, and she stays a little nervous about this, not knowing what to do. He asks why he's crying out of nowhere, saying that's just what people are saying, and thinks the magic sword part is going a bit too far. But he says it's nothing like a magic sword, so she's surprised. And the protagonist thinks that even speaking rudely and with his terrible personality, it's Elsid who caught him at rock bottom. While he thinks about self-reflection, the hero who is there at Kraka's house is surprised because he had apologized since the atmosphere seemed good, but he questions himself why he grew out of nowhere in the status bar above the head of the boy who started to advance, and he says that even if it was just a little, it's still too much. So the protagonist thinks that if a hero is the one who saves the world, then the hero who saved him is Sid, and precisely because of that, he will become a hero as capable as the owner of the sacred sword and surpass Sid's expectations. And the hero himself thinks who doesn't know what's going on there. because Hallie himself was just talking to a girl, but he suddenly grew up. And he wonders if this is something that he, who has been perfect since birth, should know, but he thinks he doesn't care about the reason. After all, he finally seems worthy of being cultivated now. He still thinks that this sword has a, villainous streak, right? But let's leave it at that, because Leon himself feels a chill with the sword's plans, and at night in his dorm the boy is lying down thinking, and begins to feel that he has really changed. He remembers Chloe saying that he looks much better now. He doesn't understand, but she says that it seems like he's not nervous anymore, and now he can look clearly ahead, and says that he looks like Leon, but there's still a difference, and she thinks it's like the difference between someone who looks up and someone who looks ahead, so she turns to him saying that it would be nice if he could talk to Leon occasionally, and says that there's no one in his grade who could be honest with his feelings and be there for his side. Then the protagonist says he will do what he can, but in the present he is apologizing to Chloe because he thinks he can't do it, and his next duel will be the last one he wants to win, and already with Leon, he keeps thinking about Leon. And sometime later, the boy continues training hard until he breaks another sword, and the ghost says that the wooden sword won't even last in its complete state. And in addition to the technique's proficiency training, it is so powerful that it puts a lot of strain on the sword, and besides, a training sword is usually weaker than a real sword, so he has to be careful. But the protagonist thinks he tried hard to succeed once, because the card in a person's hand can only be shown once, since it is obvious that he would be fought by a genius like Leon if he used the same technique many times, and he will overcome his techniques and see what he is thinking and finally beat him. And the ghost asks him to see Leon's status window. A few days ago it irritated him so much, and the protagonist is really very irritated because Leon's class title is a swordsman who only has talent in his lineage, and his level is 25, with much greater strength along with skills, with mastery with the basic sword at maximum level, mastery with the intermediate sword at level 5, cane fencing at level 4, quick steps at level 2. Use of intermediate aura level 1, an exoskeleton martial arts stage 2, and upon seeing that, Leon became quite irritated because the intermediate aura user can use the energy sword. He can still manifest aura in his body, and he is already stronger even than the instructors. And the Phantom says that he is at a level that talented gentlemen would only reach around 30 years old, and he is just saying that he has already surpassed that, despite not having gone through the coming of age ceremony. And the protagonist thinks that even losing in strength and speed, he still has a little more stamina, and he is definitely a difficult opponent, but not someone he can't beat. And so the Phantom thinks that this is a good thought. He will give him as much advice as he can, so he should use this as a basis to prepare to win his duel against Leon. And even so, Leon remains very calm and talks to Lucid, wondering only if he loses against Leon, what he intends to do after that. And so the Phantom says that he will not answer that, and the boy asked why. And he says that this is a test for himself because he already told him at the beginning, saying that the trials he will endure will be harder than just having the opportunity, and he says that this is very difficult for him to print, right? Then the Phantom says that this fight could become the turning point of his life, and if he beats Leon, then he will explain everything, and he will know why he said that after his explanation. Then the boy starts training again until sunset, and a while later, it starts to rain, and inside Lenka's room, the butler is with him, and he says that the results are above expectations, and he says that he already knew that the others were not that bad, but he did not think that he would defeat Elmon himself. Then he talks to Gilbert, noticing that apparently he recognizes those results, remembering once he said that he was not sure of his evaluations before, and he asks if this is 3 years old, because for the person right, it's not long, and since he defeated the second son of a Count's family with a body that can't use aura, that means he no longer needs to doubt his potential. But he says he had a message from Leon today, and he said he's ready, and so Gilbert is happy that it finally happened, and Leon talks to himself, saying he would like to ask him a favor. So he thinks he will defeat Leon, and will definitely make him his knight. Besides that, he also thinks about Chloe. Meanwhile, Leon himself is walking through the corridors, and says that it seems that someone in the heavens is preparing the fight for him, and the ghost says that the hero of the sacred sword is putting the future at stake, and of course, it wouldn't be surprising if the heavens were agitated. And so, the professor notices that Leon arrived at the right time, and he says that that day is calm, and he says that this is a request from Leon, because it seems like he wants to focus on the fight, unlike the other fights that happened there. And the ghost remembers that that brat Helmet would want to humiliate an audience in a fight, and Leon becomes more relaxed about it. And the professor says that while there is no audience, there will only be one observer, besides the witness. So he asks who this observer is, and the ghost begins to understand everything, and he questions if Elsa knows who it is. And he says that it is probably Chloe, and with that, the boy becomes more nervous, asking why he knew her, and the ghost says that he thinks, and he doesn't know what is happening, since Leon thinks he likes her, and he probably intends to use this fight to push her to him. And he says that there are many cases where the king and his subordinate fight over a woman, And Leon remembers when the boy said that if he won this fight, he would become his subordinate. And he gets angry with Leon. Just knowing this, 3 friends, 2 men and a woman. The chance of a love triangle, it's gigantic. Yeah, you're kidding. You didn't see this coming. Because you're slow, right? It can only be. And he thinks about the X1 with Leon and remembers everything he's been through so far. Remembering that if he loses, he will become his subordinate. And it's a good enough reason for Chloe to become an observer because he's drawing a clear line of who will be the leader and who will be the led. And it's a truly meticulous plan that Leon would execute, but he thinks that, of course, this way of doing things disregards what Chloe and he feel. So he thinks he imagined this. But Leon is really a high-class nobleman, someone who tries to manipulate the relationships and emotions of others. And it's a political technique, which doesn't treat others equally. And he wonders if this is the way to a nobleman, saying he's really disgusted by this while he's very angry. The ghost observes this, asking if he's angry, and the boy clearly claims he is, thinking he should never have done that, and tells Leon that he'll have to teach him the lesson he took. And when they stand face to face, Leon says that Leon is late, but the boy says he's the one who's precocious, and asked where the observer is, because he heard that he called someone. And he says they're in a place they can't see, because it wouldn't be fair if he made a mistake because he was distracted, and says that this will become an excuse too. So the boy asks if it's really true, calling to start right now. But Leon says that before that, he has something to do. He takes something. Then the protagonist asks what the hell is that thing he just ate. He says it's just a pill that suppresses the aura. And even though he said he wouldn't use the aura, it could end up coming out unintentionally. And if that happened, this whole fight would be a disaster. And Leon feels like he's talking. It even makes sense, considering the level he's at. And so he hands the boy a real sword, asking if they should start and to get into position. Then Leon thinks he's totally serious, unlike his normal self. And Leon keeps looking at him with a very different look. But Leon thinks that when it comes to concentration, he won't lose either. And so the teacher tells them to start. And the two clash their swords, but Leon is thrown back by Leon with only the strength of his sword, and the boy begins to tremble with that shock. And Leon goes for him once more, pressing Leon back, and he begins to feel the weight of those blows, because he won't last more than 30 seconds if he continues to receive these attacks head on. And Leon becomes more and more focused, and this time he takes a different attack, which zigzags in front of the boy, and Leon barely manages to stop it. And he thinks that the sword even looks like a whip, and he is on a completely different level compared to Helmuth, besides that he is already using Roderick's vision, but he still can't keep up with him. And Leon's image seems dumber than any other opponent he has faced so far. So he thinks he needs to calm down, because the incomplete parts of the image will be compensated by the experience he gained from several times he fought him before. But he still remains under a lot of pressure, but he manages to stop the boy's attacks. And so Gilbert, looking at that, wonders if it is really the duel between students. And they realize that while they are not using aura, the level of their combat incriminations can be even better than that of knights. And so the protagonist notices that Leon is strong and is truly a monster, while Leon wonders when Leon became so strong. And Gilbert thinks that that is incredible, because he knows how brilliant his lord is, but still he did not expect Leon to keep up with him. And so the boy continues throwing the whip at the protagonist, and he realizes that it is a double feint, but still he forces his vision even more and says that he read the picture, manages to counterattack that attack directly, and he receives a cut in the middle of the chest, but manages to tear off part of Leon's hair. And after that, Leon himself is in disbelief, noticing that he now is part of Elmo's bangs, and so he takes it more seriously and says that he is wondering why the other attacks that came after the first were not as powerful. But he realizes that the boy wanted to turn Alice into a battle of stamina from the beginning, and so Leon still has plenty of stamina and wonders if he's fallen for it. Then the two stand face to face while maintaining good distance, and the protagonist remembers to get close to the enemy to drain their stamina, and then they will slowly turn yellow in their favor. And it is a prolonging tactic that does not allow them to make even the smallest mistakes. It is a strategy that certainly has nothing fanciful about it. And Leon, looking at the protagonist, thinks he can feel his desire to win no matter what it is. And it seems he needs to break this desire first, because if he cannot do this, then he will never submit to him. And he takes this even more seriously, becoming more and more focused. And Gilbert notices that he wants to use the quick steps, and he is using an arcane technique of the imperial family there. And the protagonist feels this pressure, realizing that this is a technique that uses muscles and blood flow. And as he prepares, the boy remembers that all of this is to allow the user to use a force beyond their limits. And even though it's not complete since he's not using aura. Leon thinks that even half of his power would be enough, and Leon, seeing that, gets very nervous because he had to use his vision to the maximum, and so he tries to get out of the way while Leon runs past him with everything. Then he thinks he was very superficial, wondering if he dodged that, but blood falls on the ground and he notices that those are the fast steps, realizing how lethal this is, and he wonders if that brat really isn't using aura, but the Phantom says that he really didn't use it, and the protagonist feels really scared and complaining seriously. He says that the human body is stronger and faster than he imagines, and even though there are body strengthening techniques that focus on speed like fast steps, there are also techniques that increase strength and endurance, so he shouldn't try to play what can be done with his own common sense. While he is distracted talking to the Phantom, he is almost hit by the boy. Then Leon asks if he dares to get distracted, asking if he's that calm, but he says he feels the same because Leon is only using arcane swordsmanship now, and he thinks calm down the ship Myoma because he's been at his limit for a long time and thinks he lost the flow because of Elcid's sudden interruption, and he remembers the Phantom telling him not to try to play what can be done with his common sense, but he thinks that Elcid didn't interrupt him and says that only about 5 to 6 steps until he's out of the ring, and he's been pushing him until now, but still he concentrates. And Gilbert notices that the atmosphere around Leon has changed, but he thinks with his that there shouldn't be a way to advance against the quick steps of Leon's level. Then the boy starts to think that he thought he only had one chance to win, and that was by withstanding the attacks, and in order to protect the small advantage he had in stamina, he waited for Leon to become exhausted through the quick steps, and the worst solution he could is available is acceleration, a technique he can't control. But he thinks that this is no fun, and so he assumes another sword stance in front of Leon, and thinks that the only thing he needs to rely on is the strength he has been accumulating, and Leon himself thinks that this is the first time that the other Leon has looked so big, and he says that he is right, and this is who he is, and he will make him become his subordinate, no matter what. He starts activating the quick steps, but Gilbert gets worried, because using the quick steps consecutively without aura would make him go beyond his limits, and so the ghost gets very excited. He thinks that if he is a real hero, then this amount is nothing, but Leon thinks that Leon does not know the decisive difference between them, for he was born with an innate talent, and he, who wields his sword every single day, has something different in the to go at each other. But it turns out that one sword ends up broken, and the broken sword is Leon's, who is surprised by the outcome of this battle, looking at it in amazement, asking how this happened, and the ghost says that his hard work was rewarded, and the boy agrees with this, and says that what decided this duel was the tip he took from Elmont's rising blow when he did that spin with his sword. He says that it is an unconventional sword technique that disturbs the timing of his upper limbs, and he says that more important than that is the different number of swords they break, and because he is so talented, his physical body can surpass its limits, but he will not be able to reach him who knows the limits of a sword. But he thinks that if he were using a real sword, the result could have been different, and with that he goes to Liam, declaring that he won with a smile on his face, and Gilbert says that he confirmed it, saying that the victory is his. But the ghost remembers something, because if Liam had lost, he would have become Liam's subordinate. But he asks what the boy asked for if he won, and he remembers Liam's promise, saying that he will grant him whatever he wants as long as it doesn't affect his family or his reputation, and he says that things like teaching cane fencing, or training, or making elixirs are all possible. He thinks now that he really doesn't have something he needs, and Liam says that he lost after all, and since this fight was with something he decided and agreed to, he will have to accept the consequences, and says that a promise is a debt, asking what he wants, and he says that he will say later, and Liam is surprised. Then the protagonist says that he has nothing in mind for now, and he says that he will say as soon as he thinks of something, asking if Liam is okay, and they are both very surprised by the boy's decision, and Liam can only agree, and some time later, he says that he managed to finish the fight without using acceleration, but it seems that he tried too hard, since his opponent was Liam. But then, someone uses healing on him, and it's Chloe, who is healing the boy without even saying anything, and he says he feels lighter, and is happy that the one healing him is a rank for healing mage, and he also thanks Chloe for being the observer. But the girl gets a little sad, saying she can't understand either him or Liam, and asks what the problem would be if he lost. But she says he got much stronger and intends to leave the academy, and then he asks how she knew, and she says he knows it like the back of his hand, and he's very stupid, and the boy is happy about that, and says he thought she would stop him, but she says she can't believe he dared say that when he wasn't even planning to listen to her, and says he's always been like that, and always challenged the limits that people thought were possible to break, and he ended up succeeding, although it took him a little longer this time, and he thinks he was pretty fast considering the difficulty. But she says that he took a long time, and so they just start laughing, and the protagonist says he's fine, sending her and beating Leon for him. Then she asks if it's not to heal him, but Leon says that that brat may not express it, but he's probably very depressed and shocked, and an attack from his girlfriend that he hears would make this defeat a nourishment for his future growth, and says he will leave Leah in your hands. Okay, the protagonist has matured. The guy has accepted. He has accepted defeat. He knows there's no way he'll beat the blonde guy. Yeah, man, F in the chat. Guys, F in the chat. And the girl, looking at him from behind, shouts to Leon, asking what he will do after leaving the academy, and he says that it is still a secret for now. And so, she stays behind, praying for him. And the Phantom is surprised, because he never thought he would see a magician who does not believe in gods, praying for someone, and he says that she is truly a good person. So there are more questions left, and he is already finished with everything, and he says yes, because the Asia he longed for had become a special person. But in this, he questions about a special person, and the boy says that, desperately, he gave his best in everything he did, and wanted to become a person who would not lose to either of them, and he was not able to overcome barriers like social status or talent, right in the end, and he thinks he lost his way in front of these two special people because he felt he was not good enough. But finding Alcide and going through everything he went through ended up freeing him from his inferiority complex engraved in the depths of his heart, and he allowed him to escape the shadow of those two, and he says that now he has become a hero. After all, who in that world would be more special than him? And the Phantom is surprised, because that is a very materialistic person. And the boy asks if he was a little disappointed, but he says of course not, asking what is wrong with wanting riches and honors, because what is also wrong with wanting to be famous? Because ambitions are a central part of human life, and having dreams takes them forward, unless one goes down the wrong path. Because ambitions are what makes humans human, and that is why he chose. Because the person who should become a hero was not him, but the other guy, Liam. So Liam is surprised, and the Phantom reveals that he is the legitimate son of the Imperial Clyde family, the sword that will build the corrupted empire once again. And his full name is Liam Callum Gladius von Clyde, and he was designated as the hero 150 years ago. And so the boy is surprised that he is the perfect protagonist, because based on what Elcid said, he is not the Liam who should be the protagonist, but he remembered that Elcid said that this was a fight that was also a test for him, and he says that he did well, saying that there is no rule that says that a hero must be someone chosen by prophets or oracle. That being the precursor of someone's future with his own strength and willpower is also something that a hero does, and Liam is wrong about that part, and so Liam gives a smile. And the ghost asks if he is feeling guilty for having stolen his opportunity or something, but he says that of course not, because it is not like he lacked anything compared to himself, and asks why Elcid had blamed someone who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and that's impossible, and the ghost is surprised by this. And Liam says that it's his fault for losing to someone like himself, and he has nothing, despite having everything he needs, and the ghost is even more surprised. Besides that, Liam says that he was the one he chose, the soul of the great hero Roderick, and the sacred sword Elcid chose him, and if that's the case, he's just living up to expectations, and the ghost likes this answer. And so the next day, he asked to leave the academy, and his instructor, who was very sad that he was leaving the academy to become an adventurer, said he would write a letter of recommendation for him, instead of giving him a graduation certificate. And it was a bonus that the fight between him and the Elmont Pan line has inspired both the commoners and nobles to work in gold, and he brought a wind of change to everyone at the academy and got them to train more in gold. And now with that, he probably doesn't need to go back there anymore, and he calls the ghost so he can set off for the free city, Blaine, where the adventurers gather. And in another corner, the protagonist continues with the sword, and he is currently running through the middle of the forest, and says that he is finally away from that maddening forest. Then he notices that he can see Blaine there, and finally he will be able to sleep in a bed after having left the academy for 15 days. And so, the ghost asked about him calling the forest maddening, saying that he should be grateful, and that this place became a test for him to train. But he says he is so grateful that he is almost crying, since they are going to leave it. And he says that 15 days ago, he and Elcid entered that forest on their way to Blaine, and he camped in a forest for the first time, and the goblins attacked him with some frequency, and in those not very favorable conditions, and Elcid allowed him to use the sacred sword instead of a wooden sword, which he had prepared before leaving the academy, and thus, he managed to kill some good goblins. And he says that he used the 15 days he had in the forest and got used to wielding the sacred sword and training with it. But in doing so, the ghost says that it took him a week longer than expected. But the boy thanks him for the training, because those goblins were giving him trouble from the beginning. And he says that he managed to cut 7 goblins in less than 10 seconds, and says that even if he was able to do that, it was all because of the footwork training he gave him. So the boy thinks that he has definitely become much stronger than when he entered the forest, and if it were for what he wants, he would like to finish off all the monsters the next day. And so, the ghost notices that he is quite excited, saying that he should still save this for when the time is right, because he still has a jar under construction, and becoming stronger, finishing off the monster will fill that jar. And no matter how much he tries to fill a jar that is not finished, it will end up resulting in a leak, and his effort will be wasted, and so, the protagonist thinks that he will keeping this in mind, and a while later, he continues through the forest until he reaches the city, goes to introduce himself to the guards, and finally manages to get in, and is happy that he managed to pass through the gate safely, because the public trusts the Academy's student ID quite a lot, and then, the ghost talks to him, saying that this city is a village of bandits, and upon hearing that, the boy shouts about it being a village of bandits, leaving some people around quite confused, and the ghost says that since 300 years ago, there have been several cities like this. Everyone around starts to look at him, and the ghost says that it is not small, but it is not exactly big either. Compared to the size of the city, it is quite disorganized, and the security there is also not the best, and the boy realizes that he is still quite inexperienced. But the ghost asks where he wants to go, questioning if it will be in. But he says no, saying that he'll go to the guild first. And he says that it would be better for him to register as soon as possible, while they're not in a rush. And the ghost remembers that he had said he wanted to become the adventurer. And he says that the mercenary would also work, but in that, he starts thinking about several other classes, but says that compared to the adventurer, it doesn't seem like would have a lot of freedom. He doesn't want to get involved in power issues among the nobles, but more importantly, he wants to use the privileges of a hero, and believes that adventurers who take requests to finish off monsters would be better. However, the ghost says that it will still take a long time for his seal to be released, and the boy thinks that besides training in the forest, he was able to learn a lot about Sid, and also why he descended a year earlier than the oracle declared, and says that most of Sid's authority with a holy sword is sealed, and normally, the owner of a holy sword recovers so quickly, almost as if he were immortal, and would experience an immense strengthening, and would begin to be able to deal fatal damage from existing demons, and as a bonus, would also be able to become stronger by multiplying the aura and holy energy. And he thinks that for someone like him who lacks aura, to be able to use the holy sword to its full power, he needs to first become stronger. And so he arrives at the guild, and registers as an adventurer. Then, the attendant says that she confirmed his enrollment in the academy, as well as Helmet's letter of recommendation, and says that if he registers as an adventurer, he will start at rank D. Then, he asks if her name is Rise, speaking about this D rank she's talking about. He doesn't really know, and she says it's a rank in which he can take on real jobs, not just random tasks, and based on the recommendation letter, he should be able to rise to C rank quickly if he shows good results. Besides, he'll need to be at B rank to show he can use an aura weapon, and it will probably take a while to reach the core of the guild's forces at A or S rank. So he thinks. He can't believe the aura weapon is a rank requirement, and beyond the level of just circulating aura, the aura weapon is a level where someone can control the aura outside their body, transforming it into a sword that can break stone, and even cut through steel, and it's the real beginning of a superhuman, and for him it's impressive to think that reaching this level would only allow him to reach B rank. He wonders how strong an A rank or an S rank would be. Then, the ghost begins to say that this is a more interesting organization than he thought it would be, as it seems there are many humanoid races around. There, then, the protagonist observes everyone who is there looking, being some elves, some people with fur, and some people even with tails, and observing those types there. The ghost thinks that there are werewolves, elves, and even Rye elves. He can't believe that they are working with races that were busy fighting 300 years ago, and the person who created that organization must be very good. Then, Rise looks at him asking, what was it? He says it was nothing, and so she says that they finish their registration, and if he officially wants to be an adventurer, he'll need to complete a quest without any kind of reward. So the boy already notes that he'll have to do the work for free, and she says that's right, because he needs to be recognized by the guild to become an adventurer, and of course, he needs to pay a price to receive this recognition. And the ghost says that the world is not always an easy place, and he shuts up and agrees to do that. And already outside, in the city sewers, the boy is killing a bunch of ratmen there, and says that it's the first time he's seen rats fighting with a sword. And the ghost says that his sword techniques are strictly for hand-to-hand battles, and to get past those guys, he will have to keep cutting, and there is no better training than cutting down all kinds of enemies, whether land or flying beast. However, the boy says he doesn't think a sacred sword should give that kind of advice, but he thinks there's no way around it, since the mission he took on was to clean the sewers. And the boy is very tense about that, and goes through the middle of all those rats, killing them quite calmly. However, he feels something talking to Sid, telling him to look at that guy at the back of the Linhada, asking why he has a horn even though he's a ratsman. And he says it's an evolved species, and the boy is in doubt about about it, and the ghost says they are species that have lived for a long time as monsters, or have obtained some kind of special power to absorb tons of resources, and they are like the hobgoblins, and he asks what he needs to be careful of. Then he says that the horn is proof that he has a special ability, and the bigger it is, and the more horns it has, the more dangerous the ability is. And that rat actually gathers some energy at the point of the horn, preparing to launch that. And the boy asks if he can know what kind of ability it is. And the ghost says that it would be good for him to experience it for himself for the first time, because unfortunately, this ability of his companion is useless, so he questions what he is talking about. And the ghost says that it is a curse-type ability like voodoo, and the protagonist, who is holding a sacred sword with a sacred weapon, is surprised by that ability, and the rat launches the curse of the plague towards him. However, that curse hits the sacred sword and does not work since on the surprised rat, and Leon says that he found the wrong opponent, told him to hand over his horn and go after that, and in the afternoon, he returns to the guild with a huge bag of tails and those things, and Rise is surprised by him, asking if all those are hatchman tails, and he has 23 kilos of them, so they say that in a simple calculation, this means that he hunted a total of 230 hatchmen, so he says that he has that too for horns, and says that how hunted the 200 ended up appearing 3 or 4 hatchmans with horns. He asks if he can sell that too, and Rise is surprised and agrees with him and says that it gives a total of 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. He says that it is much more than he imagined, and she says that hatchman horns are quite expensive to tell the truth. Well, they also have a high demand, and he was the first to get all that right on the first mission, saying that she is really impressed with the boy, and he thinks if that is it. And she says that she would be very surprised if he simply hunted a hatchman, but to imagine that he hunted for high ones, he must be really good with the aura, even being so young, and he is incredible. But the boy starts to sound cold with her words, and she continues congratulating him, saying that from that moment on he will be registered as an official rank D adventurer in the guild, and says that the silo on that copper emblem symbolizes the free city of Blaine, and he asks if he can use it anywhere, and she says yes, but adventurers of rank B or lower will only have secondary priorities when choosing jobs in other fields. He is surprised by what she is saying, and she says that it is a measure to prevent people from accepting only and looking back. He sees several adventurers very sad with what is on the wall, and he thinks that this one is proof that he is no longer a student of the academy, but an adventurer, and she tells him that if there is any request he would like to fulfill, he must warn you, and even if he doesn't having a lot of authority, she might be able to help him to some extent. So he thinks that in this case there's a yes. And from outside, the ghost starts laughing, saying that the receptionist seems to have mistaken him for a holy knight, and he asks why. And the ghost says that he took the mission that doesn't pay well and is difficult, and as they say, the holy knights of the past kept their identity secret before being officially named, and went on a journey to help others. But he thinks that since the hero is also a type of holy knight, she's not entirely wrong, and he asks if she really is. And the ghost says that she'll probably faint in the future if she finds out the truth, and he says that he can't just tell her the truth, but he asks who would say anything, because a receptionist in charge of the hero, she could become a legend of adventurers in a few decades, and could probably enjoy life just by writing and selling autobiographies, and the protagonist thinks to himself that she was the one who concluded things. He didn't lie to her or anything like that. Now, what he's thinking about is not so different from a journey to help others, because in addition to his training, he would be helping someone because of it, and he says that since he's going to be living in Balaram for a while, this is infinitely better than living under suspicion, and he's thinking of leaving only after reaching rank B, and the ghost is surprised by his words, and he asks how long it would take to get there. But the ghost says that 100 days is more than enough, and the boy almost doesn't believe it. And the ghost says that he would take it easy for about 6 months as long as she teaches, but that won't work, because even if it's part of the training, he can't believe that his successor is cleaning sewers to rank up, and that's a real disgrace. But the boy asks what kind of reasoning the sword is having, and the one-eyed man says that he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible and defeat at least one dragon. But Leon asks him if the difference in difficulty of the monsters hasn't jumped too much, because he went from a rat to an SS level dragon. Then the sword says that now that he has learned the basics of vision and footwork, he will learn something else, and will increase his proficiency through more real fights. And one of the privileges of a hero is that he can absorb the power of the monster he defeats and basically accumulates them. So he ended up leveling up without even realizing it by killing those rats. And he wonders if this is the relationship between monsters and aura that Elsa told him. Then he says that before he knew that lick styles and training methods of a renowned family were really effective in aura training, but the ghost says that honestly anyone could absorb the power of of a monster and converted into aura. But the nobles and royalists in the past sealed this truth so that only they would know how to do it. And the boy notices that now that the main people who sealed the truth have died, only Elsa knows the truth, and because he found out about it, he became the most capable of subduing monsters, and he thinks of a ranking of great demons, which would be 1,000 rats much smaller than a dragon, and the ghost says that not even close to 1,000 would be enough. And once he becomes more familiar with the process, he will be able to hunt stronger monsters, and eventually go after dragons. But in this, he notices that the ghost wasn't joking when he said that, and he says that of course not, because the holy sword is not a cleaning tool, and he asks if it makes sense to use it to purify the air and clean things. And Leon remembers that he asked Elsa purify him when he came out of the sewers, and he realized did this to leave the boy clean, and says that apparently he was brooding over it, but he questions why he is insisting that he hunt dragons. And Elsa says that it is because they need to go to the Titan mountain range in the future, and the boy is even more surprised because this is an area of dragons that he would not dare to go, as it is a land ruled by the laws of giant kings, and he asked why he would go to the demon realm in the past, where countless kingdoms failed to conquer. Then he says that he will definitely be able to help him because his body was left in the area. He lost his memories, so he does not know much, and they will make it their goal to reach these lands in 6 months. He asks what the boy tells him, and the protagonist realizes that he wants to go to this place to look for something. He has no idea what it is, but the ghost says that he will be fine because it is not as if he will play around until he gets there. He just needs to be able to protect his own body and trust the rest in him, for he is the holy sword, and Leon agrees with this because even so far, nothing he trusted has gone wrong. And the ghost says that then they will begin the infernal training now, and the boy does not like the infernal part in that sentence at all. And sometime later in the guild, everyone starts to tease the protagonist, asking if he is going to subjugate the Ratman again, and they start gossiping that he has been stacking a mountain of Ratman cups every day. And the protagonist says that maybe it is because he became a famous Ratman hunter. If the nickname in the guild ended up becoming Cat, and he goes back there to deliver more tales, and Rice starts to get sad with him, noticing that the amount is smaller than usual, and he says that it is, having not encountered many Ratmen, and the ones that attacked him were very few too, and he thinks that they are starting to get scared of him. Then the girl says that even though the Ratmen seem stupid, they have some intelligence, and he says that that's why I'd like her to check out other missions. She gets all excited, saying she knew this day would come, so she handpicked for missions. The boy starts analyzing all the missions with the sword. He notices one, because looking closer, the mission documents look quite old. The ghost says that this shows how unpopular those missions are, and also means it's never been renewed. The protagonist says he'll take one of them, and it turns out to be the rock slime hunt. He comments that their habitat is found inside the earth near the wall because they eat rocks. Also, if they let them live there, the walls won't last long. He realizes the mission is from Blaine's defense captain, so he thinks there's no chance he'd take advantage of him. But upon arriving at the location, he talks to the guard about the subjugation mission, but he says he didn't even ask for that, and the boy asks how that can be, because that one there is an official mission document from the guild, and he thinks there must be some mistake. But then another guy comes asking if he is the cat guy, the adventurer who cleaned up those rats from the sewer, and so the boy agrees that he is, and that guy starts laughing, saying that he is amazing and they need more adventurers like him, then says that they can't believe those guys who only take easy jobs and want to call themselves adventurers, and they are ridiculous. Then he asks if the boy doesn't agree, and after agreeing, he is at the bottom of a sewer, and says that depending on how good he is, he can give him more rewards, telling the boy to work hard. And Leon thinks he made it seem like it was something difficult to deal with, but the sword asks if it wasn't good of him to say he would give him more rewards. And Leon says that even though it's not as dirty as the sewers, it's very damp, and the floor is slippery, and if he uses techniques like footwork there, it will be difficult to stay on his feet. And the ghost says that in other words, it's the perfect place for footwork training. But the boy tells him to wait a second while there's something. He notices that there are 3 of them, but the sword tells him to use his vision, saying that if they were like ordinary slimes, the adventurers wouldn't avoid them. So he thinks it's true, and when he uses his vision, he is almost hit by a rock right in the eye, and notices that it came flying out of nowhere, asking where that came from. And so, the ghost tells him to look forward, with the slime already almost attacking him, and the boy uses his sword, but the slime returns his blow, and the boy finally realizes that this is why they are called rock slimes, and the sword is the core, and if he destroys the core in the center, then he will be able to destroy the entire slime, no matter what kind of skill he has. However, he thinks that there are countless rock fragments in the slime, and they are like several layers of armor protecting the core, and for a monster, it was certainly well thought out. And the ghost says that it is no wonder that the adventurers really wanted to avoid them, because blunt weapons would work well penetrating a slime's defense, while swords and bows would easily cut or pierce it. However, he uses the rock fragments to compensate for his weaknesses, and there are a lot that have become difficult to deal with using weapons. And so, they start throwing rocks at the protagonist, as if they were those Plants vs. Zombies. And so, with that bunch of rocks coming towards him, the boy is left with nothing to do besides defending himself with the sword, and the slimes keep putting pressure on him, and the boy is becoming completely weakened, already shaking a lot with the amount of stones he took. Then the ghost says that he knows he can't dodge all the attacks. So he's aiming, and he asks Leon what his analysis of that attack from just now is with a vision. And he says that they fire rock fragments more than 5 meters away, and he says he would make an exit, and then he would have a little time before firing the rocks again. And he thinks that if he shortens the distance between the two of them at that moment, then he could get 1 or 2 attacks. And the problem would be that he can't get past the slime's defense, and he needs to find a way to avoid the fragments and cut the core, but he thinks that's not it, wondering if he really needs to cut it. And the ghost is surprised by the boy's thinking, and Leon says that using the vision, he could look for the moment when the rock fragments are dispersed in his body, and then use the holy sword to pierce the empty space. But he thinks that the problem would be that the rock fragments are in constant movement, so it won't be easy to find that space. But he can imagine himself doing it and smile, thinking that a crisis can also be an opportunity. And then the ghost says that the moment the rocky slime creates an opening to throw the rocks, he says that its mucus flow should also stop for a moment. And based on its ability, there is no other way for him to destroy the core with precision. And so, he realizes that the ghost thought so far when he chose the stone slime. And the ghost says that, of course, and the boy agrees with him, saying that he will give it a chance, going after everyone. And he uses the vision in both eyes to the maximum and manages to break one of the slimes at the right moment. And he thinks that if the team loses, even for an instant, he will be the one who will be hit, and he manages to finish another at the right moment. And the ghost says that they already detect what is around them through vibration, so he needs to reduce the amount of pressure he puts on the surface as much as possible to move, and says that this is definitely possible with his footwork technique. Then he is shot, but dodges everything he can, and he starts to imagine that he can do it, because as I said, it is possible to use footwork techniques there. But while he does this, the boy ends up slipping very narrowly, almost shot by all those rocks. But he uses the acceleration to turn around quickly and take another path, going straight to that slime, completely breaking its core. And the ghost comes up behind him, saying that he doubts he did it consciously, but well, in the end it worked. Then the boy asks what he's talking about. All of a sudden, in the seed disco he just did was level 2 of the footwork technique, and the boy is surprised. And the ghost talks about finding a balance on flat ground and reducing both vibration and noise, which are the basics of level 2, and says that if there are other things on the ground, he should also know how to use them, and whether it's a frozen ground or a boiling ground, and being able to use an environment as part of his power is the main point of the footwork technique, and says that this is becoming adaptable enough to transform a disadvantageous environment into one that is convenient for him. And even if it was by luck, he changed to a position where he opened his legs to lower the centers of gravity, and in doing so, he abandoned his standing position and was able to flexibly change in any direction he wanted to go. And if his environment changes, then his posture must also change. And until now, the posture and movements he was using were only suitable for flat terrain in a place with a low ceiling and wet ground. So he needs to move appropriately for that place, and the boy notes that a lower posture definitely allows him to move more comfortably. And the ghost asks if he doesn't think his training is progressing better, because he is experiencing all of this personally. So the boy calls him a demon sword for doing this to him, and the ghost asks which one it was. And then the boy notes that this is only level 2, and he can't believe that this is the standard for beginners. But the ghost thinks of something, remembering just now that he shouldn't dodge attacks, even though he's gotten a little more used to the footwork technique. Then the boy asked what he means, and he says that he won't die just because he was hit by some pebbles, and it's better to practice the way he gets hit, taking less damage, so he can then use that in a real fight. And he says that he'll need to use his body to take the damage he was trying his best to block, but couldn't. And also he shouldn't use only impulses, and if he finds the perfect timing, he'll be able to cut them, and he can't use impulses if there are 2 or less of him. So he sends the feather to ask him to die, calling the seed a demonic sword again, and the sword says that all of this is for his own good. And if he gets used to fighting comfortably, it will be more difficult for him in the future. But the boy says that he is not even comfortable yet, asking why he is already asking him to do all this. But the sword says that he is already comfortable by his standards, asking if he got it, saying that in his time everything was different. And now outside, while the boy is scolding them inside, the captain says it's the 3rd week now, asking what time he entered that day, and they say it was before 10 a.m. and before the second change, and they notice that he's really working hard at such a young age. And at first, it seemed like he wouldn't wouldn't be able to defeat so many rock slimes, but nowadays, he goes up with full bags, and the reward for subduing the rock slimes isn't that great either. But then, they say he's leaving, and the boy comes out with two full bags, and they're quite surprised, and he says that that's the last day. And he cleared the areas near the wall, and says that since rock slimes reproduce much slower than ramen, so they won't need to make any subjugation request anytime soon. And those are the last fragments of the rock slimes, asking him to help notify the Adventurers Guild that the mission is complete. And so he leaves it behind, leaving everything surprise world. And the protagonist says that with this he is ready, and the sword says, yes, because using the power they accumulated in the subjugation of the stone slimes, he will need to take his first step and learn about aura. And so in his dorm, the Phantom says that it was much faster than he expected, because first he expected that he would absorb a decent amount of power, since rocky slimes are mana-based organisms, and thinks it's funny that no one accepted that mission for so long, because it was great for them. And now they are a month ahead of their schedules, and says that in this case he reached the minimum power required to start working with aura, and tells Leon that he is quite late to start learning aura compared to the others, asking if the boy is ready, and he confirms it with a determined look, saying that of course the descendants of renowned families like Leon would receive the baptism, where their circulatory systems would open the moment they were born, and they would establish the foundation of their mana with elixir. And the reason why social status also alters the difference in skill is that developing aura without a baptism was nearly impossible for the him of the past. Then the Phantom says one more thing, because if someone who uses the baptism unclog a circulatory system that has been blocked with impurities, he is able to not withstand the blow and end up dying. But he says that he has been absorbing mana all this time, and more importantly, he has the Holy Sword, and the power of the Holy Sword will protect his circulatory system and heal his injuries at the same time. But still, he will need to endure excruciating pain, saying that if he loses consciousness, the baptism will be a failure, saying that whether he succeeds or not will depend on his inner power. And the boy is tense about this, but accepts. Then the sacred sword begins to perform a ritual, summoning several swords of light around the boy. And so, looking at that, he is surprised by those swords of light, but the swords themselves are stuck in him, and the first one enters his spine, being stuck in the boy, who begins to scream with the pain of that. And that sword stuck there, he starts releasing the electricity that passes through your entire body, and the other swords are also thrust into the boy's body, who begins to cough up blood from the pain. And the ghost is surprised to think he could withstand 10 swords, so he is left all stabbed and bloody on top of his own bed and almost faints. And the ghost thinks that while it is time for Leonho to wake up, he looks back and says that it seems that the presence of people who were hiding in the city has become much clearer. And so, when the boy wakes up, he is surprised that that is the time, and says that he can feel the flow circulating outside his body. A refined power is circulating in his heart, and says that it seems that he received another bag, which contains power different from his physical abilities, and he feels as if he could do anything at that moment. But the ghost says that he is mistaken, completely breaking the boy's joy. Meanwhile, the former hero thinks that he is truly incredible, because even if he considers an awakening based on inner strength, he still exceeded his expectations. But in this, they ask why he looks so sad, because he was told that the hero's training is something that would be in charge. And in the end, everything worked out well, and the stronger the hero is, the better for him. But the problem is how he does both, and even used a shortcut for him to put in the Holy Sword. And he says that he is the Holy King Roderick, and Leon is his successor. So he asks how about he keep the rest of his opinions to himself, and make sure to observe everything that is happening from heaven. Besides that, the ghost says something else, that he thought he could handle at most 5 swords, and only use the baptism to unclog the large vein, and if he wants to use the time properly, he will also have to train his small vein. I confess that when the old hero appears to be able to say something, I don't understand a damn thing. It should be shown later, however. Come on, let's move on. Let's leave it there. Keep moving. Keep understanding. At most there is a balloon with an eye, talking to a schizophrenic boy, and he says that he is just a child who is overflowing with a little power, and still has a long way to go. And Leon says he knows this, but still, he says that while there is no change in these physical abilities, he can feel the energy that is flowing through his body, and it seems like he has nerves outside his body now. So he says that this is the aura sense, saying that if he focuses and uses this flow, he will be able to analyze his surroundings. And the boy's eyes shine, thinking that this sounds cool. So the ghost says he knows that now, but first he needs to explain this aura to him, and asks if he knows that aura also contains attributes, and says that there are 5 common attributes that are normally seen in humans, which would be wood, fire, water, iron, and metal. And the attribute he has is not in one of these 5, and he's a little surprised, because he got the same aura as his. And the boy asked about his aura, and the ghost says it's the aura of the sun attribute, which has the attribute of light and heat, the high-class attribute that represents splendor. And both the boy boy and I are surprised. Yeah, that Naruto talk. Oh, you have to try hard, effort beats talent. But in the end, there was a 9-tailed fox on his ass. You have to see, and the boy is all happy about it, saying that he has the same attribute as the legendary hero, and the sword. Says that they should summarize before getting to the main topic, and then shows him the title, level, and skills that the boy has now. And he notices that he is very different from before, and not only that, but he just learned the aura and is already at level 3. So the ghost says that he got it even before learning to use the aura, and can even use the aura sense now. And what he is saying is that he is well above level 1 and 2, and says that his martial body also increased to level 2 after his meridians were open, and now he would like to teach him some of the swordsmanship that he lacks. And the boy is very happy about this, because he will finally learn the swordsmanship of the great hero, asking if they can start immediately. And in that, he notices that the boy is really excited and says that it is 100 times better than having no motivation, but he thinks there is something he needs to know, and that city is where his enemies live. And the boy is surprised about this, so he says that somewhere in that city he can feel their presence. The hero's archenemies, the traitors who are trying to fulfill a purpose by handing over that world to beings from another world, insects that are always writhing in the shadow of the hero in their respective era. So the boy asks what their name is, but the ghost doesn't like the fact that they have a name, saying that it's not wasted on those pieces of shit. So he says that if he needs a name to call them, he can call them Malice, an evil group. And the boy already gets irritated with the hero's enemies, and the ghost says that there's no way he can face them now. But Leon then says that he just needs to get stronger and he'll be able to fight. And he says that he's already decided to become a hero. And Elsa looks at him saying that they'll probably stay quiet for now, but it's not like he has all the time in the world, and they'll probably move in 2 months at most. And going up to play monster is nothing more than preparation to become stronger. However, Malice is an enemy that the hero can't avoid, and from now on he's interested in throwing himself into the mud, restricting him with blood and animosity. And sometime after the guild, Ryzen says that the guards told her, but she says she was worried since he didn't show up for days straight, and the boy asked if he kept her waiting. Then she notices there's something different about him, and he says he kind of had an enlightenment while he was going up to play the monsters. Look, protagonist, maybe you haven't caught it yet, but look, she's hitting on you. And she gets all excited saying she already knew, saying it seems like she has another reason to congratulate you. And the boy doesn't quite understand, asking if she said about another one, and she says yes, congratulating him on being promoted to rank C, handing him another plaque. He notes that he usually needs a separate evaluation for the promotion, and she says that he usually does, but his subjugation of the Ratman and the Rock Slime received very high evaluations, so was omitted thanks to the appreciation letters from the Lord and the Guard Captain, and he is surprised, as he was promoted after completing only to request. And the ghost says that the boy did not do badly at all, because if he can get more requests thanks to the promotion, it will be easier to look for Malice. So he asks if he can start accepting rank C request, and she says yes, saying that he can start right now, and thinks that he is already looking for request right after being promoted, thinking that holy knights really are on another level. And the ghost says that is what she is probably thinking, and thinks that holy power is quite similar to the hour of the sun after all. And he says that there are some that seem good for training, but he doesn't see any related to Malice. So he asks if he should just focus on training until he finds some clue. But the protagonist is actually talking to himself in front of the girl, who doesn't understand anything. And she asks if he wants to show her some request from a different category, because she thinks that only taking rejected request is a bit too much. And he says that it's nothing like that. Then asks if she can show him request related to the favelas, or request with places with a bad reputation. And the girl is quite surprised that he wants to go to the favelas. And he thinks that the favelas are usually the place where the poor gather, but the favelas of Blean are a little different. Thieves, informants, convicts, fugitives, and smugglers, murderers, and people like that. It's a zone where people who broke the laws of various countries occupy. And if it's in a lawless zone formed on a large scale and with the characteristics of a free city, then there must be someone from Malice. But the girl says that there are no requests related to the favelas, since this is a job for mercenaries, not adventurers, and that the protagonist is surprised, as adventurers don't get involved in human disputes. And he says that disturbances that occur in the slums are mostly disputes between people, but he thinks he can't become a mercenary full of restrictions after coming this far, and if he starts investigating the slums without reason, he's sure they'll start keeping an eye on him. So she asks what about a request for him, and when he picks it up, he notices it's a subjugation of ghost armor in an abandoned mansion. She says that the ornamental armors that were left behind in an abandoned mansion have become living armors, and it's become property that can't be put up for sale. Not only is the reward low, but there aren't many ranks that can destroy living armors. The protagonist thinks his holy sword shouldn't have any problems with that. The girl reinforces the request, saying that since the mansion is close to the slums, she thinks she's sure it will be helpful to go to the nearby area, and he thinks that, indeed, having an apology is crucial, and no matter how powerful the forces in the slums are, there's no chance of them picking a fight with the Adventurers Guild, having to face high-ranking adventurers if they mess with the wrong guild, as ranks above are forces controlled at a national level, and the girl smiles as she helps him, and he notices what she's doing, thanking Rise, saying that he'll definitely reward him next time, so she tells him not to worry. After all, that's his job. Besides, the girl remembers to also give him the reward for defeating the Rocky Slime, saying that the captain of the guard added a bonus, so it's actually good. When the boy gets it, he asks if he can ask, and she says he can ask. Then, he asks if she can tell him where Blaine's church is. The girl is surprised, asking about the church. He says he has business to attend to there, and she becomes a little fearful. Then, he says he knew she would react that way, because if Rise imagines that he is a holy knight, just as Elsa says, then even with holy knights and his penance, I cannot request help from the church, except if enemies of the church appear. He thinks of heretics, in other words, those who condemn the goddess, and says that, regardless of affiliation or faction, the church gathers all the power to fight them, and that is the only reason why the holy knights of the Iron Chain, known for their cruelty, are dispatched. Then, she says that it is at the end of the Prima district in the northeast, and it's the 13th building, and the boy thinks Usain Thaid is already leaving, and when he leaves, the girl is even more surprised, because a holy knight searching for the church means that the church's enemy has appeared, and she thinks that this is not something that only the guild can ignore, saying that they need to report this immediately, and leaving there. The ghost thinks that he really is cunning, because it is certainly the most effective method, considering that he will not reveal his identity, and there is no way for the guild to move due to a warning from a C-rank adventurer, who is not even a holy knight, so he says that this is not true. He did not reveal his identity, and once the report is made, the guild will make its own move, and he thinks that he could show Elsa to the church if it was really necessary, but he will leave this as his last option, because Elsa's mark has not yet been completely released, and he has to improve his skills further to proclaim himself as the owner of the holy sword before the church, but he thinks that leaving himself aside, he is after living armor, as they are monsters that consist of sets of armor moving around. But in this, the ghost says no, and says that living armor is a rare natural phenomenon, and says that sets of armor can move using the power of magic or sorcery, or even by someone imbuing power into the armor. They have no ergos, and are nothing more than pieces of metal with instructions to repel intruders left inside them. And the boy asks if then the spell and dispel of a wizard wouldn't solve everything, and he says that they weren't made using magic, so that wouldn't work, and says that the principle of dispel is similar to collapsing a building by removing its pillars, and this doesn't undo the pile itself. And the boy notes that this is why a wizard is useless in this kind of matter, but thinks that what they have to face is not a big deal, and says that these sets of armor are made of a mixture of silver-plated iron. Then the ghost asks why he thinks they haven't been completely subdued yet, if they are so easy to deal with, because they would have solved it long ago if there was been assigned a mission to disciple Leonard. And the boy realizes what he's talking about, looking closely at Myotis's writing, and notices that the armor's regeneration speed is probably abnormally fast, and halfway through destroying each part of the armor, it reassembles itself before 10 minutes, and his weapons can't last until the end, so he retreated something like that. And that's what they say, and the ghost says and understood, supposing that this is the comfort of armor, made of iron mixture, but the boy thinks differently, saying that they will find out as soon as they get there, putting his foot forward, calling him to leave. But the boy passing through the slums thinks that it is much busier than he expected, and the ghost says that it certainly is, and he talks to Acid, saying that he has felt something very uncomfortable since they entered the street, asking if someone is following him. But Acid says that he would have told him immediately if there was someone, but he thinks he only has a hunch of what it might be, and asks him what it is. So he says that it is because of his aura sense, and the sun's aura is very sensitive to more external intentions, and they're checking him, because they think he is an easy target due to his age, and their more intentions stimulate his aura. So the boy says that he feels even more uncomfortable now that he knows this, and he cannot believe that those stinging sensations come from people wanting to hurt him, but he says that he should still be cautious, because most of the other intentions are nothing more than significant, but some of them are very dangerous, and it says that regardless wherever they are, humans are required to be cautious around strangers. And he tells the boy to just show himself to them often, as he is taking care of this request for now, and so he goes ahead calling the boy, until they arrive at the place where he needs to be, and he notices that it is around there, that completely terrifying mansion. And the ghost thinks that the place would not be sold, even if there were no living armors around, and the boy agrees with him. And inside, the armors soon begin to move or realize that someone is there, and the boy opens the door, entering the place without further ado. And so the ghost says he is prepared, with Leon taking the sword and wielding it. Then he notices that it is actually quite convenient, shining and lighting his way, and he tells him to bring some candles next time, as he cannot do something like that when there are others around. And he says that next time he will. But the ghost says that in front of him, right there, is an armor, and it really goes towards him, holding a long-range weapon. And so, the monster soon becomes excited, and the boy too, noticing that it is a halberd, and it is his first time facing an opponent with one. And he realizes that it can be swung to cut, or thrust to pierce, and even hit to crush. And not only that, but it has a range of 2 meters, and the weapon alone can cover the distance, and he needs to take a step or 2 to get close. So, as the monster comes, he jumps on the boy, and Leon thinks not so much. This advantage only applies when there is someone to wield, because that monster is thrown back by the boy's power. And he says that no matter how powerful the halberd is, there is no way an empty set of 20 to 30 kilograms of armor can dominate it with that. And the boy says that this is the price you pay for measuring the distance on your own, cutting off part of its arm. And with that, he says that this is far from enough, chopping the entire monster, throwing its armor everywhere, which is side. And so, the ghost asks if he used acceleration, saying that besides the small deviations in the path of his sword because of the acceleration, it wasn't bad. And he says that he can barely use it for a few seconds, but he can use it now that he is an aura user, so he says that anyway. The report said that they can regenerate even if they are destroyed with the battle hammer. But while he waits, the monster looks quite ordinary and fallen on the ground, and asks if it didn't say abnormal regeneration, noting that this is not the case. But then the ghost says that those reports could be false, and he says that this is possible, but a false report is a class to crime in the guild. And if someone died due to the false report, the guild would put a bounty on the head of whoever reported it. And he thinks that something is irritating him with this, asking who would take such a risk to flee from a mission disciple Leonard, and says that thinking about it now, something seemed strange from the beginning, and no matter how annoying the living armors are as opponents, a well-constructed group could face them without a problem. Then the ghost says that he can't think of anything, wondering if there could be differences between one and the other, and he says that it could be, and thinks he should be a little more careful. But the ghost says that it doesn't seem to be necessary, because they came to him, and several of them walked towards the boy, and he says that he can't see them well, and the brightness can no longer be increased. And the ghost gets mad at the boy, saying he no longer knows if he's a holy sword or a torch, and increases the brightness strongly, illuminating almost the entire place, turning golden in the boy's hand. And he thinks that this is incredible because it is shining, but it is not too bright for his eyes, and it is a very comfortable light. But on the other hand, those monsters are blinded by that light and start screaming in front of the boy, and he wonders what the hell is that, what they have. And the armors, for some reason, get very angry with him, going all out on Leon, and he defends himself from each of them, and notices that those bastards are attacking together, and the attacks are even easy to read, but the movements are perfect. However, he says that it would only be a problem if they were real gentlemen, and for how long does he think those repetitive movements will work on him? But the ghost screams at Leon, and he almost gets hit, losing part of the top of his hair, falling down and jumping back. And he asks which was the precede, and he says that those things are not living armor, and he asks what they are, and he tells the boy to use his vision because his eyes will be able to see them. And he puts his vision at the maximum of 2 eyes, looking at those things, and inside them he sees a kind of incarnation, something like a ghost smiling at him, and he wonders why is smoke. Then the ghost says that this black smoke is a type of evil energy, and it will devour his vitality as soon as it touches his body. And he says that his solar class will be able to resist, but nothing good will come from touching them. And so he asks if that is why they reacted to the light of the holy sword, and the ghost says that it was more or less like that, because if they were only composed of evil energy, they would have just been purified, and living armor has no intelligence, emotion, and certainly no vocal cords, and are beings for whom the act of screaming is impossible, and there is absolutely no reason for them to tremble before the light of a holy sword, and the only things that feel the light version of purification are evil spirits, and they are phantom armors, and they are born through the inner armor of a restless skeleton, with its stupidity degenerating into hatred against the living. And the boy remembers what happened to that armor he cut, and notes that this is why the one he cut could not regenerate, and says that armors controlled by evil spirits cannot be destroyed until their hatred is exhausted, and no matter how much force is used to destroy them, they will continue to rise. and the only ways to subdue phantom armors are to expel the spirit with powerful magic, break the connection between spirit and armor using the power of the aura, or purify them with holy power. And fortunately, he possesses the holy sword, the greatest of swords. But he thinks there are a lot of them, and if they are phantom armors, then it's best for him to retreat for now and return during the day. But the one-eyed ghost says the numbers are strange, because there's no way so many of them could appear by coincidence. The boy thinks about it, and he says that the creation of phantom armors has a low success rate, and even if a good magical enchantment is used, whether artificial or coincidental, that many of them being there after countless failures would mean that hundreds or thousands of spirits float into this mansion. So, the boy thinks that's not possible, which would mean that many people are dying in the city. My friend, you're on the side of the crazy thing, from the criminal faction to everything. People like crazy, every bad element in the city. And you're surprised that so many people died there. You're kidding. And now face to face with all those monsters. The ghost speaks that the activity level of an evil spirit is not that great, and they cannot travel long distances or stay in this world for a long time, and they cannot even travel to a different district of the same city. And then the protagonist that there is no other place than the favelas, a place far from law and order, and the only place that meets the conditions is the favelas, where you can get anything you want simply by using money and violence. So he thinks he can't let this go. But as someone who doesn't yet have experience as a hero, this isn't something he can handle at the moment. He says that even his final card, to make the church move using the holy sword, is useless if he can't discover the objective and identity of the secret organization. He wants to eliminate the option of returning in the morning, going after those things. And he says that at this point, fighting the strongest opponents in a dark environment will become the basis of his growth. So he kills those armors one by one, cutting them all down and making mincemeat of all the enemies in front of him. While he's at it, the day dawns, and the ghost says that it looks like they've been kind of finished off, and protagonist stars with him after killing several armors throughout the night. He says that fighting while intentionally surrounded is not so bad either, after all, already with a dead look in his eyes, and the ghost asks if it is because of his blind spots, and the boy says it is, because his perception within his field of vision is almost invincible, but at the limit for the human field of vision. Then, no matter how much he turns his eyes, he cannot see behind his head, and it is not as if he can fight with his back to a wall all the time either. And the ghost, seeing this, realizes that the boy is right, and he says that someone third-rate is controlled by the conditions, someone second-rate adapts to the conditions, and someone first-rate uses the conditions to their advantage. And the boy, seeing this, gets nervous and thinks about what he is saying, just accepting, saying that there is something he needs to overcome if he is going toe fighting in the favelas. And the level of danger in the favelas is greater than that trap with stakes buried underground. And there are traps and paths installed with extensions, and he says he is sure that those who are used to killing and ambushing will aim at his blind spots. And if he continues to trust only his vision, he may end up falling into a trap from which he cannot escape. And a while later, there in the middle of the favela, a boy is crying in the middle of the street, and then he gets scared, seeing a man approaching, and even stops crying, dying of fear and covering his mouth. And he starts to tremble with that guy passing by him, totally evil looking, smelling like a mafioso, and everyone gets scared realizing that that is Khan. And he says that he is the boss of the most powerful damn gang in Blaine. They say they watched the 23rd and 25th districts just as they ordered, but they didn't even see the slave who entered the area to return. And the guys who are talking have a ridiculous mohawk on their heads, and he says that the people around the mansion were dangerous, so they didn't get any closer than they were. But he asks if they should try to find out more, but Khan tells him that they shouldn't do that, telling them to just watch from that distance, and says that they will only attract unnecessary attention if they get any closer than that, and asks the next ones to speak. And then they say that they inspected the water that was leaking in the 23rd and 25th districts, and among the waste, blood and human organs among other things were mixed, and there was so much that they assumed that at least 30 people died that day. So Khan asks what the magician said, and the guy says that he said there was something strange, and apparently not even the black magic ritual wastes that much. So Khan gets pissed when he hears this, ordering them to gather everything he asked them to inspect and write the report, including evidence as well, enough to make the guide or the church take an attitude. Then one of the subordinates calls his boss, saying that even if they don't know what they're doing, the commission they'll receive from the slave traders will be halved if they resolve this now. But then the guy next to him gets his face stained with blood because the other one is blown up and dies right there. And Khan says that he dies if he doesn't know when to get out, just like the one next to him, and everyone thinks this is an incredible technique because they couldn't even see. After all, it seems like he just shook his fist, and Khan says that those crazy people are different and they won't be able to use them and shouldn't even try, and forming a relationship with them in itself is already a harm to them. Regardless of whether they are fanatics of some cult or spies from another kingdom, there is absolutely no reason for them to associate with them, and it will be all over for them if the church decides to take direct action and they will chase them to the ends of the continent just because they exchanged a single gold coin with them, and that is the church's execution squad, the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, and they'll leave the subject asking if there's any other news. And the bald guy says yes, saying it's about the abandoned mansion at the entrance to that district. He heard that there's an adventurer who frequents that place often because of a request, and Khan becomes interested, and the subordinate states that he's been doing this for over a week now. He received a nickname because of the frequent subjugation of monsters like ratmen and stone slimes, and the first nickname was Cat, and these days he's being called Janitor. He believes it's because he's accepting rejected requests, and Khan thinks this kid is quite interesting because he's an adventurer who deals with requests that aren't worth shit, and says he might be able to use him. And already during the night, the protagonist is training in his room, and his window is shining like a Christmas tree, and inside he's training his sword technique until he falls to the floor exhausted in pain. Then the ghost asks how it was, and if he felt the movement of the aura flowing through his body, and he says yes, saying that it seemed very mystical, and the ghost says that a sincere man on average is better than a sloppy genius, saying he's impressed that he's keeping up with his training, and Leon says it's as if he's died and come back to life every time he gets a pass. But he doesn't feel like he's grown at all because of this overwhelming sense of relief. The ghost then says he can see for himself, showing the boy's stats, which have gone up quite a bit, and he's surprised that, apart from mastery with the intermediate sword, he asks why there's a low-level aura user and wonders if he wasn't at the initial level before. And the ghost gives that smug little smile, saying how fast his growth rate is. And it was to be expected since he's the one teaching, and he's learning things that other people spend hundreds of days wasting time trying to learn. But the boy says that the 7-star sword isn't there. So the ghost says there's no way he can say he learned fencing if he can't even understand the first technique, saying he should know it if he has a conscience in his head. And it's said that the 7-star sword, also known as Great Chariot, it is the arcane fencing invented by Roderick in his time, and they say that you can only truly call yourself a master when you can use all 7 forms of arcane fencing consecutively, and he says he wants to learn at least one of these forms before facing Amalis, and the ghost looked at him, silly with what the boy is talking about, and he says that if he unite the 7-star sword with the holy sword, he could probably gain the upper hand regardless of the opponent. So the ghost says they would die if he wasn't master ranked, and he says that's enough. And Leon says that since it's impossible for him to become strong enough to beat anyone in the slums within 2 months, he needs a trump card he can use in emergencies, and even if he knows how to manifest the aura weapon, it's meaningless if he can't use it properly. And the ghost begins to see sense in what the boy is saying, and he calls the ghost to start right now, saying he'll continue training to his limit. But the ghost says he's happy, he's full of enthusiasm. But that day's training ends there, and the boy he asks why. And the ghost says it's because they have unwanted guests down there. Then he asked about it, and the ghost says they're definitely not boarders. The protagonist asks if they came because of him, and the ghost says he doesn't sense any signs of monsters or malice, and he also doesn't sense anyone skilled among them by their appearance. They just look like troublemakers. He asks if they're from the favelas, and the ghost says they don't have a very friendly expression, but he doesn't think they're there to fight. So Leon thinks that maybe meeting them is the answer, and says they might have some clue as to how to find malice. As he goes down and meets those people, they're looking at the protagonist with a not-so-friendly face, asking if he's the janitor, and the boy says yes. Then the one who got beaten up is there, all bandaged, saying they apologize for coming without warning. The other one says they're their own superior orders, and asks the boy for understanding. Then Leon asks about these superiors, and they say yes, doing a JoJo pose, saying they are members of a gang called Bastard Yes Yes. Apparently that's the name of their gang, and both the protagonist and the ghost can't believe that shit they're seeing, and he says he heard about them while gathering information, and the gang is led by a man called Khan, the prey, the one at the top of the people dividing the favela into 3, so they say that their boss is there, looking for him, and they say they were ordered to leave him alone if he didn't want to come with them. But he suggests that he go obediently, and the protagonist just asks them to show the way, leaving them completely bewildered, because in all these years in this vital industry, this is the first time this has happened, and the protagonist thinks that he wouldn't call him that if he wanted to do something with him, and he thinks that if he mentions the name Khan the Prey, most people will get out of his way, and this is his chance to get to the bottom of the favelas, and the ghost thinks that he can know exactly what he plans to do. And the protagonist also senses this, and thinks that he probably wants to give him a job that he can. T requests from the guild, and if he intends to use you, he will also use Khan, and in that, while the Mohawk leads the way, a guy passes by him, hitting and falling to the ground, letting all the apples fall around, telling them he's sorry. That guy, who is already all hurt, gets pissed off with that worker, cursing and hitting the man, asking why he doesn't look where he's going. Leon gets angry with that person, but the ghost asks him to hold on. The protagonist questions what he's talking about. Then the ghost asks him to be more careful, controlling his emotions because his aura is leaking. He says that if he shows bloodlust like he did now in front of this Khan guy, it will lead him to not achieve anything he's planning. The boy holds back a bit, saying that he's fine now, saying that he'll be more careful. On his way to the house, he finally arrives and notices that this is the base of the bastards. Then the ghost asks if he doesn't know what cleaning means until they see a lot of blood thrown everywhere. And notice that they are very recent brands, and Leon assumes that they don't clean on purpose. And the ghost says it's a classic way of showing dominance until Khan appears behind the boy, asking if he's the one they call the janitor, and Leon gets a big scare and pulls out his sword, turns against Khan, but he defends the boy's attack quite easily and starts laughing and thinks that this is a very inappropriate nickname. And at that, Leon is surprised at how easily he stopped his attack, and Khan prepares to return the same coin, preparing a huge punch in the direction of the boy. And Leon thinks to himself that he will surely die. But with that punch coming in his direction, only the wind passes through him and Leon remains standing in the same place, and with just that pressure his nose starts to bleed, dripping everywhere. And Leon thinks he couldn't dodge because there was so much power just from the wind pressure that if he had continued his head would have been blown off. Then he asks if Khan is the one they call prey, and Khan says he has courage because he thought the boy would be just a piece of shit since he heard that he is C rank. But that is enough, and he takes the boy out of the way, saying that he is the one who chose it. Then Leon asks why he chose it, and he says that it is obviously for his request, questioning if he didn't already suspect since he went there, saying that he will give him what he wants. Then Leon asks what he wanted, then Khan says he is sorry, but says that he has already done his research on him, and in that Khan talks about him having been a student at the Royal Academy, and he was the one who was always second in the commoner class, and the man who got the ass of those immature nobles with pure effort, and says that after giving up he registered in the Adventurers Guild Blean, only took requests that were rejected, and became known for the big guns of the city. And the protagonist is surprised that Khan from the top of the slums even has informants from the alleys on his side. Then he says that he kind of understands why he left the academy, saying that he had no intention of becoming a knight, saying that he did not intend to bow down to the nobles, but the two are confused about what he is talking about. And Khan says that then he gave a hell of a beating on those nobles and became an adventurer different from those suckers who only seek profit. He returned from the scenario and landed as an adventurer who can be useful to the big guns, and that's why he managed to rise to rank C after fulfilling only to request. Then he questions if that wasn't the boy's path to get there, and he thinks that it's obvious that it wasn't, and they both think that. And Khan says that if he wanted money he wouldn't do something like that. He supposes that the boy had a single goal from the beginning, and he understood it right away, and that goal is simply fame, that which nobles cannot influence, that which increases their status regardless of their origins. Fame, and he is sure that the reason why he did not hesitate to answer his call is that, despite being in the slums full of dangers, that is why he is also there. And he says that if the boy accepts his request, his wish will come true. And so the protagonist understands, but questions what the hell is wrong with that guy, because he's understanding everything completely wrong and alone. And the ghost thinks it's a load of nonsense, but it actually makes sense because considering his past and the missions he's completed, anyone would think he's looking for fame. However, Leon notices that he's misunderstanding in a completely different way than Rise, but he says he has no reason to correct him because he could become his enemy someday, and if he's misunderstanding, he just needs to make use of it. Leon says that he'll at least listen to what Khan has to say and that he doesn't like it very much. He looks at the boy, but he really opens the alley, saying that the people of the favela are careful with outsiders, but they don't reject them. And this place works on the survival of the fittest method, and he says that many people who don't know their place come to the favelas to occupy positions of power, so he didn't even care when they started moving for months ago. That is, not until they invaded the 23rd and 25th districts and accumulated about 200 corpses in one day, and so on. Leon wonders if they are to blame for those things he saw in the castle, the suits of armor he killed, and he questions if malice is associated with the abandoned mansion or if it is those suits of armor. Then Khan says that 3 people who share the rights to the slum are the Lone Shark, people call the Golden Pig, Simon, and an unknown assassin whose face no one has ever seen, the Guardian of the Coffin, and of course, he is the one at the top. So the protagonist thinks that maybe because he met Khan first he can't create an image that matches their nickname. Khan says that the 23rd and 25th districts were Simon's territory, but with the approximately 200 casualties and the money he lent them, he is furious with the huge losses, and in the end, to neutralize them, he hired mercenaries from rank D to B, and they were all annihilated. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is filled with with fear, asking who the hell these guys are. And Khan says he doesn't know, and if they are powerful enough to massacre such a large number of mercenaries. Leon wonders if they are not a force the Empire should keep an eye on, because no matter how lionless the slums are, this crosses the line in a very exaggerated way, and if he takes into account Khan's story, the large number of ghost armors in that abandoned mansion, it makes sense. Then Khan says that those who tried to find out are all dead, except him, and thinks that the damn pig is so scared that he does nothing, and the guardian of the coffin will probably just watch the situation, and his henchmen are also avoiding a serious war, and he thinks he is sure that they would all grumble if he did not go with them, and he even understands. But basically the situation has become one of non-aggression, and Khan says that he gives an extreme disgust, but that is exactly it, and that is why he called the boy the adventurer who seeks only fame, saying that after the test before, he was sure, and his tendency to run towards danger and not move away from it. With such courage, he was sure that the boy would not refuse him, and the protagonist says that from what he told him, it doesn't seem like he wants him to act as a hitman, and asked if he wants to attract the guild youth there. And Khan opens a big smile because of the boy's intelligence, saying that he is certainly smart, and it would be great if he had him as a henchman instead of those idiots. But the protagonist apologizes, saying that he doesn't really likes gangs, and thinks that in short, he doesn't want to lose power to those dangerous bastards. To borrow external power, he's using someone who's become famous in the guild recently. He thinks malice is a much bigger problem now, but this man could become an even bigger threat someday. The protagonist agrees, but questions how he'll make the guild move. Khan tells him to take a look at those documents. When the boy reads them, he's surprised, quite surprised, noticing that the document Khan showed him was full of evidence of people in the slums being sacrificed by malice. The ghost thinks about it because there are hundreds at worst, and it could be thousands. The protagonist feels a terrible sense of nausea because since these people live in a lawless zone, there's no way to know what's really going on even if they disappear. There's no way to know if this evil act has continued to happen in Blaine. So the ghost talks to Leon, who's shaking with fear, hatred, and the boy asks Khan if he can't deliver this to the guild, and he says no, because the guild superiors are more stubborn than he thinks and says that they would never believe something coming from such a suspicious source. So the protagonist says that's why he needs him, and he says that's right, and he will turn him into enough evidence to make those guild superiors believe that those pieces of shit are real, living, breathing proof. But Leon notices that he is too brazen because it's okay for him if he makes a living report, or if he dies and becomes evidence. And it works either way, and Khan starts laughing and questions if the boy isn't. And Leon replies that he is willing, and to think that it's a shame, but it's not easy to hear information in the favela, and above all, he can save hundreds of lives by fulfilling this request. So Khan orders him to get both a dagger and a small bag, and he asks what that is. And that dagger is a dagger with his mark, and he must show that to anyone who tries to pick a fight with him, and no one will dare attack him except the guardian of the coffin. And so the protagonist says that, and he replies saying that he doesn't want to throw that thing aside, and Khan starts to curse him. And he says that he also has magic scrolls in that bag, and he should use them when he needs them, and he can also sell them if he wants. He says that he should think about it with an advance payment. And then Leon asks to ask one last thing, remembering that Khan prepared that punch and threw it towards the boy's face, stopping centimeters from him, questioning if he intended to stop that punch from the beginning. And Khan becomes completely serious, but says that of course, obviously lying. And sometime later in his room, the protagonist thinks about the expression Khan made, noticing that he is absurdly strong, and he needs to train even more and get stronger. And he talks to Sid, asking if anything caught his attention while he was reading the documents. And he says that some things did, but he needs to do more detailed research considering how malice does things if something doesn't go according to their plans. The chances of it ending in disaster are high. And Leon notices that he is saying that he needs to see it with his own eyes. And then Elsa says yes, and the protagonist says that it's easier said than done, because infiltrating an area where 500 mercenaries have been murdered is probably a permission that should be given to an assassin or a first-class guard, and he thinks he'll need a helper, someone who won't be swayed by money and to whom he can trust his rear without reservation. And so the Phantom questions if he's not setting to high demands, and the protagonist says that it's not just that, and he says it must be someone who can't tolerate malice at all. And the Phantom thinks there's only one place he can find someone who fits those conditions. And the boy agrees, saying that he thinks he said it was the 30th building in the Prima district. And so he goes there the next morning and wonders if that's the Holy Church, a pretty rundown place by the way, and he wonders why they put a branch in such a poor district. And Cid says that the church has always moved clerics to areas where marginalized individuals live, and those who are servants of money are easily tempted, and those who are slaves of ambition are easily controlled. Since clerics don't fit into any category, they need to be upright. Since they respect their own faith and the teachings of the goddess, they can't be led astray. In other words, they won't fall for mere lies. So the protagonist says he has no choice. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself as an inexperienced hero, but he thinks he'll have to tell the truth. Besides, even if he reveals his identity, since the other person is a cleric, they'll never reveal it to anyone as long as he asks them to keep it a secret. So he thinks that anyway, everyone there is sloppy clothes, just like in the slums. But their eyes are bright and without signs of great concern. They don't worry about their surroundings or try to take things from each other's pockets. He says that this is proof that they trust each other. He wonders if the filial grace of the Holy Church is right. He asks what kind of person the bishop in charge must be. When he knocks on the door, someone inside asks who the boy is. He answers that he is Leon the Adventurer and says he has something to say to the bishop. But then the aura of his body begins to manifest, reacting to the aura of the person on the other side of the door. As soon as the bishop opens the door, he introduces himself to Leon, saying that he is the one in charge of that branch, Cesare. The boy is surprised that he is an elf. Once inside, drinking tea, he says that he must be surprised that the bishop is an elf, but the boy lies, saying no. Cesare says that it is not common to see an elf in his position. The goddess loves all races equally, so he also worships her with all his being. He heard of Leon's deeds and says that he subdued the underground hands in the sewers that are in the castle walls. He says that the water quality has improved much thanks to the boy's efforts. People suffering from stomach pain has greatly decreased. He is sure that the goddess is also happy, and the boy is increasingly nervous, saying that Cesare flattered, so he asked if he said there was something to tell him. In that relaxed tone, that Way's conversation changes completely, and so the boy asks if he can take a look at those documents first, and when Cesare notices that, he gets irritated reading it, and says that it is a problem in which the church must act directly. However, the source of the information is the problem, and this source will be considered suspicious, and the central parish will ask a trusted person to investigate again. But if that is done, it will take too much time to deal with the matter. So Leon says he also thinks the same, and says that is why he is looking for someone to investigate the 23rd and 25th districts with him, asking if he could introduce him to someone suitable. And Cesare thinks for a moment, but tells the boy that he is sorry because his branch is no one who knows how to fight, and he is already sad about that. And Cesare says that there are some who have learned the art of healing and of giving support, but he does not think they would be of much help in a mission like that. And Leon questions if it is really noticing that this was his last resort. So Cesare says that since the parish is inevitable, he will go himself with the boy, and both are quite surprised by what the bishop is proposing. He says he can't let others take care of business-related matters, so he and Cesare himself will go with the boy. He says that just because he's a bishop doesn't mean he can't do the difficult work. Leon is quite surprised because he thinks a bishop is willing to follow him, and says he expected at most a few paladins. But he asks Cesare if everything is really okay. Cesare looks at the boy and asks if he looks like someone he can't trust, holding his hand, preparing to show what he's made of. So he turns his palm to the side and begins to summon his own aura. Just by the crazy man's hand, you can see that he's not foolish. With that movement, he summons the aura fire in front of Leon. Here he is the aura phenomenon that has reached its density limit, leaking and burning the surrounding atmosphere. A technique that can apparently tear mithril to shreds as if it were paper. And so Uside speaks, which, seeing how quickly he manifested it, he must have probably mastered it through several battles, and in terms of strength, he must be on par with Khan. And then the protagonist notices that he is not a bishop for nothing, and Cesare questions what the boy thinks, saying that he will not slow him down, and he says that in fact, he thinks that he might end up slowing Cesare down, and he starts to laugh, asking him not to praise him too much, and he says that he was a member of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain 50 years ago, but is nothing more than a retired soldier now. So the protagonist is surprised that he was part of those Knights of the Iron Chain, and notes that he was a member of the most powerful force on the continent, so he tells Cesare that he will be under his care, shaking his hand, and he says that, of course, and he should be the one to tell him that. But he asks the boy to wait a moment, as he will get his weapon, asking if he could wait for him in the front yard, and the boy agrees, being surprised that he will join forces with someone who is from the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, as it seems like he even has an army or something like that, and aside from that, a weapon from his Holy Knight days. It must be maybe a cool bow that matches the Wood Elf's tribe. Butelcid says that the boy is very innocent, asking if he didn't see the calluses on his hand. So Leon doesn't quite understand. But soon after, he has the revelation of what Sid was trying to talk, with that really heavy iron mass in the hand of that silly-looking elf. And the protagonist and also Sid, they are quite surprised by that. Then he starts swinging it with absurd speed, a monstrous ferocity, throwing it at a rock that was nearby, completely breaking it. He says that this is good because it has been a long time since he had that feeling. He will never forget how accomplished he was, that they crushed the skulls of the heretics with that flail. But even now, long after he has retired from the front line, it still makes his blood boil, and they are both terrified of that nice bishop who is anything but nice. Then Cesario says says that they destroyed evil and also their sins. He is sure that the goddess will also oversee their holy battle, asking if Leon doesn't find it completely intimidating, and the boy says that she probably does, and he says that he has no doubt. Then, at night, the protagonist walks through the slums and notices that the bishop is following him closely. Andal says yes, and the protagonist says he asked him to change his clothes into something more suitable for wearing in the favelas, since he can't be walking around a den of criminals dressed as a cleric. But he thinks there's something strange, because he can feel his presence with his aura, but can't feel him or any of his other senses. Andal sees that this is a type of aura ability, an ability that erases presence using the aura, which is a difficult ability to use while moving, but he is quite proficient at it, and a drunk ends up hitting the bishop while walking around, wanting to get into trouble, asking where he is looking, but when he looks to the side, Caesar is no longer even next to him, and the ghost says that he must have a lot of experience in infiltration missions. But the protagonist questions whether he is able to sense him with his aura, and Alcida says that it is probably because of his aura attribute he shouldn't be able to sense him, since he erased his presence using the aura skill, but these restrictions can be overcome, according to the characteristics of the aura. Then he says that by the way he responds being of the sun attribute, his attribute must be moon, and he can sense the presence of that elf because his attribute makes his stealth less effective for him, since he has the aura of the sun, and the protagonist thinks about the sun and the moon, wondering if it is a coincidence or also fate, and so they finally arrive in the 23rd district. And Alcida says that gangster dagger certainly helped, and Leon agrees with that because just by showing that dagger everyone got out of his way, became very tame. He says that all the gang members they encountered along the way obediently opened the way for them, full of fear of that dagger. Then the elf says he can't believe they got through the slums that easily, saying that he is as incredible as he heard, and the funny thing is the boy, he can quickly throw those impertinent beans who insult life without even knowing how to thank the goddess for her grace, and the two are very scared of that bloodthirsty bishop wanting to kill. So, Leon says that from then on it is malice territory, and says that it is dangerous to infiltrate up there. Then they go through the sewer path that Khan told him, and they start walking down a staircase, and walking side by side with the sewer. And while Caesar is fulminating the path, he suddenly turns off the light, asking the boy to be quiet, and they hear a voice coming from above asking if that's it for today. And another person says that they couldn't meet the goal because the sacrifices started to resist, and they say they had to get rid of 12 more. But to be honest, 70 people a day is a bit of an exaggeration, and Leon is shocked by what he's hearing, and they say that even if they start getting rid of them at dawn without stopping, they will finish by the end of the night when the ritual ends. And the other complains, saying that they are only making him clean everything, cursing his superiors. And the protagonist is surprised that this ritual needs 70 people in a single day, wondering if they have been killing so many people all day long for 7 months, and thinks that this is unforgivable. But while he was about to say something, the flail begins to generate, and the bishop says he'll go ahead with Caesar invading everything, breaking and going after the guys, killing the first one with a single blow, and going after the second one. And then Leon calls him, and he says they were supposed to infiltrate anyway, so he moves things forward. And so one of those men starts releasing some kind of liquid, wanting to put them to sleep, but Caesar throws his flail in that crazy guy's face without even giving him a chance to do anything. But he realizes that something is wrong, because that guy used a shield to stop his weapon, and several shields appear in front of him, and he says that blows don't work on this external armor, questioning how they dared to infiltrate that place, saying that they must have lost their minds, and saying that they were running out of sacrifices, so they arrived just in time. But before he could finish talking all the shit he had to say, his head disconnects from his body, and he doesn't understand what's happening with the world turning cold, and simply who killed it was Leon himself without letting him speak, and he is really very angry, and the other asks who the hell is he, questioning if he has any idea who they are. But the bishop grabs that guy and twists his head, killing him too, and with the two fallen on the ground, Caesar asks if he has already taken care of them, and Leon says he doesn't think he should say something like that, but says that those bastards were using great blades. And Caesar is surprised that he stole a weapon from him, saying that must be why he could ignore the arts of the heretics. But Leon asks Alcida if everything is really okay, and Alcida says it's all according to plan because he put a unique spell on his appearance, so he must look like a normal sword to others with the ones they're carrying. And Leon thinks that the holy sword would really stand out a lot, but if there's someone with a lot of knowledge of the holy church or the holy rhino Roderick, he thinks it has nothing to do with what he did, since they might discover that this is a holy sword with this appearance. And Leon tells Caesar that you can't call this a successful infiltration, but since they discovered the true nature of the enemy, He thinks this is a big advantage and says that there is no better proof than the fact that they are using heretical arts forbidden by the church, and Caesar says that it is true. But this is not an unsuccessful infiltration, because just as it cannot be called murder if there are no witnesses, it can be called infiltration if they kill them all. And the two are scared by the words that come out of that bishop's mouth. And Leon then calls Caesar to search a little more, and he agrees with the boy, opening another door. And inside, several corpses are together with torture tools as well as dismembered limbs inside a bucket. And the protagonist says that this seems like a nightmare, asking how many lives were sacrificed and how much they suffered there. Sith angry man tells the boy to endure this, saying that he must not be used to horrors like this, telling him not to take his eyes off the tragedy, because even if no one else remembers, a hero must. And so Leon records each of those visions in his mind as he dies of hatred for Alice. And he says that this tragedy is the true form of the enemy he dedicates his life to fighting. But then the protagonist asks if it isn't the Demon King, and Cid sees that there is no way the mere Demon King can be his enemy, saying that the world is not green enough to be saved simply by defeating the villain. And the protagonist becomes more and more surprised by what he says. And Cid says that for the poor, illness is poverty, and for the sick, illness is the Demon King. He asks if the boy really thinks there's a logical causality to this misfortune. He asks if it's possible to cut poverty with a holy sword, and if it's possible to annihilate an illness with that. He says that compared to that, a Demon King he can cut is nothing, and he is the one who will bring a better morning. This is the definition and duty of a true hero. That's why he has to keep fighting until the end, and no matter how miserable it is, he must not look away, because only by confronting the tragedy will he be able to cut the roots of evil. The boy becomes a little calmer, adjusting his mind and thinking clearly. Cesario thinks to himself that he was wondering what he was saying to himself before, but to think that he could pull himself together in seconds in the face of all this horror makes him realize that Leon really has a lot of willpower. Leon calls the bishop, and he says that the places they've been so far were little more than spaces that were used to eliminate the bodies, and it seems to be the real unity from there. And he says that from then on the enemies are at least double digits. They will have a lot of problems if they infiltrate blindly. And he remembers Khan telling him to use those scrolls as an advance payment and do whatever he wants with them. So the boy takes one of them, saying he didn't want to use it if possible. But he opens it, and so Cesario asks Leon, what scroll is that? And the scroll starts to glow with an eye, with a cross in the middle, and that thing enters the protagonist's body, and he receives the clear evidence. And Elsid says that it is a magic that temporarily guarantees to come through the ability of its caster, saying that he even added it to his vision. And the kid actually gets an eye power from the kid to be able to use an even more stolen hack. And he starts to see all the rooms in front of him, being able to see the exact location of where his enemies are. So after using that, he spits blood out, and Cesario is surprised by this. And the boy says he doesn't think this facility is that big and has 20 for people who can be considered enemies. And they are in the order of east, west, south, and north, and the quantities are 10, 5, 5, and 4. And there is a room with one in the center that he couldn't see, and the entrance is from the east. And he wonders if this place is the key, and then Cesario says that it possibly is. Or it could be a trap for people who have come to this conclusion. And a basic element of any strategy is to catch your enemies off guard. And there is no trick more common than when a place that was expected to be the weak point is actually the strongest. And it is possible that this place is just an empty shell where bodies are buried, and the real deal is in the 25th district. And Leon is getting nervous, and then he says he must be right. But he says he only wants to move if he's absolutely sure, and security won't decrease if they come back next time. So that day is their best chance, and Cesario agrees with him, saying that in that case, now that their main objective has been established, they must take care of them as quickly and quietly as possible. So while two of those guys are guarding, the bishop's chain goes around their necks and begins to detach, killing, suffocating each of them, and Cesario says that was the 12th as he falls to the ground. He says that his body is finally warming up, and Leon is afraid of that guy. And Cesario says that he has reached an age where he can no longer be as wild as before. So, as they continue, they reach the wall where Leon couldn't see through, and he says that he wonders how to open it, noticing that it doesn't have a handle, and it doesn't open when you push or pull. And he notices that there are unknown inscriptions there, and the dark red light seems to be Sandy coming out of a wound, and the Cesario behind him, completely excited, asks if he can excuse him for a second, and the boy is scared to death of this crazy guy. But when Cesario throws his mangle at that door, he just hits it and comes back without breaking anything. And then he is surprised that he only questioned. And he remembers when Cesario threw his mangle at that stone and completely destroyed it, because the flank should be able to pulverize stones into fine powder. And then he also remembers when he used it on those men and wonders how it didn't make a single scratch after an attack like that. And so, I know to say that that is an irregular material. It is a door made of an extra-dimensional material, a substance based on principles that do not exist in this world. and Prota questions about this irregular material, and Sid says that as far as he remembers, it freezes when exposed to heat and burns when exposed to cold, and this door is made of an irregular material that nullifies physical interference. But Leon thinks that it is not just that, because since he cannot see through it some power of the scroll, this means that magic does not work on the door, and if it were, physics and magic do not work. The only thing left is another type of power, and Chisaris stretches out his hand and begins to pray, seeking the sacred energy and using the light of rectification. And the protagonist asks if those are the sacred arts, and Sid says he finally understands. It's a power that can't be trained like aura nor researched like magic. It's the natural principle and the power of this world that can only be realized with the accumulation of faith and good natural karma. He can really use that. And Sid says that the heretic arts can't defeat the sacred arts. And with that, he finally manages to break that door. And Leon is happy that finally something worked. But Chisaris even tries to continue, but doesn't break much, because the little mess he's making isn't that effective. And so, Leon asks Sid if the heretic arts weren't supposed to be weaker than the sacred arts. And then Sid says yes, and if it resists the sacred arts of a bishop, then it means that this door is more robust than he thought. In other words, it wouldn't be wasted as a mere trap. And it seems that the boy will have to make the connection end. So he will help him, and so he agrees with Sid joining his aura. And Chisaris does not quite understand what the boy wants to do, and Leon starts to scream, taking his sword and cutting the door in half, melting it and making room for them, and he notices that it has disappeared. And Sid says that means it wasn't not even for that to exist in this world. And then Chisaris says that that attack was splendid, because it seems that he underestimated Leon's ability. And he says that Chisaris leaves him awkward, saying that he did all the work. But the bishop says that he doesn't feel anything behind the door, and it seems that they left it empty, except when they use it for rituals, and he says that it is too dark to see. But there is a smell of blood there, and Chisaris raises his hand, illuminating the place, and he gets a big scare. They get a scare when they see what is inside, and in that a mass of flesh connected by some wires is in front of them. And Leon questions, what the hell is this? And the two are horrified by what they are seeing. And it is a mass of flesh with eyes and teeth everywhere, and it looks like a monster taken straight from Stranger Things. And a piece of that thing walks towards the boy, and he notices that they are alive. Everyone is alive. Then Sid says that he finally understands, and they cut the flesh, extract the blood of intelligent species, and process them into pieces of meat with ignited vitality essence. And based on how many there are there, their objective is clear. It's a heretical art that involves a monster using a huge number of sacrifices as bait, because it is known to devour an entire city just by opening and closing its mouth. And he says that this calamity has a name, and Leon asks what its name is, and he says it's the devourer of cities. Then he says that it requires a great amount of time and work to be prepared, and Leon becomes more and more terrified as he speaks. But in other words, he says that it cannot be stopped once it starts, and it is an extra-dimensional being that even a transcendent wouldn't dare face, and it will be summoned into this world, simply returning to another dimension when it finishes devouring the city in one bite. And it is the free city of Blaine, and the city will become his dinner. And Sid says that since this ritual would obviously attract attention, he fails 99 times 100, but the problem is the catastrophe that will happen if it works. And Prota asks if it has worked before, and Sid says there would be no record if there wasn't. And the thing about heretical arts is that no one knows what phenomenon will happen until they activate it. And the countermeasures of the heretical arts that the Holy Church has are formed most of the time after the fact. So he asks what the countermeasure is for the City Eater, asking if they can't face it without a plan, and Sid doesn't answer the boy, but he starts screaming the ghost. And Sid says that this is not good, because the facility doesn't seem to be anything more than a place to process the sacrifices for City Eater, and even then it's not enough. The security there is to lax too. And then Leon asks Sid if they have already gathered a necessary amount, and he says yes. And in general, he would say that at least 90% went together, and they should have nothing else to do but begin the ritual, and they will begin the ritual as soon as they try to evacuate the citizens. And he says that they will go with a direct tactic, and Leon asks about this tactic. And he says that they must gather all the forces in the city to conquer the 25th district, and a heretic art-like city Devour will require a large-scale ritual, so he is sure that it will be resolved if they crush everyone before him. And the protagonist thinks about this all-out war, and Sid says yes. And those cornered in the corner will hide in their shells like turtles, and will cling to their last resort. And the scary part of the heretic arts is their defensive ability, because it is an ability based on the principles of another dimension, which reduces by half all power that is not holy power, but he has the holy sword, the all-powerful one, and they will reduce his forces through an all-out war. And after that, they will immediately annihilate the smallest number of exhausted elites. And as long as they are unaware of the existence of the holy sword, they will fall into a checkmate from which they cannot escape. Leon says that this seems better, and says that if they are not idiots, they will realize that their identity has been revealed, and they will send an ambush. But they will also have to gamble. That was really cool, Dad. This here, him setting up the biggest plan with the holy sword. Talking to the ghost, to Sid, this and that. Come on, Dad, this and that. But I imagine what the elf's face must be like seeing a kid talking to himself, chatting away, like he's chatting away. Being surprised, shouting, calling out, thinking, making faces at nothing. The ghost is looking at the kid like a madman, talking to himself and making a plan with him. Just watching. And then the bishop calls Leon, saying that they have to get out of there soon. Because it seems that they discovered that they infiltrated there, and the boy agrees, but picks up one of those things on the floor, asking what the meaning of staying alive in such a state is. And so he picks up that thing and puts it inside the bag. Meanwhile, the bishop kills everything else with his flail, tearing everything to pieces while the boy prays. And the two leave there with the protagonist taking part of it with the bishop. And he asks them to go quickly, and the protagonist agrees. Then all those other guys go after the two, and some are completely saddened by the death of the sacrifice they work so hard to process, and tell them to forget the chase, because now that place has been discovered, and they must close everything down. And so, already outside, they finally lose their pursuers. And Leon notices that it seems they have given up chasing them too, and he says yes, saying that the presence of the pursuers is fading, and says that he poked a beehive once when he was young. The feeling is exactly like that. Then the bishop says that at the time he only jumped into a pond that was nearby, but the situation is a little more dangerous, and there is no other pond for them to jump into. And since that place is a storm of beings that cannot even compare to theirs, he is sure that any reinforcements they ask the church for will take a while to arrive. So he thinks for a bit and asks Leon what he thinks. And Leon thinks to himself that the initial plan needs someone with enough power of speech, and he was thinking of showing the holy sword as a last resort. But only your excellency should be okay, but he would like to avoid showing it to other people. And although he may have understood the idea when they fought together, if he really wants to hear your opinion, then he goes along with it, and he says he thought of a great plan. And sometime later, with the two of them together, he shows what he brought to the table. Then the bishop thinks for a bit, saying that there are some uncertain aspects, but it's worth a try. After all, he doesn't have any other idea besides that. And the issue of this is serious, and he says yes, and he's happy about it, because it's very difficult to give an explanation that makes people believe. So he's sure he would have honored his current strategy if he had heard, since the information about the city devourer could be highly confidential, even in the church, and he will simply pretend it was a deduction to deflect suspicion. While as a way to nullify the barrier, he says he's going to exclude the holy sword keywords, and there's no other way but to make up an excuse that solar time is more effective with other heretical arts than they think. Then the bishop says that even in the holy church, solar time is famous as something that should be prioritized in recruitment, and it's so rare that he's never seen anyone other than the boy have it. But he thinks he finally knows the reason for this. He says he's decided, saying they'll have the guild and the army mobilize and lead them to the enemy base, where a small number of elites can infiltrate and attack. Then the bishop says that in this case, they have two prerequisites, having the guild and the army mobilize and forming a team that will infiltrate their base. The protagonist thinks the first part is simple, since the bishop can speak out against the occult. But then the problem is that they need people who can face the elites of the heretical arts, and the team will need to be made up of people who are at least ranked by the guild standard. The boy thinks about that, but there's an idea questioning that maybe they recruit strong people from the favelas, and he questions about being from the favelas, and he says that even in the favelas, there are to people who are of ranking, and the prisoner and the guardian of the coffin would be good additions. And since they were also trying to fight fire with fire, they will certainly cooperate. So he says that his skills aside, he asks if they will also participate, and he says he's sure they won't have a choice if he talks to them. And so the bishop notices something, noticing that he understood with the recruitment, and he says they will give an opportunity to do great work for the church, and he's sure they will give in as soon as they show the sacred bosom of the iron chain. And the two are thinking about the same idea without any scruples. And Sid realizes that he would certainly be stabbed if the people he is talking to heard this. And he immediately remembers how Khan received him and says that he is certainly not taking revenge for him making his nose bleed. And a while later, there in the Adventurers Guild, everyone is scared to death when they see those people, and even the attendant doesn't like it. Just welcome to Leon, and also one of those guys with the iron chain, and they keep asking if he isn't one of their knights, questioning what work they have with guild, and he speaks to Riza, saying that he is not there for a ransom request today, but for business. And Cesare introduces himself as Bishop of the Holy Church, and says that he requests the guild's full support in the name of the Iron and Holy Chain, and everyone is surprised. And so, the head of the blind division, Bernard, goes to speak to him, saying that although they have never done any business, he will be under his care. And the protagonist thinks that Bernard is even greater than Khan, and heard rumors that he was rank A in his prime, but retired due to a leg injury injury, and Bernard says he fully understands the gravity of the situation, and since it is important enough for a member of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain to request a meeting like this, it must be important, and the protagonist thinks it must be because of the experience with the guild master. But the discussions about the explanation of the circumstances and measures were very quick when they showed that thing, and despite that, his expression hardened when he learned of the little time left and Danny's estimate on scale. And according to the guild master, among the for current rank A active and blind, only one adventurer can be mobilized, excluding those who are in the middle of missions. They left matters concerning this adventurer in the hands of the guild master, while the bishop and he went to the slums to recruit Khan, and also the coffin guy, and well, the encounter between Khan and the bishop was more threatening than he expected, as the two were bound to fight right there, and he says that it must be because he was suspected of helping Malice, even if for a moment, but he had no choice but to accept the recruitment. So Chisari says that if he refuses, he will put every last one of them on the list of heretics, and he will have to do his best to run to the ends of the continent and find a hole to hide. And the protagonist thinks that Khan must have given up because of the threat, and Khan thinks he fell into his own trap, as he thought it would be his chance to exterminate them and screw the guild at the same time. But Chisari says that this recommendation does not apply only to him, but to the guardian of the coffin as well, and if he does not want to suffer all this alone, it is better send the message to him. And Khan questions about it, saying that it will be just him and the guardian of the coffin, and he says that two are enough for the essential forces, and for the rest, they must evacuate and distance the citizens before the subjugation begins, and that is enough. And Khan asks if he is thinking of cutting off the snake's head with a small number of elites, and Chisari says that he is quite smart for a mere gangsta, and while the two are understanding each other in a very strange way, the protagonist says that in any case, they cannot afford to exclude Khan from this, and they have to unite against the city devourer, regardless of what happens, and it's better than everyone dying anyway. And a while later, the protagonist thinks that even though they said all that, and to think that so many people gathered in just 2 days is too much, and there's the neighborhood of an army formed there. And Rise says that they sent in emergency requests to all members rank C or higher of the guild, and most of them decided to join. And the master says that there are approximately 1,500, and that's what he would truly call an all-out war. And they were able to persuade Lord Blind thanks to evidence that was saved. And Garrison has already circled the 25th district, and close-range combat will be entrusted to the adventurers and mercenaries, while the troops that are lacking in individual strength will provide support from the rear, along with a long-range attack. And so Asid says that it was a wise decision, as they would only become a sacrifice to the heretical arts if they went all out as they normally do. And instead of providing strength to the enemies, it is better to bother them even passively. And Leon thinks that in any case the main force is the 3 of them. But it is said that although it is only one person, Lord Blind sent them someone, and so the senior knight of Count Blind's family, Conrad, appears and gives his greetings to the goddess's guardian. The bishop says that he is not worthy of such a title, praying that the goddess bless him with her protection, and the protagonist thinks about Conrad, saying that he was a knight well known for his distinguished military knives since his days as a knight, but Khan doesn't like it very much, because as expected he doesn't fit in very well there, and the two certainly don't get along. And Proda thinks that after all he is the leader of the slums, and then another person appears behind Proda, very stealthily asking if he is late. So Conrad asks who he is, and he questions about it, especially when he was the one who asked him to go. And Khan says that since they were both tied to this mess, they will just do the job they were given. Talking to the guardian of the coffin, and he says he will move as he pleases, and says he is an assassin, so he doesn't fit in with all of them. But the bishop says he won't worry about him as long as he does his job properly, but if he tries to accompany them by staying only in stealth, he will make him realize that there is nowhere to hide in the radiance of the goddess, already showing Mangle what a damned assassin he is. And then the guardian of the coffin says he is scared to death, laughing at disappearing behind the Proda, and he says he can't believe he can't feel him. While he used aura senses, even his vision, he couldn't detect him. Then the bishop says that it seems there's only one left now, and he says he's an adventurer hired by the guild, and she shows up there, saying she's a little late, and says they didn't tell her much about the request, so she had to prepare a lot of things, and she's Karen. And I swear to you that I've been looking for this girl's Manhwa for a long time, and I had no idea it was her who appeared here. I saw this there in a screenshot somewhere on Facebook, and I've been lost for a long time, and she appears out of nowhere here. And all 4 are wondering what's this big difference between her and the previous one now. And there's a gangster, 2 adventurers, a retired holy knight of the Iron Chain, and a senior knight from Blaine County, not to mention, there's also an assassin, and he thinks it's irrational to want a union in a group like that. And he thinks it can't be avoided, since they were hired only based on individual strength. And he calls all of them to start and follow the plan. And in the middle of all that war, there's fighting going on everywhere. Everything's on fire, and there's a huge mess going on. and they scream that it is an ambush, ordering hire the headquarters immediately. But when that guy comes out of hiding, a rain of fire comes towards him, and everyone is hit and killed by those arrows. And one of them shouts for him to release the abomination quickly, and indeed, the abomination appears there, a mass of flesh with a mouth like the one they saw and much larger in size, and they continue to throw fire at that thing. But that thing raises its hand and sweeps away some of the archers alone, and he notices that the arrows had no effect. Then some others appear there, calling them weaklings, and says that it is time for the mercenaries to take over, ordering them to die, everyone to death. Meanwhile, the bishop thinks that it is starting to become a stalemate, and Asa notes that they handled the situation magnificently, but the abomination is not an easy monster to face, and it will last at least dozens of minutes. And if they move according to plan, those who realize they are at a disadvantage in the frontal attack will try to hide in their shells. So the senior knight asks everyone to look at that, and sees that there's a huge tornado happening in the middle of that place. And Asa says it's not natural, no matter how much he observes, and Leon asks if it's a heresy art, saying it's his turn. Now, with the bishop going ahead, and the boy trying to follow them, notices that they're too fast, but knows that the boning is not actually him who's slow, and they quickly arrive in front of that thing, and the knight, seeing the protagonist going at the speed of a turtle, realizes they didn't take him into consideration, apologizes, and says that he's going to test for himself how durable that barrier made by the heresy arts is, already imbuing his sword with fire, using the aura fire on that thing, imbuing him in that tornado. And when the tornado starts to catch fire, the protagonist is impressed by Conrad, but the fire disappears at the same moment, and he thinks it's just a very powerful barrier, and Con tells Conrad to step back, calling him a weakling, preparing his punch and leaving up that thing. But his punch doesn't do much good either, because the tornado is calm, so Conrad starts to tease him, and then it's the bishop's turn. He says that his sacred art should be able to scratch the barrier, but he should save himself as much as possible out of caution for what might happen inside. And then the protagonist says that he showed an ugly side of himself a moment ago, and starts to prepare to go up, but everyone finds it strange, wondering what the boy wants to do. So he talks to Sid, asking if he gathered enough power, and he says of course, more than enough. He's overflowing with power, thanks to that son of a bitch he destroyed before, and so he takes his sword, preparing. And Sid says that absorbing the power of a single Heredia artist is more effective than thousands of monsters, and he doesn't need to hold back, telling the boy to give it his all, and Leon agrees, but tells him not to get so excited that he undoes his transformation. And so he prepares a slash in front of that thing, imbuing all his aura, and everyone is surprised by what the boy can do. And he launches just one slash in the direction of that tornado, undoing it completely, and the air's barrier is destroyed. And they think now is their chance of throwing himself inside. You could see that in a 6-meter race the kid even loses, but he goes hand in hand with him, so you can see he plays. And inside they start walking through a maze full of water in the corners, and they make their way ahead, and in that the animal asks if the guardian of the coffin is there, and he appears right away in the shadow of Proto, who is completely scared, and he thinks that what it looks like he and Six managed to get inside safely, and besides, these two are wearing full chainmail. But he doesn't hear a single clang of metal as they move, and so Sid says that it means that his basic movements are on a completely different level, and Leon notes that he still has a long way to go. But Karen asks them to wait, as there is an entrance that leads to the underground right ahead, and Chisari thinks that is suspicious, with Kant's questioning if it isn't a trap, and Conrad says that even so, they can't completely ignore it. But Karen tells everyone, saying that this is probably the only entrance that leads to the underground, and she thinks they should try to enter for now by throwing themselves in, and he wonders if it's that easy. But the bishop talks to Karen, asking if she can detect the presence of traps from up there, and the protagonist remembers that the guild master said Karen was a rogue, and she says that's difficult looking down there, and thinks that the area of the stairs is a completely different space from there, and so she can't explore the area before they enter. And with that, the bishop calls everyone to be able to enter then, because the situation will only get worse if they waste time there, and it won't improve anything. And Conrad tells them to go quickly, and they start going down the stairs, and the protagonist says that he doesn't feel the presence of the guardian of the coffin as he walks, and he says he can't tell if he's following him or not. But as he steps on the next step, something activates, and the boy begins to fall alone in another corner, and completely change his environment, being alone, and notices that everyone has disappeared, and he can't feel anyone's aura, and he knows Sid says it's the labyrinth formation, a classic technique which distorts and expands space to increase the base area, and the others must be separated, but somewhere in the labyrinth, and they will find them soon if they are lucky. But Karen appears behind him, and they meet like this while separated, and he gets a big scare from the girl, while Sid thinks he got lucky, and she says it's a relief, because he would supposedly be anxious if he were in a dark place like this. Then he is surprised by her calling him Johnel, and says that she was also alone, and she says no, saying that there is a dark guy trapped in her, and Proto is surprised by this, and the guardian of the coffin asks who she is calling dark, and she says, who else would it be besides him, and says that if he didn't like it, then he should get out of her shadow, asking why he is writhing around with a freak. And he says he can go wherever he wants. And Prota says it's a relief that he is regrouped with Karen, a rogue, and to be honest, he doesn't even need to worry about his Excellency Cam or Conrad, so he says they should move quickly. And she says she likes his confidence, asking if she can trust the boy, calling him Jonal all the time, Melisinha, and he says that he certainly won't disappoint her. While they walk there, they arrive at a place with 5 doors, and she tells them to go through one of them. And he thinks that she's moving faster than she would instinctively, and if the matter is really okay, keep following her, yes. And Sid says that she hasn't made a single mistake, so he should keep following her, because that Karen's tracking skills are superior to those of the Wood Elves, and he wonders if she's that good. Then Sid says that maybe it's because of her time attribute, because the fact that it's dark there is working in her favor, and she just raises her hand in front of Prota, leaving him a little curious. And with that, she asks him to wait, saying that feels the presence of an enemy, and indeed, right in front of them, there is a group of enemies, and she says there are 3 of them, and there is no chance of dodging, asking what he wants to do. And Froda says that his aura sense is telling him that they are much stronger than those from the 23rd district, and his victory is not certain, even with the power of the Holy Sword, but he calls her to eliminate them, and she says that he is quite audacious for a mere rank C, and asks if he knows that it will be humiliating if he asks for help after having said that. And he says the same, because she knows it will be humiliating if she loses to her junior, so she agrees, wanting to compete with the boy, and so he notices that she has a green aura and she quickly moves like Peter Park and sticking to the ceiling. And he questions if that ability is also aura, and Sid says yes. And she sticks herself to the wall using aura. And seeing how competent she is, she probably must have gone through very rigorous training, and he'll need to focus even more on his footwork if he wants to keep up with her speed. And she really does run across the ceiling, and he tells Sid he knows this. So with the enemies, she throws a small stone near them, and when they look up, she's there assaulting them, and they scream that there are intruders. But they are all killed by her kunai with a single hit, and this is quite surprising, because in Naruto the kunai would never have hit, and Leon thinks this is incredible, because she can throw that fast like that, but those guys come back to life, and this time they've turned furry, and they get up ready for combat again, so they'll have some idea of what this place is. And the girl wonders what else would it be if no to slum without an owner, using the kunai again, but this time imbued with aura, but they manage to defend themselves from it, saying that those are insignificant things, but then she throws a rope towards them, and pulls that Squidward's foot, and says that he gains that by focusing only on the daggers. And while he is pulled, he keeps struggling, but the other's head goes flying, and it was the coffin guard himself who cut it, and Prota thinks that this is scary, thanking God that they are not on the enemy side, and asked about his opponent. But the opponent reminds him that he exists, because he almost hits the boy's head. He gets a fright and gets his cheek quickly cut, and Sid says that he is certainly unlucky, because that is the strongest of the 3 who are against Prota. He is all shrunken, and thinks that Sid could have said that after the battle was over, and he says that he will use both his vision and aura in powers maxims. But he thinks about something, noticing that this guy threw something at him that he doesn't even know what it is. And several spikes grow from his chest, preparing to go towards the boy, and he is scared to death of this, because he has experienced this kind of attack somewhere before, remembering those rocky slimes, and several spikes fly towards the boy, and he prepares his sword to cut each one of them, and continues going towards that monster who thinks that this is impossible, because he cut all his spikes, and then Prota cuts him in 2, and he thinks that he wouldn't even be able to react if it weren't for his vision, and much less would he be able to cut his Hridian art if it weren't for the sacred sword. But Sid says that it's not like that, and it's thanks to hard work that he is able to use this power. And well, he says that it was a little incomplete, but it still worked. And so Karen goes to him asking if he has already finished with the squid tentacle on the first tip of his cunt, and Prota is surprised. And she says that even though he was a few seconds slower than her, he's still incredible, as a rank C defeated a Heredia artist of that level alone, and says that he's the type who lacks experience rather than skill, since he's a newbie, and he thinks that's scary, questioning what that is in her hand, and if it's a squid skewer, and he says that she can think whatever she wants, but notices that there's something strange, thinking that this feeling is one he already knows, because the blade traces left by the 2, which have nothing in common, are similar somehow, and looking closer, the cut segment and the depth of the wounds are extremely similar, and he wonders if it could be something, and then Elsid questions if he finally realized, and says that's what he's thinking, and Karen says that it seems like she can take it a little easier thanks to him, and leaving that dark guy aside, she didn't think he would be able to keep up, and thinks it was a good mistake, so Prota asks him to show her, and Elsid shows him the girl's statistics, and Karen has the title in class, Assassin Guardian of the Coffin, and lets out a scream at him, and she tells him that they should move on, calling him Junior, and he agrees with her, because in the light, she is an adventure Renke. Karen, and in the darkness, she is the special class assassin guardian of the coffin, one of the 3 C's of the slums, and an explorer of the labyrinth. Thinking that the girl is definitely dangerous, it's a bunch of guys. During the day she's Maria, and at night she's Juo. It goes on, and Proto thinks that the beautiful adventurer, with a cheerful air around her, is really one of the 3 slum bosses, and no one would expect this story. And he says that it didn't seem like Khan knew, and the guild master would have discounted it if he knew to, and leaving him aside, he would never be able to deal with the consequences if he deceived the bishop. And that means that he is the only one who knows Karen's true identity. And even if there are others who know, there is no way she can leave him in this situation. And for an assassin, his identity is his most important secret, to the point of silencing anyone who finds out using any means necessary. So, he must be as careful as possible, because he has to be careful not to let his expression change even a little, because the assassin will continue watching him. And then she says that on the next left there is another enemy, and it is a being. I don't know if it is a brain, because it's a 4-eyed dog, a strange creature, with some tails around there. So he starts drooling seeing them, and the barbarian of that thing is acidic, and she says he's not cute at all, and that prevents her from fighting him. And the protagonist says he doesn't think it's simply because of aesthetic preferences. And Sid says it would be difficult to land a good blow, no matter how many daggers Karen throws. And if it's a monster summoned through erectile airs, it will also have regenerative capabilities, so he asks if they can avoid it. And she says they can, but it would take another 30 minutes, and she can't guarantee that the other pots won't have monsters like that. And Leon ends up realizing he'll have no choice but to fight. Notices that they're trying to buy as much time as possible to activate the City Eater. After all, they win as soon as it's activated, and then he thinks they have no particular reason to face this case. And he calls the guardian of the coffin, who asks asking if he can land a fatal blow on that monster, and he questions what the boy will do if he can. And he asks him to make preparations while Karen and he hold them back. They are in the same boat, whether he likes it or not, and then asks if it wouldn't be better if he cooperated as best he could. And so the two of them watch, and the guardian of the coffin agrees with him. And he says that he almost recovered all the stamina he spent running there, and now he just needs to do his best. And the monster ends up seeing him when the boy goes for it, and he is already preparing to cut that thing. And the monster opens its mouth wanting to throw something at Proto, and releases a cloud of smoke as if it were that trash Pokemon. Then he calls Sid, preparing himself, defending himself from that cloud of thing. And he says that this ability was already verified when he faced the fake armors. And he remembers when that thing blinded them all. And he says that one of the fundamental characteristics of a sacred sword is to erase any power of substances harmful to life. And with that, the monster doesn't have much to do, and Proto manages to launch an attack on him. But the cut is very superficial, and he notices this. But the monster's tails go towards him, and he needs to dodge to avoid being pierced and nailed to the ground. And he says he won't be able to dodge the next one, and tries to use his vision, saying he needs to block them at least once. And Karen arrives to help the boy, calling him to go one more time. And he wonders whether he should trust her or not, but he goes for it. And the two of them go one way, and those tails come at him, but her dagger passes by the side of the boy's head, stopping one of the tails, and he prepares to hit that monster again, hitting both the leg and the neck of the creature. But still the attack is very shallow again, and he realizes he should have been faster, saying he should have been stronger too. And the monster is all bristling towards them again, but he gets scared and looks back. Then he notices that the monster's movement has been paralyzed, and several stakes appear in the shadow of that thing. And then the guardian of the coffin appears there, preparing to kill him. And spikes come out of the shadow, sticking into the monster, completely piercing it, turning it into a sieve. And he thinks that this is incredible, wondering if this is what a rancor is capable. And Sid notices that the wounds are not healing, and it must have been an attack that surpassed his regenerative powers. So it is a lethal move made to annihilate a single entity, which are those black light swords. And he realizes that that is a true assassin's move. And Karen touches his shoulder, saying that they did a good teamwork for an improvised team, questioning if the boy doesn't think so. And he says she is right, and says that thinking that she would strike the tails with her daggers was completely out of his expectations. And she says that it was nothing, because it is very little compared to that killjoy. And she didn't think that an assassin would be capable of using that technique, and it was worthy of being called the ultimate assassin's move, asking if it isn't, saying that he is certainly not one of the kings of the favela for nothing. And she is totally convinced and calls the boy to continue, because he doesn't have time to rest, and he agrees with that, saying that the essence of that subjugation is a battle against time, and it all depends on whether they arrive before the ritual is activated or not. As they continue forward, she looks at the path and notices that there are 4 or more people there, 8 in total, and asks if they didn't arrive too early, as it seems a little difficult to solve this time. Prota thinks that in terms of being able to measure the difference in strength between them and the enemies, there is probably no one more notable than her on his team, and each of them is strong enough to give chills. He says that, however, even those who came before him would have been difficult to deal with if he had to face 2 or more of them at the same time. He says that now that they have reached this point, they should wait for the others to regroup, or else go meet them themselves. But she says that both options are quite problematic, because either they might arrive too late, or they might end up missing each other. And then she gets nervous about it, saying she can't believe they have to make a bet after coming all the way there. And Prota says she looks much more like a normal adventurer now, and is a little confused about her true identity, but he gets a fright, and everything there starts to shake while he thinks it's not far from there. And Sid says that this was a shockwave from the clash of two great powers. And both he and Karen realize that there is some infighting, and the Aras also head towards that place of the shockwave, and he notices that 4 of them are heading towards the noise. So they have more options now. Either go help their comrades who are fighting, or look for them after defeating a reduced number of enemies, and he says that he should meet with them for now, and says that if the enemies win and return, they will soon be behind them. They will have a huge power drop in their team, even if they defeat themselves, and they have to regroup as much as possible. And she agrees with him, because the other 4 there also don't seem to be so easy to deal with. And before that, she lies down on the ground, leaving the boy surprised, and begins to listen to the place, using her aura to see the way, then calls him, and he notices that she has an inhuman level of super sense, and he thinks it is a different form of ability from his vision or footwork. While on the path ahead, they see a type of root breaking the wall with embedded blood and take a scare, until Conrad appears being pierced, killed by that root, while he spits blood out almost dying. Conrad screams and goes after him, but the enemy notices that there is one more, noticing that it is not just one, there are 2, and the boy is already almost completely caught by that, and he says that he will take care of that one there. Then he realizes that he is one with him and with Karen, and it seems that Conrad defeated the ones on the ground, and so Sid says that he does not need to worry about her. And more importantly, is that his enemy is very strong. He will have to put all his focus on the opponent in front of him, and that thing begins to gather power in the name of love and justice, casting its magic upon Prota. And he notices that blue fog, so that thing tells Prota to be honored, saying that he will turn to dust with just the slightest touch. And the fact that he is using this errant fury on types like him means that he is gifting him with a generous death, and so Sid says that he is a summoner, and Prota questions about this. And Sid says that the Hereti artists are divided into 2 categories. Those who activate their Hereti arts in their bodies, like the one he faced a moment ago, are called mutants, and those who summon extra-dimensional life forms or principles are the summoners. And says that none of them have any sense of sanity, and so Prota takes his sword, questioning about the generous death he mentioned, saying that this is his damn speech, cutting all that power in front of him. Then the heretic of the guys says that he is very foolish, saying that there is no way a physical sword can work in an astral body, but if that thing is actually cut, he gets a big scare. And Prota says that there are always exceptions, and says that the sacred sword can interfere with astral forms, and that heretic doesn't believe what the boy is doing, because not even a weapon with aura would be able to break his heretical art, and he says that it is not worth forgiving him doing another jutsu, summoning a demonic magic circle on top of him, making a demonic form with 6 eyes come out from there towards the boy. But Leon is completely out of ideas, and breaks that thing in half without even having a chance. The guy starts his clowning around, and he's scared to death, so Leon goes after him and pierces his chest with his sword. And while he's being wounded, that guy holds Prota's sword, asking if he really thought that an attack like that would work on him. But he ends up realizing that it worked, because his wounds are not regenerating, and he gets scared that it is an attack that nullifies the heretical arts, saying that it can't be. And he is someone he doesn't have time to tell while the boy is killing him. And when he finally dies, Leon just gets up, leaving that guy there on the ground. And when he looks back, Karen asks what she lost, and then she gets pissed that those 2 are dead. And Prota thinks that she went against both of them, and says that his opponent was probably weak. But he says that there is something more important, and asks about Conrad, so the 2 run to him. And he says that they saw an ugly side of him, saying that he is sorry, and says that he doesn't think he can keep up with the 2 of them in this state, and tells them not to worry about him going ahead, because he will be a little late, but he will return as soon as he recovers. Then Karen talks to Conrad, asking how much time he has, and he says that she already know. And she says that if an aura user of his level can't stop a bleed, this is what it would mean. And he has a huge hole in the middle of his chest, and he says it might last about an hour, and He's not sure after that, and Prota thinks about it, wondering if they'll be able to clear the malice from inside the city in just an hour. And even if they do, he wonders if he'll still be in a condition to be treated when the battles are over. And he says he wouldn't even think about it if there was nothing he could do. But now he has the sacred sword, and he tells Sage, and he agrees right away, saying that the boy should repeat after him, saying that he can activate a sacred healing art with the accumulated power and lessen the wound. And Karen is surprised, so the boy begins to pray, speaking to the all-powerful goddess, asking her to bring relief to those devoted to justice, and not let them tremble in the icy wind of the north, in the valley of death. And with that, the boy begins to heal Conrad, who is surprised by what he is doing, and Karen notes that this is at least a sacred art at the level of a bishop, and the wound really hurts, and he begins to understand, telling Viera that he was the one who planned that subjugation, and now he sees why, and understands why Cesare trusts him so much, wondering if the boy is a cardinal candidate of the Holy Church. Then the sage says that he went from paladin to cardinal candidate, and then Conrad recovers, saying that he lost his composure after being put in debt to him, saying that he is not yet healed to the point of being able to enter the battle, but he should be able to heal completely now. However, the boy speaks to him, but he says that he must not have wanted to reveal his identity. So Conrad swears to remain silent until he orders in the future, and so Elsa says that the misunderstandings keep piling up, and the boy just thanks him, and Karen says she'll give him a potion, asking him to wait, saying that they'll go back to where they were going. And so he thinks he has to hurry, leaving Conrad there, and Karen continues on, very silent, until she turns to the boy, looking at him with a sparkle in her eyes and making a cabinet out of nowhere, and she asks the boy if what Conrad said is true, about him being a cardinal candidate at that age, questioning whether this isn't completely unheard of. And the boy becomes uncomfortable as she says she thinks her aura's solar attribute and sacred art of that level are to be expected. Not to mention that he's also very good at using the aura weapon. She asks him who he learned it from, and he says that unfortunately he's not a cardinal candidate. So she asks if he's an apprentice of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, asking him to tell her, because she can't contain her curiosity. Wow, he's using his little cat eyes to get what he wants. This idea is too low. Prota thinks he would have fallen for it if he didn't know her identity, but he says he'll tell her if they get closer. Then she says he has a very strong defense, and asked if all the people in the church are like that, and says that most men tell her everything when she asks something. It's also difficult to defend the guys. There's no way. And Leon thinks he won't fall for such an obvious honey trap, and says that they'll leave the jokes aside and start thinking about what they should do, or if they should look for the others, or just the two of them, and she talks about it, saying that he doesn't need to worry, and he asked why not. And she says that he'll see when they arrive or continue on, but some people are being defeated. And Cesare notices that Leon is there with Khan, and they made quite a mess there. And Leon himself starts to feel a little sorry for the haired artist, and Cesare says that he's glad that they're both okay. But then the shadow clone asks if Leon is happy for him, and he says that he didn't even know he was there, and just agrees and follows her on. And Leon says that Conrad won't be able to move because of a serious injury, and he'll be fine after an hour or two of recovery, but they don't have that much time. And then Cesare says that there's nothing to do, and they should just go the five of them. But Khan asks if Karen shouldn't have useful magical tools, if she's an adventurer, and tells her to hurry up and get them, if she doesn't want to die while saving them. But then she asks why he doesn't take what he wants, that he is hiding, because a mere parasite that keeps himself alive by sucking the poor shouldn't say anything. And they start to get angry, and Khan questions what she said, and Cesare tells them both to calm down, because they will explain their next plan of action, and says that Cesare will be in the vanguard, because he has the resistance and art of the Herods, and Khan and Karen will be in the middle, and Leon will be at the end as his trump card. And Khan wonders if that adventurous brat is his trump card, and the boy feels this pang, but says that everything is fine. And other than that, he asks about the guardian of the coffin, and the boy says that he will do his part if they leave him alone, because he was very useful while they were together. And Karen says that is right, and she assures him that he did his part. And then Leon notices that his desperation is clear as day, and in that Khan says that he thinks it's better to leave those who don't listen to people alone. And so Cesare calls them so they can go, and then they go ahead, and Khan feels a sinister energy of nothing in front of you, with a portal with several rings of light in front of him. And Cesare says that a space made of Heredian arts appears, and he begins to gather his sacred power, calling everyone to enter, and he goes ahead with everyone following closely. And Prota sees an irritating darkness in front of him. He can't see anything but the aura, and he can't even hear anything, and it's as if he's jumped into the mud, because it seems like he's drowning in a sticky swamp. But in that he finally manages to get out, and Cesare calls everyone, asking them to be careful, because ahead are several Heredians, and they are quite surrounded, and he wonders if they already knew they were coming, and one of those Heredians, one who looks very different from the others, says he was dying from waiting so long, asking if they knew about it, and says that they made things difficult, but to think they would take so long, it's too much to thank them. And he's not wearing a mask like the others, and his face is painted along with a tattoo made of blood. And so Cesare asked about that man, and he notices that here he is an evangelist because of the mark on his forehead, and he questions how he found out. And Proto asks Sid if there are ranks within Amalis too, and he says that Amalis itself has a hierarchy, and devotees are those who only use Heredian arts that were passed down to them, and congregants are those who explore Heredian arts on their own and are invaded by them, and those who spread these Heredian arts and are treated as executives are the evangelists. And in terms of ranks in the Holy Church, they are at a reasonable level, at least at the level of bishop. And then that evangelist says that this day is magnificent because the ritual worked, and the countless lives and sacrifices were finally worth it, and above all, to think that he can show a servant of the foolish and irritating goddess the guidance of the eye that the true God is too much for him, and everyone notices that he is crazy, and then him asked about this ritual having worked right, asking if he says that, but there is nothing happening. However, he says that those races are idiotic, and they are beyond this rotation, saying that the plan has already begun, and the only thing left is for it to be finished. And then all that remains is for all of them to realize a conflict in their efforts were. But Proto questions if he said that the ritual worked, asking if everything is lost for Acid, but he says that not yet, because the city devourer is similar to fishing, and the essence of life is used as bait to attract an extra-dimensional monster. And Proto doesn't really like the direction of this conversation, and Acid says that they still have time until that thing finds the bait and bites it. And the boy realizes that this means that no one knows when the monster will appear or when it will bite. And Acid agrees with this, and Leon realizes that there may be more than and are left, or it may be summoned in seconds. And in the end he realizes that it all comes down to a battle against time. And then he shouts to the bishop, and he begins to pray, invoking sacred energy, asking to bathe that darkness with its warm light. And in that the light shines on the ceiling, and they are all affected by that strong light of sacred energy. And Acid says that it is a technique composed of sacred arts and aura, and it is not nearly as effective as the sun, but it can at least restrict the invocation of heretic arts, although using its light would have been more effective. But that evangelist is not liking this at all, so they say that in any way they can block his heretic arts of invocation with this. And Karen goes after him with some daggers, but the evangelist catches it, one of the suckers who is on his side, and puts Zano as a shield. And Caesar and Cam step up in aggression too, along with Proto, who is beheading everyone in front of him. And they notice that the evangelist has not yet entered the Battalion and is just standing there, watching, and that means the place he's protecting is the center of the ritual, and they have to destroy that altar, while they still can't use the heretic arts. But the evangelist calls them all idiots, asking if they really believed they could stop his enchantments with just that. He actually uses several heretic arts circles all over that place, and Proto is surprised with several hands coming out from behind them, and several demons are summoned, and he asks how come they're all so ugly. And Sid says that the summoning of heretic arts is blocked, so he created chimeras with incomplete heretic arts, and they will self-destruct soon because they are incomplete. But it's more than enough to buy time, and the evangelist stands there looking and smiling at them, while Leon wonders if the activation of the ritual is instantaneous. Meanwhile, Kim gets mad at those damn small fish, hitting them all and destroying those things. But while he's using his hand to destroy those things, the blood ends up being corrosive and hurts him even if he hits. And Karen, when throwing her poison kunai, notices that her poison has no effect, but she also realizes that that thing doesn't even feel pain. And Cesare thinks that this way it will end up being a battle of attrition. They will be in greater danger as long as I last. And Proto realizes that he is right, thinking that they need to overcome the situation as quickly as possible. But he should not use the full power of the sacred sword, however. Sid says that it will become a big problem if they become aware of the hero's existence. They will do whatever it takes to hold him by the ankles, even at the cost of their lives. And he must keep in mind that this situation can only be changed by catching them off guard, and he says he knows this, because the only role he can play now is a final attack. Meanwhile, the evangelist is happy with that development, but he looks deep into the boy's eyes, who is scared like everyone else there, because the ritual is beginning, and he says that they have finally arrived. The apostle of God has answered his call, and that ritual is coming to fruition and becoming stronger and stronger. And the boy puts his hand on his chest, because his heart is beating madly, and it is an overwhelming fear that he has never had before. And he wonders if that is the city devourer, and he calls Sid, and he says that it is not yet time to use the sacred sword, but they need something to overcome this situation. So they will use the sacred art with half of the accumulated power, and he questions about it, and Sid says that it will be difficult. But he had a brilliant idea, thanks to the moon Cesare created. So he says that both the sun and the moon are necessary to completely reproduce the symbol of the goddess. And it just so happened that they had people who possess auras of the sun and the moon there in that place. And not only that, a combination between a bishop who can use composite sacred arts and a hero is truly regrettable for Malice, and he shows a status to the boy, telling him to read it, and so he begins to recite that the sun and the moon, the two pupils of the goddess who look over everything, are coming together, and they should always be grateful, for their eyes are their divine love, and their closed eyes are gentle kindness. And Shizari realizes that the boy is using the first verse of the goddess's scripture, and Khan realizes that there is another sphere being formed on that ceiling. So the moon and the sun are side by side, and Karen feels that her voice is warm, and the Prota says that on the day the sun and the moon rise simultaneously, all who look to the sky will kneel and pray sincerely, and the two merge with the boy as the center, and all the monsters around are undone. And so he says that the sanctuary is the perfect cotter of the heretical arts, and space rejects all extra-dimensional principles and creatures. And Shizari orders everyone to go up now, destroying everything in their path. And the evangelist says that this is a damn blasphemy, calling them mere cattle of the goddess, snapping his fingers saying he will massacre them all, calling his creatures. And with that they fall apart, going to the evangelist's hand, and he says that the anguish is himself, and to think that he had to sacrifice the lives of his precious devotees and congregants just to deal with the cattle is too much. But while he holds those, he tells everyone to take a good look, calling them fools, saying that this is the true grace of God. He begins to immerse himself in his evil art, completely transforming in front of them. Then he assumes a very hideous form. They become apprehensive, and that thing asks what the insects think, saying that he will prove to all of them that their God, who is a guarantor of man, is human like him, and such power is absolute. And he transforms into a completely strange demon that looks like it was taken from Black Clover. And Asad says that the effect of the sanctuary activated at his level will not last long, and if he is so powerful inside the sanctuary, he will be no match for it once it disappears. And with that, both Khan and Shizari go after that thing, trying everything to kill it. But the monk remains calm, receiving those attacks, and asks if that's all they have, saying that now it's his turn, launching all his paws at those things. And they really take a lot of damage from all those attacks, with Khan receiving a large part, Shizari being thrown back. He notes that the difference is too great, and he has overwhelming attack power, and his regenerative capabilities and defense are far above that, and the only method of attack that would work on him will be the full power of the Holy Sword. But he wonders if he will be able to kill it with a single attack, and he keeps looking at that huge devil in front of him as a doubt comes to his mind, because if he couldn't, then they would end up losing the only option. They have to stop it. And that thing starts talking about how it's overflowing with power, saying that now they truly look like a bunch of insects. And Prota looks to the side, seeing Shizari all messed up along with Khan too, and he gets irritated by this because they need to find a way to defeat him with a single attack, but he wonders if that's even possible. And when he looks to the side, he sees Karen all broken thin. He asks if she's okay, and she says she probably is, and leaving that aside, they're in a difficult situation because none of the Coffin Guardian's attacks or his are effective, and he thinks about it, thinking about Karen and the Coffin Guardian besides the Shadow Step, and he asks her to help him, saying he needs her strength, and she asks if he thought of something good, and he says he's going to go around him and destroy the altar to stop the ritual, and defeating him is not his priority, but she says no, asking about getting behind him, asking if he thinks he's a wizard, asking if he can teleport, and he says they can just jump through space itself. So she asks how he's doing, but then he loses his temper and yells at her, Coffin Guardian, asking if he can make it happen, saying he'll keep her secret, asking her to help him this time. And the girl starts to lose her nerve and says she doesn't know her circumstances, but everyone will die if they fail, saying that he, and everyone there, and she steps back, changing her appearance, and he starts to get scared, and she ends up accepting, saying that she will help him, but asks how long he knew, saying that he should have told her before, that he already knew, saying that he will die of shame. But he says that this is nonsense of her, saying that she would have tried to kill him if he told her, and she really puts her kane on his neck, saying that of course she would do it, because a woman's secret is very precious. And while Chisari is down, Khan goes to the bishop, asking how long he will stay lying there, calling him a weakling. Then the elf gets very angry, saying that he will kill him, and the two start to fight. Meanwhile, both the guy and he run away. Then she says that they are the furthest he can go, saying that he will have to go alone from now on, indefinitely. He will catch her if she is hidden, but Linha, hearing her, just smiles, asking her not to die, and the girl is really moved this time, because she can hardly believe that one day she would see someone from the church worry about her, and so she wraps him in that shadow of the Coffin Guardian, and Sid says that the Shadow Step is a technique that jumps through space, but says that since long-range movements are difficult, even for high-ranking mages, he is sure that it only goes as far as necessary for the assassination. So it is more than enough to get behind him, and the boy really goes after that thing. And he notices that it is the heart of the city devourer ritual, and notices that it is the essence of life, and Sid says yes. And it is the result of the sacrifice of more than 10,000 lives. And the boy takes his sword, saying that it is unforgivable, and invoking his aura. Then Chisari shouts to Leon, and the boy gets scared, but before he could do anything, one of that evangelist arms pierces his shoulder. But you're also an idiot, right? You appear behind the beast, staring, thinking, talking. Wow, is this what the deal is? Wow, it's unforgivable. I'm going to summon my aura. Draw attention. It's obvious that the beast is going to attack you, or am I an idiot? So he almost dies with that attack, and Sid shouts to Leon, while the monster tells him to give up, calling him the goddess's dog, saying he lost his last chance, and tells him to accept his inevitable death. And I say that this is the blessing that his god granted him. And everyone screams at Leon, trying to go after the boy, but that demon stops his attack, saying that he will not call, because he should get angry, because soon they will be in the same state as him, and he questions if the boy has already died, while Leon thinks about death, wondering if he will die there, without stopping anymore, or do something heroic. And Sid himself continues calling the boy, and he questions why Sid is talking, because he cannot hear him, and stopping to think. They will go together to the Titan mountain range, but he thinks that he will not be able to keep that promise while losing his life. But he remembers the promise, also remembering Liam, who said that he will believe in the boy's promise, because he is the type of person who will keep any promise he makes, no matter what. He really takes that power out of his ass like a protagonist, and with that strength that he took from where the sun does not shine, he grabs the little leg of the cockroach that became an evangelist, and breaks it, removing it from his arm. Then the monster gets scared, with the boy falling. Rolling around there, he gets up with great difficulty, and thinks he has no chance of winning. And even so, the destiny of a hero is to look towards victory, and that is what his master, who always pushed him forward, taught him, and he says he will finish him and save everyone like the hero. And even with a huge hole in his chest, bleeding a lot, he is still standing, holding the sword with only one hand, and that evangelist starts to smile, calling him a damned, saying that he will at least recognize that he has tenacity, and says that he is half dead and still he holds his sword, and if so, he should try to endure this too, launching several attacks at the boy. But then, the true audacity says that apparently he has no choice, saying that the boy did his best, embodying himself in Leon, saying that he will help him just this once, telling him to take a good look, calling him a foolish disciple. And the boy looks at that image with a smile on his face, and so he enters Leon's body, using the 7-star sword, Great Chariot, Merak. And with that, he launches an attack so strong that it surpasses that demon, without even letting that thing see what happened, piercing it completely. And when the demon looks back, he wonders when the boy got there, and so his head detaches from his body, and he begins to speak with his head fallen on the ground, asking how he uses it to hurt him again, asking if the boy thinks that just because he cut off his head, it will stop him, because something like that will be regenerated in a minute. But then, the head does not regenerate, and the boy begins to smile, asking if he is still alive after losing his head, saying that he is very filthy, where he questions whether that sorry state was the way he wanted. And Leon is already in full hero form, actually acting like him, asking why that evangelist won't serve Dalan, because they can walk around without a head, so that body says it's a damned irreverence. And now he creates eyes and a mouth in the middle of his abdomen, saying he's disrespectful, saying that not even his blood would be able to compensate for this. But Sid says he's lacking power because of the injury, and he's shaking because of it, so he says that his body might not be able to withstand a second attack, asking if Leon will still try. And the boy obviously agrees, and Sid accepts the boy's wish, but he warns that this will cost him dearly. He uses the big car, the dub, and uses another attack on that demon, cutting him in half. Then, the demon starts screaming, asking why, and what's happening. Because he's not regenerating, he notices that the power of his heretical art is shattering, and says that now that it's come to this, he's going to take them all with him, turning into a great mass of something twisted and demonic, wanting to explode along with everyone. And Sid says, who knew this was going to happen? So he held back a bit, and now he's going to explode into real pieces, and the demon gets a fright that the boy is still going to attack him. And Sid tells him not to waste a single moment, speaking to Leon, saying that the true essence of the 7-star sword is in its links. He's still too inexperienced to even handle one of them properly, but as long as he discharges the technique's resource in the holy sword, it will at least become a unique finishing move. And he uses the great raw and sacred chariot, going all out on that thing and making several cuts, as well as destroying the essence of life. And that evangelist realizes that all his plans went wrong, and the self-destructs failed, not to mention that the essence of life was destroyed, and he thinks this is impossible. But to make matters worse, he ends up being sucked by the very thing he was trying to summon. So he says he can't let it end like this. However, the city devourer appears, swallowing him as the last resort, and disappearing along with everything that he had as evidence. And Sid says that was a close call, and Leon asks if it's over, and he says it is. And it seems he was content with the little one after the essence of life was destroyed. And it turns out they really saved everything, and Sid says that just a few more seconds they would have been sacrificed to the city devourer too. And everyone just watches that thing lying on the ground then, and Sid says that the boy did a good job, but Leon falls to the ground, all wounded, screwed up and tired, throwing his sword around. Then Chisari goes to him, calling the boy, and Leon even tries to talk to the bishop, but he says that the boy doesn't need to talk, saying that he will treat him right now, using his sacred art to heal him, and he says that was a close call, saying that he is happy that he didn't hit too hard. But Leon says that he should heal himself first, and so Karen asks him if they won, along with the guardian of the coffin that is serving as a pet, and says that at the moment she arrived, something shone and disappeared, asking if he was the one who defeated that thing. Then Khan complains about it, asking what happened with that ritual. I don't know what, asking someone to explain to him what happened. Then he says that they stopped the activation of the city devourer, and the evangelist was swallowed by the ritual, so he must be 100% dead. And in that, Leon tells the bishop, shaking all over, saying that he thinks he's going to faint soon, so he leaves him in his care. And everyone is scared with the boy falling Doro there, while Sid thinks that the boy did a good job. And then, after the battle is over, the whole place starts to break down, and both Cesario and Karen are scared, and she wonders if it's collapsing or just her imagination. And Cesario says it's probably true, since the person who created the space died. And Kim says it's over there, calling everyone to leave, and then the girl says they have to take Lord Conrad too, who is all broken down in the corridors of the place. But Kim says he's going crazy, and when they finally manage to get out of there, the hero starts talking to himself, saying that this time it was a little dangerous, because Leon hasn't yet learned to use aura completely. However, even so, he managed to defeat the heroes before summoning the deliverer of the city, and thank goodness he wasn't alone there. But this is like child's play to the boy, and he questions what happened, but says it wasn't a joke, asking the boy what he would do if he ended up dying, saying that he should protect him more. But he says that anyway, that the worst is over, and this kind of crisis is normal for a warrior, and this was a good lesson for Leon. However, he questions himself about this punishment and says that there is not much he can do, saying that it is a shame that his power is still sealed, but he hopes the boy will be okay, because if he keeps practicing, he will soon reach rank B. So, in about 2 months, he should teach him how to use the 7-star sword skill. So, the hero does not agree with this very much, saying that in any case, he needs to get stronger before they go to the Titan Mountains, and apparently, the order of the techniques are 7-star sword, 7-star sword and Titan Mountains, and the Titan Mountains. And in the guild hospital sometime later, the protagonist finally wakes up and takes a dirty, wondering where he is, but as he gets up, moving too abruptly, his whole body begins to hurt, and he screams there, feeling an absurd pain, writhing all over. Then, he remembers when he was impaled by that creature, and also when he managed to remove part of it from his shoulder, and the techniques he used at that moment, and is surprised by this, and remembers talking to Cesare too, and notices that he had passed out, and must be in the guild's recovery room, but it is a very luxurious place for a rank C like him, and he talks to Elsid, asking if he is there. And then, Elsid starts to get out of his hand, and he notices that he is different from normal, and is kind of falling apart. So, Elsid asks Leon to pay attention, because if he is listening to that message, it means that he is okay, and has regained consciousness, and first of all, he congratulates him, and since it was all thanks to him, he will not celebrate his victory much. So, the protagonist already gets pissed off because of this, and Elsid says that leaving jokes aside, there is something he needs to know, and he says he won't has been able to talk to him for about a month, asking if he's sad, and says there's nothing he can do. After all, it's a problem that couldn't be avoided, and he can't stabilize his soul in the holy sword now. So the boy asks if it was because he used his power on him, and he says that sometimes being too nice brings bad consequences. And the boy thinks it was too good to be true, and Elsid questions if he understood what he said, and it will be a month ago, and the next time they meet, he should probably already be able to fully use his aura, telling him to try harder, since he was able to give him a taste of what it's like to be able to use the 7-star sword ability, and says that he shouldn't rest while he's away, because unless he wants him to shower him with punishment when he returns, the boy better try harder. So the protagonist thinks that even though he's a C rank, he could sense what happened, and says that he must be incredibly strong in the past because of this ability, and so he says that his message ends there. And getting involved with the city devourer while still young and surviving means that he will still have many obstacles in his path, but Elsa will be rooting for him, telling the boy to keep practicing, so Leon agrees with him, saying he will do his best, and with that, the message ends there, and says that it will be automatically destroyed in 5 seconds, and the protagonist is surprised by this, but some time later, he reflects on everything that happened, thinking about the big car, saying that it was incredible, because the moment Elsa controlled his body, it was as if they were sharing the same vision, and his vision at that moment was so clear, clean, as if it were a glass crystal, and his world changed completely, and the flow of space, the vibrations, and also something he could not see or feel with his current vision, and it is something he is still very far from achieving, but if he focuses on improving his vision and aura, he will be able to use the Sword of the 7 Stars, and says that he will definitely succeed. But he remembers Elsid saying that he is rooting for him, saying that it wasn't that bad, and although his head still hurts, after using so much power, he is fine. And then Cesare goes to see Leon, saying that it is good that the boy is finally woken up. And when he looks at that water, he asks the bishop, questioning how many days have passed since he passed out. And then he, after knowing everything, says that according to what the bishop says, the subjugation of the heretics ended 3 days ago. And the moment they managed to get out of the labyrinth, it seems that it collapsed and it was destroyed altogether. And its forces that were outside the labyrinth were hit, and 56 people died, and 107 were in serious condition, and the rest of the people who helped them are fine. And many were sacrificed to achieve victory. But this time, evil could not overcome good. Then they can consider that they have won at least. However, Leon still regrets not being able to save more people. He says that there is, agreeing with the bishop. Cesare says that they are still investigating the city devourer and how it all happened, and they must prevent something like that from happening again. It was thanks to him that they were able to prevent chaos from happening in their city. However, Leon says that it wasn't like that at all, and it was thanks to Cesare and all those who came to help. But upon seeing this, Cesare wonders if it really was. After all, if the hero hadn't been there, they would all probably be dead now. Then, when Leon hears what he's saying, it starts to sound like a hot dog. Then, Cesare says that he seems very surprised. He questions how the bishop knows, and he says that he confirmed it when they met in the labyrinth. In fact, Leon thinks that he kind of imagined it when he first saw it. He says that at first he thought it was a member of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, and he says that he experienced many things as an elf, since his race has a very long lifespan. So, Leon thinks that for a long time, he thought he was a person who deserved nothing and was envious. No matter how incredible the Hour of the Sun is, it is difficult for someone to master it as easily as he did. So, although the boy's skills are still too immature to call him a master, Leon says he knows it is still a shame, but the bishop says that it is not that. He is just impressed at how he could defeat such a strong evil creature with such immature skills. But the skill he displayed in the end was incredible, and it was the skill of the best knight in history. The 7-star sword invented by the hero, and the 7 stars, the great chariot. He remembers seeing about this skill in a book that told about the heroes of the past. Since he died, no one has used it, and if someone like that appeared again, the meaning is quite obvious. So, Leon thinks he cannot lie to Azori, and he speaks to the bishop asking if he remembers the sword he used in the labyrinth. Then he says that when he saw it, it disappeared at the same time. He couldn't even touch it when they left the labyrinth. So the protagonist thinks he can summon the holy sword, even if they had or thirsted it. So he asks him to grant the blessing, pulling out the holy sword. And the bishop, seeing this, is beyond amazed with the boy wielding that thing, and he kneels in front of Leon, praying to God. And he says that it is a great shame of him, apologizing for being rude, not recognizing his divine power before, but Leon also apologizes for hiding it. Then Azori speaks, calling him a hero, asking if he intends to continue hiding his identity in the future, and the protagonist says yes, saying that most of the power of the holy sword is still sealed, and his skills are still not good, so when he is no longer a disgrace as a hero, he will reveal his identity. And Azori says that in his opinion, he is already good enough, but the boy is very humble, and since he is like that, he will keep his secret. However, he says if there would be any problem if one more person knew the secret. So he asks about it, and Azori says that would be the same. And even though the succession ceremony isn't over yet, she would be a little happier and more excited to hear this news. And the protagonist thinks for a bit and thinks that if it were just the bishop and the saint, everything would be fine, and he counts on the bishop, who is all happy and thanking him. But then someone knocks on the door and the boy gets scared. But Azori asks him to rest for now because he blocked the sound of that room to the outside world, and what they talked about just now, no one will be able to know. And he asks that person to come in, and it turns out to be Karen, who goes to her to see how the boy is, and they are both surprised. And she asks if there was a tension, and she asks if it's because she came so suddenly, and says she'll be back later. And the protagonist says he had completely forgotten about that since the mission. And Karen's true identity is the guardian of the coffin, one of the 3 biggest villains in the favela, and no one, not even Khan himself, knows who he is. And he said during the mission that would keep secrets about her true identity, but he promised in a verbal agreement that he could break that promise whenever he wanted. But she was very convincing that she would never break that promise, and the situation at that time was very horrible, and thank goodness the bishop is there. And so Karen says that everything is fine, saying that she is sure that guy has also realized who she is, and that to stay there calmly with her, showing the guardian of the coffin. And the protagonist asks how so, and then the bishop says that it was thanks to his aura, and the aura of his son, together with the aura of the moon, has the power to sense any evil magic resonating. So how could he not notice a person with 2 different attributes, one of them being the shadow? And it would be strange if he did not notice, and she thinks that she should have killed him when she could. But at that, the protagonist asks if he will receive any punishment. After all, he knows her identity, and still he kept his secret. But he says that he is as if this were the biggest problem in the world, and asks because he wouldn't give her the chance to do the right thing. And even a murderer can do something good for others. And in the end, Karen didn't run away from the situation until the end, and they fought by her side when they needed it most. Even though her religion doesn't allow for forgiveness for the bad things she's done, he can say that she's a colleague, someone they can count on again one day. And the protagonist thinks that if Karen's existence were that of a bloodthirsty murderer, a decision like that would be impossible. Then Karen realizes that somehow everything seems fine, wondering if she'll get away with it, and asks why. They started laughing out of nowhere, wondering if they're setting the date for her execution, without her knowing what it is. Then the bishop speaks to Karen, who is shaking all over. He says that first, she needs to tell him her story, and the reason she became an assassin, and lived secretly as a normal adventurer. And with that, there is a huge tension in the room, and she asks if he has ever stopped to think about who people hate most in the world, and then they are surprised, and she says that they are orphans just like her, besides her being half-breed. Then the protagonist says that the story she had told them was as dark as the shadow of her soul, and when she was little, she didn't have money to eat or to buy clothes, and not even anyone to protect her. And she was not much different from a bum wandering the streets, since she was from one of the lowest classes that existed. And one day, when she was suffering the dangers of the favela, she was saved by someone, but the hand that extended help to her was full of malice from the beginning. And she says that he had told her that it was normal, taking orphans who no longer care about life and making them murderers. But she asks who guaranteed that she could grow up well and earn money in this life. And even the person who took her was surprised, because she was born from a human and a dark elf. And after she awakened her powers, she managed to assassinate several people on mission. And then they began to call her the guardian of the coffin. And the more she killed people, the stronger the organization of assassins became. And her status also increased, and she ended up as the right-hand man of the head of the organization of assassins. But she says that that was nothing, because it only took 7 seconds for him to die by her hands, and in the end, she killed the head of the organization, and he was one of the 3 strongest and most feared people in the entire favela. And then Karen started killing more people, under her own judgment, but she didn't want to live as a guardian of the coffin anymore. And after eliminating the head of the organization, she started freeing the orphans who had been caught the same way as her. And then she thinks that her work as an assassin was incredible, but she didn't want to be like that forever. And then she became an adventurer little by little, hiding her real identity. But in the end, she still remains the same, and the 2 are super apprehensive when they see that. And she says that now that they know her identity, she thinks she will no longer be able to escape from the Holy Church. But if they can remember how she helped everyone, she will be very happy, because she doesn't want to go to prison asking them to think of her. And she starts using cap begging balls to be able to gain the favor of the 2. They think that it's very strange, but Chisari talks to Leon. Just looking at him, he's surprised, noticing that Chisari is throwing the responsibility onto him, and he realizes that he has to think of this not as Leon, but rather throw her as a hero. Because if you think about it, she didn't become a killer because she wanted to, and the way she fought with them against the demon was actually good. Besides that, her life now doesn't seem to be a lie. Heroes aren't people with the right to say forgiveness, but she is someone they would never point their sword at. He talks to Karen, saying that he will give her 2 options to choose from, and she will be the one to decide which one she will choose, and no matter which one she chooses, he promises that he will respect her decision, and she is surprised, questioning what he is talking about, asking why he is saying no, bishop. So he thinks about it, because he didn't want his identity to be revealed to the bishop, but he discovered it himself, and the only person who knows his identity is himself and the saint, but they will still put that on the bill. So he thinks that the guardian of the coffin, or Karen perhaps, is someone he can truly trust with his true identity. The bishop asks if this will be okay. After all, this could end up impacting his future. He talks to Leon, so she asks Broda again what he's talking about. He tells Karen that after she sees that, she must choose carefully between the two options. He begins to take the sacred sword from her fist. The girl is surprised. He then says that after he recovered and was able to leave the guild, a week has passed since the confrontation with evil. He thanks everyone for their help earlier. The boy says he only did what he could to help the city. It was enough for him. The guildmaster then talks about what he told him before, asking if the boy is really okay with it. Leon agrees. The master chuckles, saying that it was still good to meet such a kind and young boy like him. If he ever gets an idea, he should tell him immediately, because as he knows, he is one of the most famous bards in this world. You see, and your name is your story. We'll arrive on the other side of the continent in less than 2 months. And Broda thinks this is a bit too much, but as he walks, Karen is waiting for him, and he's already dressed in his robes. He goes to meet him, and the girl is moved by that, asking what happened, asking since, when he has so much confidence, and the boy questions if it's really, and she talks about something, asking if he met with the guild leader after he left there, and the boy says, yes, saying that he went to talk about his reward, but he says that he was really nice to him, compared to the first time they saw each other. So Karen asks what the reward was, but the boy says that he wanted to raise his status to adventure rank, but he refused, and she is surprised by this, questioning what the hell he's talking about, and the boy says that besides that, he also wanted to introduce her to the king, but he refused again, and the girl doesn't even understand why he decided that, saying that the boy is very stupid, and she says that he had a great opportunity in hands, asking if he didn't think before refusing, and Leon says that the result of his actions will be shown in his battles, but perhaps the rest of the evil groups already know of his existence, and he had never used the power of the sacred sword like that, and he can't even take care of himself yet, so he has to train to become strong enough to be able to use it. But then the girl asks why he had made her that proposal, and she remembers when he revealed that he is the hero of this generation who was chosen by the sacred sword, asking if she would like to be his ally in the name of it. And in the present she says that she gave him time to think, and asks her if she has already decided, and she says that it must be good they're taking him to another corner. And she says that the forest and trees are something sacred to the goddesses and the elves, and this applies to her too, since elven blood runs in her veins. In that time when he had made her the proposal, it was like asking her if she wanted to be free to walk in the sun and come out of the shadows. So she says that before making any decision, she has to be honest. She does not regret the blood that was spilled by her hands, because it was the only way that she found to survive, and she grew up in darkest part of the favela, and at the end of all this, she is still thankful that those people died, and the protagonist is distressed watching the girl's words, and she says that she didn't want people like her in this world anymore, to have no peace, to grow up without love, and around people who don't give her any hope. And she doesn't want people like that to exist and go through everything she went through. And she speaks to the boy, addressing him as a hero this time, saying that if he says that this will never happen again, he promises this one thing, then she gives her life to him, kneeling in front of the protagonist. And then the boy is surprised by her action, and in that, he remembers Elsa saying that this is his destiny and duty as a hero, to make today better than yesterday, and tomorrow better than today. And the boy thinks about people not suffering like she did anymore, and he will do his best to make that future a reality, reaching out and taking her vows. And he says that that day when everyone was killed, only she deserved to survive. So after a while, he sits down to talk, and he stops to think about what happened to Khan, and says that no one told him anything, that Gianano's just returned to the favela, and she asks if he really didn't know anything, saying that Khan ran away and everything ended. He packed his things and left with his group, and no one knows where he went. And since he was fast, no one was able to follow him to find out, and the boy is surprised by this and thinks he's right, that he didn't expect him to run away. And after the battle, the number of people living in the favela dropped significantly, and there was only one thing left to do. And even if they had the merit of helping them, it doesn't mean they were forgiven for working with evil before, so they can't escape punishment. But because they helped do good, their sentence was reconsidered. They will only have to spend a few years in prison. But Proda thinks that even so, he didn't expect him to disappear without saying goodbye. And she says that she still has some things there that weigh on your back. But for Khan it was different, so he just disappeared like the wind. And he remembers how Khan was actually quite fun, remembering the interaction they had, and Leon wonders if it's bad of him to ever want to see him again, and so the girl stands up, asking what he plans to do from now on, saying that he hasn't told her anything yet, asking if he won't do anything stupid without thinking again now, calling him a hero. Then he thinks he already had a plan before, saying that when he was promoted to rank B, he would embark on a journey to the Titanic mountain range. Then he remembers Asura saying that 100 days should be enough for him to learn how to use the aura for them to go, and rank B should be enough for him to be able to leave. But he says he still has some time until he completes the 100 days, and the problem is that Asura is still sleeping, and he remembers Karen in front of him, calling her in a way that leaves the girl very scared and questioning what happened. And what bad feeling is this? And the Prota thinks that Karen is a rank rogue and a former high-level assassin, and she also has detection ability. Besides, it can even transform your environment in his favor so he can move. And he remembers everything she did during the mission and smiles at her with a big smile, saying he hopes she can take care of him for a while. And the girl questions what he's talking about, and he says they're going to visit the bishop because they're going to need help. And she questions again what he's talking about, because if he doesn't tell her, she'll get anxious, wondering if he's doing this on purpose to provoke her. And then he says he still has 3 weeks, and today is until Ulside wakes up. And so he still wants to train and perfect his skills using aura, and when he passes the basics, he'll be able to learn the 7-star sword skill. And then he asks Ulside to wait for him, because he's going all out. And in District 13 of the favela, things are very calm, and they say it's good that they have plenty of food. And they also say it's all thanks to the bishop and the church, and they're serving bread to some sheltered people. And a guy asks the girl to get one more, saying which is for his children, apologizing for how he treated her when they were in District 23, and that lady just thanks him. And that guy tells the little boy to help his mother carry it, telling him to get it, and tells them to thank the church and say a prayer to God there, because if it weren't for them, they wouldn't be standing there today. And so the church really is brighter, and they think that things really are different from District 23, and it's a relief. But in the middle of their prayer, a noise, a racket starts inside the church, scaring everyone, and I can even imagine what's going on inside. And Lion starts saying that he still has 3 weeks and today is until the UCI wakes up. So he still wants to train and perfect his skills using the aura, and when he passes the basics, he will be able to learn the 7-star sword skill, remembering how he performed at that moment. He tells the UCI to wait for him while they already have good plans. Sometime later, in the church, he continues fighting her, but he notices that the girl is not weak at all, disappearing from his sight and appearing behind him. He wants to kill her like the assassin she is, but as soon as he turns his head, he notices the blade and plants his foot on the ground. She asks if he thinks he's good at using his feet, since he managed to counter her attack. She tells him he needs to think more like an assassin. The poor boy is shaking all over after that beating. She says that his current skills aren't that bad, and he knows the basics perfectly, but he's still too immature for a battle. She disappears again, coming at him, but this time with a clone of herself. The protagonist, seeing that, thinks she used her vision to see her movements, but he thinks she's too fast. However, he manages to keep up with one of them, seeing that one is more translucent. Another one is firmer in front of him, and he notices that the fake one is on the left, and attacks from the right, almost cutting off the girl's head, who ducks in great fear, asking how the boy saw him, and the protagonist stares at her very firmly. And she says that she didn't use much of her aura, but that was already surprising, and says that it's great, and wants to see how far he can go. And she prepares to leave again, and so, she creates several illusions, and the protagonist is surprised, and even manages to see some of them, noticing that before it was very clear which one was fake, but he wonders if now it's a shadow clone technique. And so, she asks if she can go, and the protagonist thinks that even though she is slower than before, this technique makes it very difficult for him to see. Even using his ability, he can't even get a sense of the distance where she is now, and if it's to the right, or to the left, or if it's in the position where she herself is. And he thinks that the muscles in his eyes are hurting a lot when trying to keep up with her speed, which seems like they're going to explode. But then, the girl appears right behind him, putting that kunai to the boy's neck, and says that he couldn't, saying that with this there are 100 victories out of 102 attempts, and he simply gives up, asking if it's not too much of an exaggeration for an adventurer who isn't even rank B. And she says that she didn't exaggerate, and said that she only used the level of strength corresponding to her aura, and didn't do anything too much, but asks if he isn't tired of fighting in an open field. And she says that this isn't being advantageous for him, asking if he isn't tired of losing, making fun of the kid who is all sad in the corner, and he thinks that her words hurt more than the blows, and he did a good job when they faced Mauen, remembering all those cuts and monsters that he defeated very easily. So he says that he thought he had gotten stronger, but the difference between him and Karen is still huge, and besides, she didn't even use all her strength against him. But he asks if she got stronger now, and she says that of course, a little shy, because she is lying. But she tells him he's joking, and he's doing well, and he asks if it's serious. And she says that when he can see through her illusions, Even a first-class assassin won't be able to defeat him, and he says that his skills have already surpassed that of a B-ranked assassin. And the protagonist asks if it's true that he can't use the aura properly, and she says that the aura is certainly something powerful, but he doesn't need to worry, because his eyes and feet are already doing a good job, and she can cut iron like paper and can even break stone. But when it comes to a real enemy, it's much more difficult since they can dodge, and for an assassin who depends on the aura, this can end up being a big disadvantage. So to defeat the opponent as an assassin, you need to use some tricks up your sleeve, and this can be considered winning. But she says that she doesn't like to defeat her enemies by cheating. Anyway, if she had to list the pros and cons there, she can say that the protagonist is very strong, but from her vision he's still better than his. He couldn't catch her, but he shouldn't be fooled by her because she never cheats. So whenever she faces someone, she does her best to make the fight difficult, and the protagonist thinks a little about cheating. But she says he's overthinking it, and says that cheating only serves to have a shortcut in the difference in skill, and if he follows that path, he will never be able to overcome. And she says she doesn't know who taught her to be like that, or if it was with a madman, or if he was fighting with some monster. And the protagonist remembers that it was with a monster, but then she says that he needs to be faster and have more skill, and he doesn't need to follow her own way, but they will improve the cards up his sleeve that he has, calling the protagonist a hero, and he thinks that there is right, because choosing the easy way won't make it easier for him to become stronger, and he needs to choose the right path and strive to become stronger. But at that moment, the guardian of the coffin touches the protagonist's shoulder, given that he arrives here, and he says that the first part of the training is over, and so they go to the next one. And the protagonist gets a big scare with that thing, and with that, she tells him not to worry, calling him to go to the aura theory training and learn how to use the aura weapon. And a little later, Karen goes to meet him, asking if they stopped in the last class, wondering if it was about the aura and training methods. And then she continues saying that the aura is a power created from the user's body, and in short, it is as if it were the essence of the human being. And the protagonist pays a lot of attention to this, and she says that life experience and thought are the basis of a person, and several people can face the same situation. Some run and others hide, and that is why it is impossible to distinguish good and evil based on something alone. And no matter how much he seeks justice, if he deviates from this path, he will have to be fair to himself. And training the aura is basically making your essence pure and more powerful. For example, the fire attribute training method, breaking something or fighting with someone, or even torturing yourself. Actions like this can refine the fire aura and make it even more powerful, and the protagonist is frightened by these methods. And she says that depending on the attribute, the difficulty of the training can vary greatly. In her case, she has the shadow attribute, and her life mission was training. And the sun attribute, for example, is something else, because it is an attribute that symbolizes divine power, and has already been manifested in several prestigious warriors. And he, looking at her, falls in love. Look, Thor knows how to draw, okay? This one can give you a hand and walk away with the bleach cube. And so the protagonist turns all red, and she asks what came to his mind when they talk about the sun attribute. And the boy isn't thinking about anything she's saying, he's thinking about something else. Then he starts to really think about what she's saying. When he thinks about the sun, he remembers a warm thing that illuminates the entire world and eliminates darkness, wherever it is. But then he stops and thinks about it, because that's what he's summing up as shining, and looks at himself, and the girl notices that he thought of something, and he says that maybe it's because of the battle ahead, but the aura inside his body is burning, as if it were lava flowing on the surface. And if he takes this fluidity and puts some power, and then concentrates it at his fingertips, he starts to feel the heat, as if it were going to burn. And he manages to concentrate the power, but he wonders how he'll be able to put it out, until he thinks that if it is the sun, then it would be in a glow, basically creating a Rasengan. What a scene, huh? What a scene. All that was missing was Tabby, the muscular one, and in that, she looks all silly looking at him, who managed to really activate his aura, and he makes a photosphere, but it's not so good, to the point of being used as a weapon. However, he managed to do it, but in that thing in his hand explodes, and he ends up hurting himself, falling to the ground, and she goes to him asking if he's okay. But in that, he remembers a little of how the hero used his power, and thinks he didn't know, since he had used Elsid's power. And one day he hopes to reach the high level of aura of that day, and Karen takes the opportunity to tell Leon that he is incredible, saying that he has already learned the basics of how to use the aura and put it out of the body, and now he just needs to learn to control it. And she says she doesn't know if it was just a light, but it only lasted for 10 seconds. However, that is already something very good for a start, and the basics are no different from an aura weapon, and says that when he can better control his aura, he will get the rest too. And the protagonist thinks about it, and she says that for her, this is it. And she sees the aura flow like blood in her veins, and it is as if she is just spitting it out, and aura weapons consume a lot of power. and stabilizing the circulation of aura is very important. But the bishop arrives there saying that it is too risky for her to base it on such a simple vision of aura, and she gets scared. And he says that if she only thinks about becoming strong, her power will not last long. And in short, if it were of the fire attribute, it would explode. And he is surprised that the bishop is there, saying that he finished his patrol early, and he just says yes, and says that besides, he went to look for a quote to fix what the two blew up, and they are already nervous, and the bishop says that later they will talk about the repair, asking how about they do something more important, as he brought a message from the saint. And the protagonist is surprised, questioning this message, and so the bishop says that he thinks the succession ceremony is happening at that moment. And far away from where they are, in the middle from a snowy mountain range, something is happening to the pillars there, and they begin to glow, and the saint is also glowing. And the bishop says that the saint must receive divine power in the presence of 10 bishops, and a normal person, even a master, could not bear to receive that kind of power. And some saints from other generations have died during the succession ceremony because they were not suitable, but she is the 8th saint, Elahan. The strongest saint who will support the hero is being born, and she truly obtains sacred power, even having a cross shape in her eyes. And inside that place there is a mask stuck in the ground. And it is said that 300 years ago, when the hero appeared, the first saint who accompanied Roderick ended up being killed due to his impotence. He only prayed wishing for the hero's safety. But it is not only faith that will keep the hero standing in a war, and the saint himself must have the power to defeat evil, and that is why their ancestors created the Holy Knights of Iron Chain. And currently they are one of the strongest military groups of knights on the continent. And in the name of the goddess, the saints of other generations are appointed as sub-captains. And being a saint is the same as being a warrior, and if he thinks so, he blesses him in the name of the goddess. And the power to fight with the hero is something that his ancestors dreamed of doing one day. And the girl accepts this, and so he wants to go to the final test, speaking to her, telling her to prepare for battle. And the girl takes off the sleeve of her clothes and begins to transform, putting on her battle armor, changing completely. And so she picks up that mask that was stuck in the ground, lifting it with only one hand. And everyone notices that she is holding the weapon of the holy ancestors, the morning star. And they say that it is beautiful. And once outside, they go to the edge of a cliff. And it is said that this is something that the ancient hero left them, a mark of his sword. And they say that he made these marks in the stone with just a blow, and the other fine marks on the other. Stones are what the other saints made, which even he made some of them. And now it's the girl's turn to leave her mark, speaking to her. And so, in the midst of that biting cold, the girl stands in front of that rock and thinks of the hero, saying that she's heard a lot about his deeds. And she thinks about when the protagonist destroyed that typhoon alone, and also killed that devil's messenger there using the hero's power, and thinks that she still has half a year left until the day the oracle predicted, but he's already there. And she says she's ashamed of herself for only becoming a saint now, thinking that the protagonist is a very brave man, and she too will become a saint worthy of accompanying him. And while she thinks, she gathers an absurd power, raising a very strong aura, preparing herself, and attacking that stone, making a hell of a noise, scaring all the bishops who were there. Because the girl opens a huge hole in that canyon, completely changing the landscape, and she continues thinking about the hero, asking him, please, to wait for her. Look, maybe the protagonist is waiting for you. You're strong as hell, my friend. What's that girl eating? And she's all in love with a hero she doesn't even know, rooting for him to accept her side. And so the bishop says that using the saint's style, and having inherited that power, she is willing to give her life for the protagonist. And she says she hopes to see him soon at the end of the letter, and the boy is surprised, because he has butterflies in his stomach, without even explanation, and at that Cream looks at him, and the protagonist thinks it's as if he senses trouble coming his way. It will definitely be, oh, if she finds out that Cream is a murderer, oh my, she has a Yanner face. You know, that's going to cause trouble. That crazy Veruda swept away. He asks what kind of person the saint is, and the bishop says that she is considered one of the best saints in all of history, not only for her faith, but also for her abilities. And she will certainly be of great help to the protagonist. And he thinks that this could be a good thing for him, because the saint is someone who has been considered the hero's companion for several generations. So he has to become a competent enough hero to stand by her side. And he thinks that he has begun to understand how the aura weapon works, and he only needs an image. So he asks the bishop about his attribute to the moon, and the bishop confirms. He says that if it is not today on his part, he asked if he could tell him what image he visualizes to activate his aura. Then the two there are surprised by this question, and then she begins to try to somehow tell him that this question is considered taboo for aura users, saying that telling the image of the aura weapon is the same as telling his weakness. And the bishop says that it is okay. And he says that he imagines all the phases of the moon. The crescent moon when he wants to use little energy, half moon when he wants to use more energy, and the full moon when he needs to give his best. And he says that there are also other phases of the moon, like the old moon and lunar eclipse, and the protagonist notes that there are 5 phases. But meanwhile, Karen Karen almost doesn't believe that he said this easily to the two, because this means that the bishop really trusts them both. And so the protagonist thinks that if he uses 5 phases of the moon, but unlike the moon, the phase of the sun is constant and doesn't change, and he thinks that he can't imagine an image like the bishop's in his mind. But he can clearly think of the sun and also the eclipse, saying that he can block the sun, and if he thinks of the image of the eclipse as a form of power, the sun is something that constantly shines on the sky, so he will solve this problem by blocking its light. And so the bishop notices that it seems the boy found his answer, and he gets all excited, saying that he can't wait to test what he just thought of and see if it will work. And so he goes outside with his sword, asking to talk. And the bishop notices that his face looks very good, asking him to show the power of a hero now. And the protagonist thinks about the types of aura, saying that he will test it, imbuing his sword with the aura, waiting for the attack. That comes from the bishop, which comes with absurd force, ordering him to receive that iron ball. But in this, the boy manages to dodge to the side, not being hit, while raising a lot of dust. He begins to imbue his sword with aura, and breathes a little to concentrate, and thinks about that feeling, because it is still a little difficult to put that power out, and in this training, he must face the bishop's attacks. But even if he tries to adjust his power with an image, his aura is concentrated in that weapon. And if he messes up, he can get Yao at any moment. And the bishop's weapon comes at the boy once again, and he thinks it's difficult to dodge or block his attack, and he needs to predict its trajectory and look for an opening. And as it gets closer and closer, the boy thinks he'll keep his distance until it gets close and follow the current, and so he dodges it, passing underneath and approaching the bishop, and says he'll get close enough to be able to block his attack, and first he'll dodge. But then the bishop's weapon curves and begins to surround the boy, ready to wrap him up. And the bishop questions if he really thought he could escape his attacks, provoking the protagonist, calling him a hero, and the boy becomes frustrated, wondering if this is possible. But he refuses to give up, thinking he has to try, digging his foot into the ground, and then imbuing his weapon more and more with his aura, making it manifest. And the bishop gets scared, because in the middle of that whirlwind of currents, the boy is shining there, and Leon thinks he can't use the 7-star sword, but still he'll make his own way by making his solar eclipse sword. My friend, my boy is shining. And Leon thinks that what he must do first is reach the power of the 2nd star of the great chariot, the Merak, and so he really thinks about doing this, because that power killed that monster very easily. And he says it's a bit difficult, since this power manifests on its own, so first he must compress the aura, accumulate it all in his blade, and thus suppress it, and before he couldn't release this power. And the solution he found for this problem was the eclipse sword. And the boy is already throwing aura through his eyes, and the eclipse actually forms on his sword, right in the boy's hand, and the bishop is surprised to see that his ball is split in half along with his chains by a swing of Leon's sword. So he asks the boy what that was, and Leon thinks he did quite well, despite being an incomplete skill. But he says he is far from being able to use the 7-star sword, and for now, he will perfect what he is now, and despite being an incomplete skill, he can say that he was the one who just created it using his own power. In addition, he even managed to block his opponent's attack, and the boy is very happy with that. And so, the bishop tells him that that was very cool, but in that the protagonist apologizes if he hurt him, because he ended up cutting the bishop's mask. Meanwhile, Karen appears there, saying that there is a visitor for Leon, and the guild girl herself calling him. He notices that it is Rise who appeared there, and they go inside the bishop's house, and she says that it is the first time they have met outside the guild, asking if he is better, and the boy reveals that he is, thanking her for worrying about him. And she says that since she was worried, she even brought him a potion, saying that there is something else, a reward given by the Lord. It is a bracelet that was enchanted with subspace magic, and it is not a big deal, but I hope it helps. And so, Karen is surprised by this bracelet, saying that it is worth hundreds of gold coins, and if its shape was beautiful, it would be worth more than 1,000 coins. So Rise is surprised that Karen actually knows everything, and the girl says that her earrings are the same type. And she says that since it's not very powerful, she uses it as if it were a small bag to take her guns. And he thinks that now he knows where she gets so many of those daggers from. And so, the protagonist puts the bracelet on his arm and uses the inventory, taking out the potion that was inside and putting it back. And he notices that this item is very convenient, because the person who gave it to him perhaps is more important than he can imagine. Then Rise says that the second reward is Leon's promotion to rank B, and since he buys all the requirements for the promotion, he just needs to show his aura weapon, and they will give him a new rank plate right away. And so, the protagonist remembers when, and Sid telling him that he would need 100 days, and he says that he managed to reach rank B before the 100 days. It's a shame that Sid can't see, but the boy shows her the aura weapon, surprising Rise, with her confirming his weapon and giving him the rank B plaque. The The boy is all happy about it, because he never thought he would be a rank B adventurer if he were at the academy, and the two congratulate them there. Then Rise says there is something else, and says that they have an answer to the request he made, and the protagonist questions what request that is, and she asks if he didn't request an escort mission from the guild, and he remembers it only now, and Karen realizes that he had no idea, and she says that since he is going to the Titan Mountains, and blind is just a stop, then they said he could leave as soon as he finished preparing the supplies, and that's when Rise herself comes in, saying that since he was the one who asked, she worked hard to get this, so Karen doesn't like any of this, asking him how come with a totally murderous look, and he says that they weren't partners yet when he made this request, and he says that since the bishop has many connections in higher classes, he asked help, and the fact that Rise is willing to help him with this is very good, and until they receive a call from above, they will continue with the training until that day arrives, and she already goes after him, wanting to beat the boy a little to calm her anger, and the protagonist, while watching her move, thinks that she is too fast, probably the most dangerous thing she has besides her abilities is her speed, but he manages to stop more and more of her attacks, and she says that she thinks the power he uses in his eyes is a bit irregular, and he says that he shouldn't rely only on his hero vision, and he thinks that because of this, he needs to train his physicality instead of just his abilities, and for that he has to improve his aura sense and perfect his eclipse vision. Then he notices that he has to focus more and more, and so he notices a change in the wind near the girl and a tremor in the ground, and she appears right behind him, and he feels her looking back, realizing exactly where the girl is, scaring the guy who stopped the attack right away, and moves away from him, getting out of his reach, and she asked what was that, because she never imagined he would be able to learn the aura sense so quickly, and the boy just gives her a little smile, saying it's all fun, man, and thanking the girl. She gets all red, thinking he's a naughty kid going after him, hiding that shyness, and the protagonist thinks he can't forget that feeling, and must keep recording it in his body, and he can become much stronger than he is now. And the bishop goes to Leon, congratulating him, because he managed to reach a more incredible level of power, and the protagonist is surprised by him arriving there. And the bishop says he has great news to tell to the two of them, and he arranged a meeting with his boss for that afternoon, and the place where the high-ranking staff stays is not very far, so they can take the opportunity and go there to meet them in person. And the two are amazed at how the bishop does things for them, and after a while of the game, they arrive at a small village, noticing that it is there, and the protagonist asks if they should go in at once, and when they go down to the camp and go to one of the tents, they ask if the two are from the guild, and the protagonist says yes, saying that his name is Leon, and that he is in rank B. Then Arnold of the Thunder Clan introduces himself to the protagonist, and says that the line is not very long, but he hopes that he likes it, and when the boy touches Arnold, he feels something, and the protagonist too, and he says that they are different from his hands. His are deformed from holding a pen for too long, and he must have used a pen more than he held a sword in his entire life, and so Arnold says that the boy has the hands of someone hardworking, and he just starts to get along with him, but the two really get along and begin to trust each other, saying that they are very similar, and Karen finds this strange, but from afar, so he says that this means they will need a seat, but Arnold says that they are on a limited budget, and does not know if he can pay more people to escort them, but the protagonist says that his goal is to go to the Titanic mountain range with them, but in this, Arnold still remains a little hesitant, but the protagonist asks if he is aware of the dangers they may face on the way, and Arnold says he does know, and Leon then asks if on such a dangerous path, how good would a rank adventurer be to escort them? Then he is surprised and says that normally they are very strong, but their service cost a lot of money, and there is still the value of the life insurance. Besides that, the rank A adventurer probably would not accept to escort such a small company. However, Karen shows her a big hug, saying she forgot to introduce herself, and her name is Karen, a rank adventurer, and he almost turns white seeing the girl show something like that, so calmly, and starts to say that he didn't notice such a strong person in front of him, and he says that even though he has the eyes of a merchant, he thinks he still needs to learn a lot, but she tells him not to worry about the money issue, saying that she is there to accompany Leon, so she can pay him as if she were a rank B adventurer, and he signs the contract on the spot, and says that, even though he doesn't have enough money, he apologizes for taking advantage of her consideration, and next time he promises to pay with the amount that a rank A deserves, and she asks him to relax, as she is the one who apologizes for intruding, and he says he will put them both in the most comfortable wagon, and they will also help them with the food, and the protagonist asks if they can arrange all of this, and she says of course, since her rank is A, and then he talks to Karen, asking if she is really okay with this, and she says that sometimes rank A adventurers don't really care about being hired for a low price, since they receive so much comfort at those times, but the protagonist notices something there, noticing that there are mercenaries, and she asks if it's his first time seeing a mercenary, and he says he's seen them from afar, but not so close, and that during the subjugation, the situation was different, so he wasn't that shocked, since they all seemed quite strong. but their looks didn't seem like they wanted Toto be helping. And Karen says that in fact the mercenaries are a bit prejudiced against adventurers, and he just needs to not get involved with them, and everything will be fine. And the boy just agrees, but even so, he stays a little down there, thinking that he should say goodbye to that city, wondering if he will ever return there, and says that he has been through a lot since leaving the academy, remembering all the hardship he went through in the forest and also getting there, and says that when he arrived in the city of Blind, meeting Rise herself, he was happy, meeting everyone who helped him so far, and discovered people and many things. And he says that he can forget the other places, but he would never forget that one, and he wanted to leave there only when El Cid woke up, but if he misses this chance, who knows when he would get another. And it is rare to get a ride straight to the Titanic Ridge, and he didn't even say if he can't depend on El Cid, because he already helped him too much at the end of the subjugation, and he would be a worthy hero if he didn't know how to move on his own without El Cid. And so, the next morning, the bishop bids them both farewell, hoping that the goddess can bless their journey. He tells the boy to be the sun during the day and let the moon protect and guide him during the night. Leon thanks him for everything the bishop has done for him, but he says it's okay, because he can't do anything other than wish him good luck. He says that if they hadn't met him, they wouldn't have been able to prevent the city from being swallowed. They will say that the goddess put the boy in their path. Besides, he has a gift for Leon, and says that it is a sacred relic imbued with sacred magic, and it may be very useful to him in battle. He should use it in situations where he needs to use the power of the sacred sword. The protagonist says he will use it right now, placing that necklace around his neck. He says that now that El Cid is asleep, this will be really useful to him. Besides, the bishop says that the relic has a hidden function, and the protagonist asks about this function, and the bishop says that if he shows the coat of arms of that necklace to the high-ranking members of the church, he can summon all the holy knights closest to him, and he is surprised that he can summon the holy knights of the Iron Chain, so the bishop tells him to use it carefully, because if someone other than the gift of the necklace uses it, it will go wrong, because its power can only be used once, and he says he will be very careful with it, and says that having the authority to summon the holy knights of the Iron Chain is a lot, and he will only be able to use it once. It is something difficult to deal with, but if something bad happens, this will be of great help. And so he goes back to Arnold, who is all happy, asking if they are ready, saying that they prepared a completely filling breakfast for them. And the protagonist says that they didn't need to do all that, because he'll end up eating meat in the morning, but meat is all happy. After the boy's meal, he's very full, but he still thinks that was too much food, and she cheeses this first time. They treat him so well, saying that he can't make a bad face right after eating, and he says that it's because it's bothering him, but she notices something asking him to wait, asking if there isn't something else bothering him. So he doesn't understand what she's talking about, and when he looks back, he notices several other adventurers looking at him with bad faces. So he realizes that he thinks this is going to be a little complicated from there onwards, and the girl says that what it looks like has very annoying people around. And while they continue, everyone stays in their carriage, and the protagonist still gets mad at them, and he says it's faster than he thought. But the girl says that although they have 2 horses, the wagon is enchanted, and he asks if it's with magic, and she says that a spell to make things lighter is very common and useful, and besides being cheap and highly durable, and is quite convenient, but it's not perfect, because in the case of wagons, as they are already weak, they can't withstand any impact. Besides that, near the Titanic mountain range, the road is terrible, and so they're going to deactivate the spells there. So now they're fast so as not to waste so much time, and so, sometime later, they stop to be able to camp. Then she says that what it looks like, they're going to set up camp there. And night falls very quickly where they are, and the protagonist asks if they have to get off, too, but she says she'll pass by saying she's not hungry now, so he can leave without her, and asks him to call if anything happens, and he says that's fine, leaving her sleeping there. And when he leaves, he observes the people doing their work there, and says that he has to make preparations anyway, before it gets too dark to be able to camp, and he thinks that seeing all these people walking together, as if they were one, is as if they have been working together for a long time, but he gets a fright with something, and sees some mercenaries going after him, and those people don't seem to have good intentions, and he says that as he expected, those guys came after him alone, and he asks what they want with him, and so, the most arrogant and ugliest one starts to get angry, saying that he doesn't need to talk to them like that, because it's as if he were a skittish kitten, and the protagonist says that if that's how he sees him, it's not his problem, and that guy doesn't like the answer very much, asking if the boy is about to be born just because he has a ranked adventurer accompanying him, saying that you can tell what he's thinking just by looking at his face. But the protagonist doesn't like it very much either, and asks what's wrong with him being with someone of that level, and so he tells them to be honest, because they're angry that they're not being treated so well because they're weak. And since they're mercenaries, they're below adventurers, and that guy starts to explode, dying to insult the protagonist, but the boy looks straight at him. But in that, someone calls the two, and Karen appears asking if they're not too big to fight with someone younger, saying that if they think they're so badass, she can test their strength to confirm. And they're surprised, asking if it's serious, and she questions about it, asking if they're scared now that she got involved in their little game, and they're scared shitless. And one of them says that's not it, saying that if he's willing to measure his strength fairly, he'd like to be able to duel with her friend there, and then she agrees, asking if it's okay for Leon to go with him now. And then since she's there, he goes, and says that it's exactly as Karen said it would happen, because if the mercenaries there get angry because they're adventurers, all they need to do is change their thinking by using force. After all, it's the only thing that matters to them, and the boy wonders what else it would do if he were there, but he starts to imagine, thinking that it's not the time for that. After all, that crazy guy would agree. Sure, and the three of them stare at the protagonist. And Leon remembers that they rank B mercenaries, but he won't lose to them. And he remembers the two pots that divided the population, talking about the problems between adventurers and mercenaries that are very old. And even more so a rank B like him. He must have been pissed that he was hiding behind a rank adventurer, but that's not the only problem now, because Karen is basically making bets to see who will win, and everyone is putting coins on the mercenary, with none of them wanting to bet on the protagonist, because the mercenary seems much stronger than the boy, and he is disappointed by this, because right now his companion is sitting at a betting table. And so the protagonist talks to the rank B adventurer, who is the same as the rank B mercenary, and she watches the people to know who will win the duel. She asks Arnold if he would like to make a bet too, and he complains, telling her that he will bet everything on the protagonist, and so he complains because they're looking at him like that. And after all the bets, the duel is about to begin, and he comes face to face with Leon versus Hankson, the representative of the Steel Claws mercenary group. And Karen talks to them before the duel begins that, as she was saying, direct attacks using aura weapons are prohibited, and weapons that she didn't mention before are also prohibited, as well as enchantments using external items, and these are her rules, and there is no time limit. But they can't leave there until it's over, and if they hurt anyone other than the challenger, she will consider it a defeat, asking if they understand. And so they begin to move to get into position to go to the duel, and the protagonist sets up his guard, while the other stays on his shield throw, aiming at Leon. Then he notices that he is using the aura on the shield. He is not rank C, but it is very rare for someone of rank B to use a shield. And the boy notices something, noticing that there are several scratches on the front of his shield, making him wonder what material it is made of. And he notices that shield doesn't seem to be an ordinary shield. And Hansen says that the boy's eye is very sharp, and it's not much, but it has mithril alloy embedded in it, and he once saved a dwarf, and he returned the favor using that. But Leon asks if he's okay telling all this, and Hansen says he knows he should hide it, but anyway he would guess as soon as he attacked. But more importantly than that, he tells Leon to know that from the beginning. He didn't think for a moment about going easy on the boy, but Leon smiled at that, talking about that guy, because it seems like he's underestimated there, and so he thinks he'll make Hansen regret it. And when the protagonist gets the position right from his feet, he charges at the mercenary with all his might and watches carefully before striking. His sword rests on his shield, pinning the mercenary's foot to the ground. The mercenary is startled by what he sees because the boy is stronger than he thought. So he takes a spear and tries to hit the protagonist with it, but the boy manages to deflect all his spear attacks with just his sword still in place. So the mercenary thinks he'll use one hand to attack and the other to hold his shield, and that way he can counterattack and defend at the same time. It's a very difficult and underused strategy. As he continues this, Leon thinks he's taking too much damage from their attacks, and it's as if they're rolling in a bed of roses full of thorns, and even if he uses the eclipse, he won't be able to cut through that shield. But as soon as he thinks about the eclipse a little more, he says that, actually, he's not entirely sure, but if he keeps this up, he might end up losing. So the boy lowers himself a little, thinking he won't give up, and everyone looks at that, wondering what Leon is doing. And then Karen notices it, and Leon disappears from in front of the mercenary, placing his foot on the shield and simply giving it a kick and completely disarming any defense he could make. He is surprised that Leon would be attacking with his feet instead of his sword, noticing that the boy is a little more than he was thinking, wondering if he wasn't the one who would play fair and unfair. But the protagonist goes for it again, and the mercenary gets scared, hiding completely behind his shield. But the protagonist appears behind him, already with his assassin pose, and Karen likes this, because he is literally moving like one, and so he lifts the mercenary and disarms him completely when he falls on his butt on the ground. The protagonist puts his sword in his face, and then he admits defeat, and the duel ends with Leon winning. And Arnold is all happy because he won a lot of money over those idiots. And the protagonist thinks that the skills he learned from her were very useful, because if Lucid saw this, he would certainly fight him for imitating an assassin. But the more knowledge the protagonist has, the stronger he can be in moments so, and he wonders if there is a person stronger than the first hero who could win everything and everyone with a single blow. But the other mercenaries don't like this at all, because they are next. However, Captain Gustav arrives asking them to stop, and he says that they saw the duel with their own eyes, and asks if they think they can change that result when one of their companions was giving his all, and then they even think so. But they end up agreeing with Gustav and leaving it there, and the protagonist wonders if he is the leader of the Steel Claw mercenaries, and then the leader lowers his head to Leon, apologizing, saying that they misjudged him because he was a kid. They were blinded by their ignorance, and he takes the blame for them being so childish and fighting despite their age. And Leon almost didn't believe it. And then Gustav says that, to be honest, he was also angry that someone as young as him was in the same rank as all of them there, and besides, they are all men and are traveling in the same wagon. While he was all happy with the beautiful woman by his side, there's the reason for the envy, right? He says that this was hurting his pride as a man, and Gustav says he sincerely apologizes for having been so immature. And so both the protagonist and Karen let it go, and then he calls them to deal with it, and they all see the boy shining as if he were a deity or something, almost blinded by the boy's kindness, and Gustav shakes Leon's hand, saying that he will owe him one and hopes to be able to pay it back one day. But the protagonist says there's no need, saying that he really doesn't need to go that far. But Gustav says that when a man owes another, it becomes a promise from the heart, and even if he doesn't want to, one day he will pay him back, so the boy can count on him. And so they invite Leon to drink heavily that night, and during the night they begin to celebrate, but the boy continues to refuse the beer they have to give him, but ends up falling into it, getting a bit of a mess. Meanwhile, Karen watches the boy closely, all proud of how things are going. But the next morning, the protagonist is very bad, and she asks how funny it would be if everyone knew that Tom Waits for Hero is lying there and moaning after drinking. But the boy doesn't even care about her provocation, and he says that after the reconciliation with the mercenaries, the atmosphere there changed and became much better than before. They ended up earning a lot of money too, and Hansen was a mercenary in the Northern Army and taught him how to deal with mountain orcs, especially for the place they are going. And it is good that they have some information about what they may end up meeting along the way, and not only Hansen, but all the other mercenaries. He showed him the way they fight, their strategies and monsters they faced. And the protagonist is surprised to see one of them muscular, saying that if he has any questions, he promises to ask him. But then that guy asks if he can ask him a question too, questioning about the protagonist's partner, asking what the relationship between the two is, because apparently the protagonist sleeps side by side with Karen, and the boy doesn't quite understand the question. Well, I'll say the protagonist is lucky. I understand a little the guy's envy, and thinking a little about how vulnerable Karen stays by his side. The protagonist wonders about the relationship between the two and asks why they are asking this out of the blue, and the two of them start to curse him, saying that he is hiding something, because a big kid alone with a woman like that already says a lot. And the protagonist says that this doesn't make any sense, but they certainly don't believe it. And so the other asked if they have some kind of relationship in mind, and the protagonist gets all blushy, and he says that not only that, but their movements are also similar. So it's not an exaggeration to think that they are in a relationship. But it doesn't seem like they feel anything at all another. And the protagonist wonders who that guy is, because he says he was a forest ranger, but his powers of observation are incredible. He only saw her pack once and already matched her movements. And the protagonist explains that they knew each other while doing a mission together, so they don't have the kind of relationship they're thinking of, and he says they don't yet. But the protagonist asks them to stop it, but Karen stands in the distance listening quietly, all read under the conversations, because it certainly crossed her mind. And the protagonist says that maybe he's not good enough to be next to someone of rank A, because it's as if she were a babysitter for rank B like him. So they'll always think that kind of thing, but he thinks he deserves to be misunderstood as a guy who hides behind a strong woman like her, wondering if he should prove the opposite to them, thinking that he can't waste time for nothing, because the time they have outside the wagons is very limited, and normally they eat while camping, so he has to make the most of the little time they have left. And in this one he goes to Gustav, and a while later, the protagonist is already receiving a very strong attack that makes his mouth bleed. He is crushed to the ground, but still manages to stop the attack. And Gustav is with a great sword throwing all his weight on the boy, and everyone is surprised, because it is Gustav against that boy, the boy Leon, and he is incredible, because few of them would have the courage to duel against the captain of the mercenaries. And Gustav thinks he is really strong, but he thought he would face his sword, but Leon says that it was not quite what he wanted. But it seems that the ground watered, but in that Gustav asks how many guys he thinks lasted that long in front of him, saying that even if he didn't do it on purpose, the boy did very well, and says that he caught him by surprise and didn't think he would dodge and try to retaliate. putting his sword on his shoulder. But Leon says he doesn't regret having tried, and in that Gustav thinks this is strange. But he starts laughing and says that with each passing minute, he likes Leon even more. And Leon thinks that responding to strength with strength and speed with speed is something stupid like that it was possible because it was training. And if this really were a real battle, he would already be dead because of his horrible defense. So he thanks Gustav for listening to his request. And he learned some things thanks to him. And he was the toughest opponent in all the fights so far, as he is a B rank worthy of keeping up with an A rank. And Gustav says that of course, saying that the boy can call him whenever he wants, as it is also a good learning experience for him to fight with someone strong like the boy. But in that, he soon thinks that peace didn't last long in that place and the pro is this strange. And then Gustav says that it looks like they're going to go through the forest very soon. And if he makes too much noise in a forest like this, some annoying little guys will come and attack. And Leon understands what he's getting at and asks how long it takes to cross an entire forest. And Gustav says maybe 3 days, but he thinks it will be 5 at most. And he asks if they will be forced to fight monsters, and Gustav says that's exactly it. He doesn't know the exact level of the forest monsters, but it's at least average. And even more so if there are monsters of average build, and they will certainly attack. And the protagonist asked about this thing about average build monsters, and Gustav explains to him, saying that there are many trolls along this path, and this immediately scares the boy. And Gustav says that they are normally 4 to 5 meters tall, and the shape of their bodies makes them very agile, and they may seem heavy, judging by their appearance, but they can even hang from trees. And the protagonist is even more surprised by those trolls hanging from trees, and Gustav remembers this, saying that many people don't believe this because they've never seen it. But all the trolls that live in the forest are used to it. But the boy's eyes shine with this information, and he says that he didn't know anything about what trolls were like, and the things Gustav told him were completely new to the boy. And it seems that they attack in group, but when they are alone they use the orcs and goblins as subordinates, and the academy didn't teach this. And these are things that are difficult to learn if he is not in the right place. And he thinks it's great, because it's a good thing he chose to follow this path. And with that, Arnold speaks to everyone, saying that they will now enter the forest path, and those who are charged with escorting should please do their best in this work. And the protagonist thinks that after all that boredom he will finally do something, entering that forest full of monsters, already activating his aura, thinking that he has to stay focused. But then she asks if it's time to work yet, and he says that they are entering the forest now, wondering when they will attack, completely tense, ready to draw the sword. And she looks at him, saying that he is really a newbie in this kind of thing, and if they appear it will be in the morning or noon, calling him to rest. And the boy is surprised but just agrees, and since Karen is calm then he should stay too. Besides, he is still tired from the fight that had against Captain Gustav, and he stops to rest a little, and he thinks he has to improve his body before fighting the monsters. But while they sleep into the night, the carriages continue forward until Karen calls Leon, and he gets a fright. And so the guy on top also notices this, smelling a smell and looking to the side, already drawing his bow ready to shoot. And he shoots a magic arrow upwards that makes it shine and light up the night. And several goblins appear. Then they shout that they are going to attack, and Karen comes out from inside, calling Leon to do his part. And already outside, the archer launches triple aura arrows to kill several goblins at the same time. And Gustav congratulates Hamel because he did a good job, saying that now it's his turn. And so, while that aura light shines in the sky, they go after the goblins in hand-to-hand combat, cutting several of them calmly. And the protagonist, seeing that, is surprised, thinking that it is different from when they went to subdue evil. There they need to rely on their personal skills, but there each of them is fighting together, and it is a totally different combat pattern. But in that, Captain Gustav looks at Leon, calling the boy, asking if it is the first time he enters a combat like that, realizing that the boy does not have an ounce of experience. He shouts to Leon, telling him to stay by his side. Right. The boy gets scared, heading that way. And while he's going, he sees the goblins going after him, but he manages to finish them off quite easily. He notices that they look like the goblins he fought in the forest while he was training with Ulcid, but now he can cut them down even more easily. And he notices that he's gotten stronger, looking at the goblins who are scared. And the boy continues going after them, while the mercenaries think they should keep pressing those guys, and the archers in turn should focus on those on top of the tree. And one of them tells the captain that they've already defeated everyone in the rear guard, and the other team said they're going to finish killing the ones that are left. And the protagonist thinks it's amazing. They have great teamwork. That's really cool. But among them, Gustav is the best, because he's cutting through the monsters very easily with one attack and taking several at the same time. And he thinks that that sword, he can use it very well, even in a forest like that. But while he's overthinking, a mercenary ends up hitting the protagonist in the back and getting scared. Another almost cuts the boy's head off, and he keeps messing up, stepping on one of the other's capes and getting in the way more than helping. And he thinks and realizes about it, because he's getting in the way more than being helpful, and thinks that if he keeps trying to fight, he'll end up getting getting hurt and thinks that he has to learn to fight in his own space correctly when fighting with his teammates, wondering if he can stabilize himself better using his vision and has to focus on both distance and one-on-one attacks, and he starts using his aura to understand the battlefield. And he thinks he has to see all the spaces and find an opening, but then he thinks about this opening, and says that he sees that there's one here and another there, and he starts killing all the goblins on the battlefield, leaving his bridge and finishing them all off before they can reach the mercenaries. And so, and looking from afar, he notices that language has evolved again, and so, that light that was shining in the sky finally goes out with the death of the last goblin. And Gustav says that it seems they're done there and managed to kill all the goblins, asking if those idiots managed to hurt any of them. And he says that those who haven't done much should do the escort and let the rest go back to their wagons to rest. And Gustav talks to Leon asking if he can give him a minute, as they still need to do one thing, and if he can accompany him it will be good. And the boy says that's fine, asking what it would be. And so Gustav says he's going to hunt a troll, and he's a little impressed. And Karen says that it seems like the people want him to catch the troll for them, and so Gustav says that's right. His contractor asked him personally hours ago, and as she should know, trolls act completely differently towards strong and weak people, and if a ranked person appears in front of them, he is sure that the monsters will start running without even looking back. But before anything, Karen asks him why he needs a troll, and so Gustav is scared to death, saying that it was just a suggestion, and if Leon doesn't want to go, he doesn't need to hunt the troll. So Karen thinks a little and asks Leon what he wants to do, and the boy questions why she is asking him this, and she says that it is a troll, and asks if he has never fought one, and Jong and Doi if he will miss an opportunity to fight one. And the boy thinks a little, because they live in the forest and swamps, and are strong, medium-sized monsters that have a unique regeneration ability. And this may be the only time he will see a troll in his life, and it is different from any monster he has ever faced, and even that apostle monster. And he thinks it will be good to gain some experience fighting something like that. After all, it is not always that the power of the holy sword will work on monsters, and he has to get stronger and be able to deal with the monsters using his own abilities too. And the boy agrees that he will fight, and Karen says that she already knew, but in this she says that she will go with him just for safety in case something goes wrong, and they do not need to worry if they get into a direct confrontation with him. But she says there is a condition, saying that as soon as they see the troll, Gustav must let Leon fight alone against it first. And the boy is startled by her suggestion, and he is shocked that she wants him to go one-on-one against the troll. And she says that if he agrees, he will help in the hunt for the troll, asking what he will do. Besides that, she says that if Leon wins against the troll, they will give all the payment to Gustav, and he says okay, and I think the merchants would agree too. And sometime later, already at night, as they continue walking, Leon says that it has been for days since they entered the forest, and on the first and second day there were goblins, and then there were gnolls, and then kobolds, and he can't even imagine what kind of monsters might attack him now. And this fighting pattern is not at all normal, and even the monsters are afraid of what is to come. And he says that besides, they have been walking day and night and haven't even reached half of the forest, and he wonders if the troll knows where they are, and if he is the one who is sending all those monsters in their direction. And it is not so scary when they attack them by surprise, but to solve this soon, they need to catch whoever is behind this. And he asks if it is possible that the troll do not attack them after seeing your power on the battlefield. And she says that what can happen is something else, but she gets scared, noticing something, and the protagonist asks what it was, while a huge rock comes towards them, hitting the wagon where the two were, and everyone wonders what that was, because a rock fell from the sky out of nowhere. But in that, they say that one of the members of the caravan died instantly, and nothing like that happened in the last fights. But now 3 people died out of nowhere, and the eye with the being that can do this is a monster, entering how strong. And so they notice that eye patch and remembering the boy who died, and the protagonist does not like it at all. And Karen says that she is coming, asking him to prepare another huge rock coming towards him, and everyone thinks for sure it's the troll, and he's the one throwing those rocks from there. And there are more rocks coming, telling them to get ready, and so they think they can't know where it will fall, and they scream that they don't want to die. And the protagonist immediately grabs his sword, thinking that he must be throwing those rocks hundreds of meters away from them, and it's as if he's using a catapult. And some tell them to dismiss the attacks or try to dodge them, but the boy wonders if he can use the eclipse to cut that rock, thinking he can, but he needs to do it. But then Gustav takes the lead, calling everyone to go to on top of it, using his great sword, and splitting the stone in half even with difficulty. And everyone there is surprised by what he just did. Something absurd, and the captain falls to the ground, but shouts to his men, ordering them to use the C formation, and he speaks to the blue-headed eagle, the Carnegie sword, and the Million striker, ordering him to protect the wagons from any attack, and they will try to prevent as many monsters as possible from reaching there. And the protagonist thinks it's incredible, because he calmed everyone down in an instant, and they are moving moving perfectly according to orders, and in that other monsters come towards them while they are re-establishing themselves. And so Gustav thinks that if this continues, it will be dangerous, and they must prioritize the death of the troll, and he speaks to Hamel and Hansen, ordering them to take for mercenaries with them, and find out where the troll is hiding, and report, and immediately as soon as they see him. They must not let him throw any more stones at them using the attacks, one at a time until he stops, and so they understand. But Karen talks to Jeff, saying that they will go after him by the fastest way, and he questions about it, because if she knows where he is, she can go. And so, she calls Leon so she can leave, and the boy follows. And while some goblins try to block his path, the girl is happy about it, eager to kill, asking if they really think they will stop them, chopping them up in front of the protagonist in a completely frightening way. And the boy is truly horrified seeing this, as he follows her. And so Karen says that the monster is in front of him, telling the protagonist to prepare. And indeed, the troll is waiting for him up ahead, with the stones in his hand, looking at the two of them, and she says that she will block any route he can use to escape. So the protagonist must go fight him one-on-one, asking if he forgot, and the boy had even forgotten, but he begins to recap and form a plan, saying that he will use the sense of distance that he learned from the mercenaries, and before he notices his presence, he must approach out of his field of vision, and if he takes advantage of his night vision, which is more sensitive than normal, he can do something, and the protagonist already begins to put his sword to shine, using the light of purification, and the monster is really sensitive to light, and his eyes begin to burn, and he screams in pain, while the boy thinks he's great, charging at the monster, and he says he can win like this. But while he is charging, he sees some rocks coming towards him, which make cuts on his cheek, and it is the troll digging his fingers into the ground and swinging his suit at the boy, both to blind him and to injure him. And he wonders if the monster has lost its sight and is attacking randomly, but thinks he has to do something even in the situation, and he recaps the plan so far, as the light of the holy sword's purification blinded him for a moment, but he ended up with his finger on the ground and throwing dirt at the boy, and he says he's going to take advantage of this and win once and for all, and he has to do it, and it doesn't matter how, but he finds something strange, as the troll has apparently already regained his sight, and is covering one eye with part of his hand, and leaving only the other free, and the protagonist thinks this is incredible resistance, but the monster stops being defensive, and starts to grab his gun to head towards the direction and offensive, very angry, raising that huge club ready to crush the boy. Then Leon wonders if he will attack, because it seems to be just a piece of tree trunk, but if he takes an attack from that, it will be lethal, and he has to use everything he learned on that trip, supporting Gustav's attack, and also in the fight he had against him, and he thinks that from now on. But no mistake will be tolerated, and the monster lowers its club towards the boy, who goes towards him looking to dodge and attack, and in that he actually manages to get out of the way of that powerful attack. That breaks the ground around him, and he thinks he is very fast, but he will not be left behind, and he needs just a little more speed. While the monster attacks him again, the protagonist jumps, escaping its attack, and when it attacks from above, he also manages to dodge laterally, and continues to shorten the distance between the two, and he thinks he has to get a little closer. But in that moment, the troll again sticks his finger in the ground, raising dust near the boy, and he almost blinds the protagonist, who needs to put his hand in front of him to avoid being hit. But then the monster attacks him, again wanting to crush him, and Leon begins to realize his strategy, because he focused too much on the weapon, and he simply threw dirt at him with his other hand. And he begins to think that this is annoying, because this will be impossible for him to get close, and he only has 2 more steps to get close to him and attack. But he gets into position, closing his eyes and concentrating, thinking that this will be difficult, and this skill is not complete, so he didn't want to use it, and his sword begins to glow with his aura being imbued, and the boy concentrates even more. But the troll, seeing that, realizes that something is happening and finds it strange, but knows he needs to attack right away, going all out towards the protagonist, jumping close to the boy to be able to crush him before anything happens to him. And Leon says that besides requiring a lot of focus from his aura vision, it is a blow that he needs to land along with his own physical strength, and that's the way and the time has come, using the eclipse on the monster, taking his sword, and breaking the troll's legs, leaving him without support. And the legs fall to one side, while the body and arm fall to the other. And the protagonist says that the attribute of his aura weapon is the sun, and represents heat and light. So just apply brute force and focus on the image of the eclipse, and he becomes more powerful. And the monster's leg already falls cauterized, but even with the only foot in his hand that remains, he starts to run like a dog running away from there, and the protagonist gets irritated, questioning if that monster really thinks he's going to run away after making him go there, and says that he used all those weak monsters as if they were chess pieces. And while the monster jumps on the trees, running away with everything he has, full of fear and crying, the protagonist gets pissed that he is abusing his power over others, and doesn't have the courage to face the problem that is in front of him, and he gets angry, increasing his aura, imbuing his whole body with it. He asks the troll if he thinks he will let him go like that, and remembers everything that happened with those mercenaries, and says that he wasn't with that guy for a long time, remembering the guy with the eye patch, also remembering him dead and crushed by that rock, saying that he doesn't believe that anyone has to die in vain like that. And with all that hatred, the boy's aura goes to the maximum and he curses that troll, ready to go after him, leaving like lightning in search of that monster. So he uses the big car, the Mirak, and with that he cuts through almost the entire forest behind the monster, cutting it in half, going to get it at your house. So Leon, after splitting the monster like that, falls to the ground thinking he succeeded, and he didn't think he would be able to do it alone. Unlike Eclipse, who focuses all his power on the sword, he never thought he would be able to consume the aura to use Mirak. And even though his body is in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to do it again with his current aura power. And so, Cream notices that he really beat that monster, finally realizing that the boy is a hero, but thinks that it's a good thing he was around just in case, and asks him if he's saying that she thought he wouldn't make it. And she asks what he's talking about, just congratulating the boy. But the protagonist thinks to himself that it wasn't perfect, however. It's thanks to the skill that Asa taught him that he succeeded, and this time, he did it alone using his own strength, and this is a further step in the boy's story, as he managed to defeat him only with his techniques. But he begins to fall backwards, completely without strength, and falls into Kareem's lap unconscious. And he says that it must have been difficult to use a powerful skill like that, telling the boy not to worry, as he will take care of him now, saying that he did a good job, letting him rest on his lap. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in another dimension, falling, feeling a strange sensation, and wonders when he fell asleep, because he is very comfortable there. He hasn't felt like this in a long time, but he finds something strange, because he doesn't deserve to feel like this now. And the situation has been difficult for everyone for him to be like this, so he has to be stronger, like he never was, and he will not give up. He remembers Lion looking down on him and becomes increasingly motivated, waking up in another corner, not knowing where he is, and when he opens his eyes, he wonders if this is a cart. Then he thinks it is true, and he did something yesterday, and ends up feeling the pain of that something. He starts screaming and says it would be impossible for him to recover overnight like this, but he thinks he still has it, and the bishop gave it to him to use in hours like this. He uses the bishop's relic with the recovery of sacred power, and he is surprised, because it worked better than he thought. And he says that it even got rid of all the fatigue he felt in his body, and thinks he said it was nothing big, but it's still absurd, thanking the bishop a lot. But out of nowhere, Karen appears on top of him, delivering the dose of fan service that everyone was waiting for, especially Lillian asking if he's woken up yet, and she asks if he can move properly, and the way she is, the boy can barely answer, and he says that thanks to the sacred relic that the bishop gave him, he managed to recover, but asks her what happened. But she asks him if he wants her to tell him everything that happened after his brother ran away, and the boy asks her to do it, and she says that the troll hunt in the end ended up being a success, and even though she helped, he did most of the work capturing one of them, but they caught 3 of her trolls, and the last one ran away after he beat her, his partner, by force, but he is sure that he won't return to the forest again. And the protagonist says he hopes so, because they're a bunch of cowards. And she says that everyone lost yesterday, so he doesn't need to be angry about what happened, but he questions what that is over there. And she shows him the bodies of the trolls they killed, and there are 3 of them, but he killed one alone, converting it into money. It's probably around 90 gold coins, and he's surprised that trolls are worth so much. And she says that their blood is a rare material that they use in some potions, and wizards like to experiment with their bodies, but she gets mad at him, asking if he knew that they will only receive half of his winnings, because since he split his body in 2, the best part was already gone, so it will only be 30 gold coins. The boy says that he was completely scared by her, and she just tricked him, while the protagonist looks back and says that the first one seems to have been hit with several different weapons, and the second one was him, but the other one, he knows exactly who did it, because it's completely disfigured, and he thinks it was probably Wusoff, with that gigantic weapon crushing the monster's head. But then, they welcome him, and Arnold appears calling Karen and Leon, and so he says that they certainly did a great job last night, especially Leon for not having caught one of them, and Karen for having prevented most of them from escaping. But she says that she only did what seemed to be her obligation, and he says that she doesn't need to be so formal. But the protagonist stays quiet there, and asks to speak to Arnold, asking if he can know how many were injured, and they both find this strange. But Arnold responds saying that there were 8 deaths and 21 are injured, and none are in serious condition, but they will leave them in the next city, and the boy is dying of anger about this. But Arnold says that the guild will help with the funeral process, and they want to do it as peacefully as possible, and Karen just watches him, and asks them how much they're going to get. And Arnold gets more excited, saying he'll pay him well, and he manages to pay 30 gold coins for one. But since the body was cut in half, and there's not much blood left, 30 gold coins is a bit much, but with that, she says she'll do it for 15 for him, but he says he doesn't need it. And she says she doesn't want to take advantage of him. 15 coins is already a great amount, but he says he wants to have at least 25 coins. And the girl, since she's not stupid or anything, just quickly agrees. So he asks what happened to her, because soon she's refusing the money like that, saying she thought he was going to try to get as much as he could, but she calls him an idiot, asking who he thinks she is to extort money from someone so generous, and says that when someone does you a favor, one day it will be your obligation to return that same favor. And she learned this from Elion himself, and the boy is surprised by this, and she says that thanks to him, she doesn't need to depend on anyone else. And while they're talking about this, Gustav goes to the protagonist asking if he's awake yet, saying he's glad he wasn't to bed, and he's surprised to see the captain there. And Gustav says that when they're alone and off work, he can just call him by name, or else his brother will let him go easier. But he changes the subject, asking Elion about the technique he used when he defeated that troll, because you can't do that kind of cut with a common sword. And as he was curious, he waited for him to wake up, and the boy says that it's his fighting base, and it's not fencing, but something else. But Gustav says he already understood, saying it was bad. But then, the protagonist asks if his friends are okay, and Gustav realizes what he wants to say and tells him to relax, because Han without Ramel only had minor injuries, and Leon, who continues to be the same as always, bodybuilder and half crazy, so he pets the boy, telling him not to think so much about what happened, because his job has always been dangerous, and everyone already knew they would die sooner or later, and they have been carrying this fate on their backs for a long time. And since his heart sympathizes so much with death, he shouldn't get to the point of burning him with this pain, simply throwing the blow at the boy's chest and leaving him behind. Elion thinks about what he said and becomes calmer, and Karen says that it is natural to feel guilty or sad about someone's death, and that is why they should appreciate it more while they are alive and not when they die. And this is something he should teach his heart, and even if he is the hero of humanity, he cannot suffer for the death of everyone. And she asks if everything is okay, asking if he wants her to comfort him, and the boy turns all red, and he says that Asid said something similar once, because a person who is moved only by the sense of justice will not worship much, and faith is something that shows them the value of life and makes them want to live, and not the thought that everything will end one day. Besides that, she talks to Elion, asking if he knows anything about the desert area, and he once again is left in the dark, because the kid doesn't know anything outside of that academy. It explains a little about the desert. It's a place covered in sand and nothing else. It's a place where it barely rains and the temperature remains high even at night. It's practically torture for anyone to live there. However, there are nomads who still roam this immense desert and live off killing countless animals that have adapted to the place. Kylan says he's been there before, and the desert area on the edge isn't very big and can be crossed in a week by cart. He then thinks that this desert doesn't seem real. He asks if they don't stay in a city for long, they can cross that desert in less time. She says that, according to her calculations, it should take about 5 days. He thinks about it, wondering if Sid will finally wake up by then. He says he hasn't seen him for a month and is starting to miss him. However, she notices something and wishes goodbye to that forest, saying they've finally left there. Meanwhile, already in the desert, they set up camp, and the protagonist wonders where he put the map. However, he feels that the sword's energy shines, and it shines brighter and brighter. Sid leaves there all happy, saying he's back. The boy gets scared, screaming, and finally notices him there. When the two look at each other, he asks what happened, asking the boy if he was that scared by his return. He says he was surprised that he appeared out of nowhere screaming. However, he questions the screaming, asking if he imagines being forced to fall asleep for a month and then suddenly being able to wake up. He asks if he wouldn't want to scream when he feels free after all this time. The protagonist says he already understands why he came screaming, trying to shut that crazy guy up, and says he wouldn't want to stay still for a whole month either. Sid says he did everything to teach and please his disciple, and that's how he welcomes him after not seeing him for so long. He says he has no idea how happy he was every time that Bishop beat him up. But that's it. His master is finally back in the area and says he should treat him with a little more respect. But then he asks if he also had a master, and he says no, saying that he was self-taught, so he is lucky to have him. And the boy gets irritated, telling what he thinks of himself. But Sid asks him to stop with that nonsense for now, saying that it has been a month since they have seen each other, asking if anything important happened, asking what the boy thinks about telling him everything he did while he was not there. Then the protagonist gets excited to catch up on the gossip, and Sid is surprised that Bishop discovered that he is a hero, amazed by all of this. Besides that girl with a double identity who pretended to be the adventurer is also now his partner, and he says that everything is fine with her, because even though she is a murderer, Ash has a very good personality, and in his opinion, he can trust her. So Sid thinks that if the story he told her about her past is true, he's sure she would never betray him either. The most dangerous opponent a warrior like him could face is an assassin, but he can compensate for this weakness by increasing his experience and skill. Thinking about it, he wonders if the boy has evolved, or if he's just playing around and filling his belly. And Leon soon asks why he doesn't check for himself. Sid finds this strange, asking what all this confidence is with the kid snapping his finger and seeing his stats. He's startled to see all that, especially the title, an occupation of a hero who likes to face his master. He's quite surprised by that. The protagonist notices that his skills have improved significantly, with intermediate sword mastery at level 7, Roderick's martial art at level 4, body invulnerability at level 3, intermediate aura use at level 3, and arcane sword at level 7, stars level 1, and he thinks he's improved a lot, and says he could only know if he was strong or not after facing someone. And he soon thinks about going, but his engine freezes, and says he must not have surpassed him yet, and even so, there is a limit to the experience he can gain at the academy, so he doesn't think. He's training as hard as he is now, but Sid, meanwhile, says that something must be wrong, and the protagonist is pissed off by this, and Sid questions if he actually slept for over a month and didn't notice, noticing that the boy really tried hard even when he was away, thinking about the great car he was cultivating, and he says that the boy managed to reach level 1 of the great car constellation by himself. This means he learned one of the moves, and the boy says it's because he showed him how to use at that time, and he managed it now by himself, but he can only do Myrick for now. But Sid confesses and admits that the boy went beyond his expectations, and he must have been born with the talent of learning since he evolved so much. But all of this was thanks to himself, becoming even more cocky, saying that at that time he just wanted to save his imbecile disciple. But he learned a lot from that, thinking he is a great teacher, and the protagonist gets mad at him, but says that he thanks him from the bottom of his heart, full of mockery. And in that, Sid says that he smells sand, asking where they are, and judging by the state of the wagon, it seems that they have already walked a lot. And Leon asks if he didn't say that it was to go to the Titanic mountain range, and that is what he is doing now. He took advantage of an escort request from the guild so he could, and he says that it wasn't a bad idea, but this is a deserted area, asking if they are not exposing themselves too much to danger, and the protagonist asks how so, because even though it is a little dangerous, he questions if it is not better that they are going by the fastest way, saying that maybe it is better than going through a mountain or even through a canyon. And so Sid looks at the map and gets a fright, asking why this place is a desert. Then Leon asks why it would not be, because they said that the desert has been there for more than 100 years. But Sid says that 300 years ago, this was a beautiful place full of green grass, and says that it was a region with a very cool climate, wondering if there was desertification while he was dead, and he says that he thinks it is impossible that something like this could happen naturally, unless a person has managed to transform this in a desert. And the protagonist asks if it's possible, and he says that it happened in a short period of time, since no one remembers this place, and if it were natural, it would have taken much longer, and someone must have done it on purpose to make it look like a natural phenomenon. And he wonders about a desertification by man, a magic so strong that it could destroy a city, and people would notice that it's impossible for someone to have transformed this place. But in this, Sid even agrees with him, but still finds it very suspicious, and the protagonist wonders if Sid is sure that someone is behind the desertification of that place. But in this, and Sid begins to realize that he doesn't know anything, because too much time has passed, and it will be useless for him to look for an answer now, so they will just stop worrying about it, little lady in this case. But the protagonist gets pissed, asking why he made all that fuss over him, and he says that he won't stop thinking it hasn't been that long since he disappeared, but it was enough to make him miss moments like this, wishing Sid a warm welcome. And while he talks to himself, Karen watches him, all schizophrenic, talking to a wind right in front of him. And after the trip continues, Karen says she's dying of heat, almost unable to stand it, taking off everything she has to take off, but she looks to the side and notices that the protagonist is all happy and not caring about anything, and she tells Leon that he seems very well, asking what he's doing now, and he wonders if it's because Sid is back, because he won't think about it, not even for a long time. But that trip is taking forever to end. After that, Gustavo tells them to stop quickly, saying that they're going to camp there, ordering the wagons to stop in the opposite direction of the wind, because they're going to light a fire and have dinner. And the protagonist finds it strange that they're already stopping, and Karen says that the nights in the desert are colder and darker than he imagines, and if they don't prepare now, they'll face a big problem later. So the boy begins to understand and calls Sid to go with him, but Sid remains standing in the same place, and he says that it is just a desert and not a single piece of what he remembered from that green field remains, and he didn't know that 300 years could be that long. But while he is in that nostalgia, he apologizes to the boy, asking if she isn't calling him, and she calls Leon to go quickly, and they go near the soup kitchen, and the mercenaries call him so they can have dinner, and Sid finds this strange, while Leon is talking to Karen and several other people, forming friendships with everyone. So he is happy, because he worried for nothing, and it is just a dessert, and he says that there is no reason to care. because the person who is living in this era is him, Leon, and not the ancient hero himself. And after a while, after they put out the fires, Leon is sleeping peacefully until he feels something and ends up getting up and wonders what this strange sensation is. But Karen is already awake asking him to be quiet, and they get strange. Meanwhile, some monsters come towards their caravan, and she says that they have a large number, asking the protagonist what, and he questions if they are enemies, and the girl confirms, and says that she didn't feel their pressure until they got very close to them. But he doesn't know if they want to fight or not. But Leon asked about the guards, and she says that it seems like they are moving under the sand, and unless they are strong, they probably won't even notice, and they are getting close to the wagons, and she is thinking about attacking like that. As they get closer and talk to Leon, asking how they're going to attack, saying he wants to know his opinion, and the protagonist wonders if they should go out and warn the others, but thinks it would be a waste of time. They're already close, they're at a disadvantage, and he doesn't think the people who just woke up without equipment can do anything. And Sid says that if they come face to face with them, he doesn't think they'll win in a fight, and probably they went there with the intention of robbing them without killing, and if everyone wakes up and fights, maybe they can win. But some things might put them at a disadvantage. But at that, the protagonist asks why he's laughing, and Sid is all surprised, saying it's going to be a long battle, and finally, he'll be able to see the evolution of his idiot disciple in practice. And the boy just agrees, and he asks Karen how many there are, and she says there are 14 of them near the wagons, and 22 more surrounding everything else, and that's all she can sense. And the protagonist thinks that even if they are not good at fighting, the idea of 36 people surrounding him and taking advantage of the desert is scary, and they cannot make a false move and end up making the situation worse. So he tells Karen that he understands right away, and she already prepares herself, leaving that place, and watches from above the wagon the monsters coming up, and waits slowly until she jumps, preparing to use her aura and use subspace magic, taking several magic daggers from her earring, and then attacks with them everyone who was under the sand, sticking them in their hands, and making them get up. And when they show themselves, the protagonist makes his sacred sword shine, and thus shouts that they are enemies, and they are near the wagons. And everyone wakes up preparing quickly. The assassins turn white with fear, and then Gustav tells them not to panic, asking them all to go, because remember their duty, and they must protect the Lord and the cargo, which is priority number one. And so, the battle against them flows quickly, while the others who were far away think that if it weren't for that woman with the dagger, they would have succeeded, and he asks everyone to retreat, and those who are left hide under the sand and leave. And so, Gustav asks them not to lose sight of them, but the last one who is still seeing them is Karen, and calls the one with the mask, throwing a dagger at him, asking him to return it, but that guy manages to hold her dagger very calmly, completely stopping her attack. And looking into Karen's eyes, full of hatred in his lungs, and Leon seeing that, notices that he blocked her attack with only one hand, and he simply hides in the sand and moves away from them. And Karen just watches how our situation ends, and the captain shouts that they are trying to escape, telling Leon that there is someone on his side, and everyone is passing by the boy, and so Sid talks to him, saying that it's time to look at his idiot disciple's skills. But he notices that the boy is just standing there invoking his aura, and activates Merak, even if at low power. But he thinks that if he uses the 7 swords technique there, he can kill at least 10 of them. But they are not monsters, and it's not like they are in a life or death situation now. They are just thieves. He can't carry out a massacre there. And so, Sid notices the boy has a dilemma, and says that it's natural for him to be worried, and it's okay to hesitate, and it's difficult to get an answer now after all. He is a hero, and not a murderer. And even if his decisions now are in favor of doing justice and defeating evil, he is still himself. And so the protagonist says that all he needs to do is decide between right and wrong. But he knows that one day it will be his duty to punish those people. He can't judge them and kill them all for being thieves. And he needs to do this without taking the lives of each of them. He has to put his word above his action, and that's what his heart desires at that moment. It's different from having to decide whether to do something right or not. He thinks he recognizes his own worth and knows what he needs to do. He says he found his own answer. Meanwhile, 3 of those thieves are brought face to face with the expedition leaders. Arnold says that during the attack, some of those things were stolen, and they complain seriously. Gazabel says that they were watching all the thieves, and they were trying to escape the whole time, asking when they stole them. Karen says that there was a guy who seemed to be their boss, and he seemed to be very strong. He was stealing things while the others fled, and she almost didn't find him using her magic detection, and says it was very strange, because no one has ever managed to escape his magic, wondering if he was using an artifact or something like that. But he thinks that at least they managed to capture some of them, since they came in large numbers, and they think it's true, because it makes no sense for them to have come in groups since only one of them stole. They are a bunch of idiots, and the protagonist thinks that even if he hid his presence using an artifact, it seems that he also easily held one of Karen's daggers, Besides that, eyes like his are also not common, and Arnold says that he only gathered them all there because the most important shit was stolen, and he wanted them to investigate and get it back. And Gazabel then asked what Ramiro thinks about this, and he says that if they are going to do that, they have to hurry because of the nature of the desert, the traces on him add up very quickly, and it is very difficult to track in the desert even for someone like him. And even if he starts now, the chances of finding him are minimal. But in this, Karen says that she can do it because in his hand she marked a traceable incense with her magic, and so Arnold is surprised, saying that if he succeeds he will certainly change the reward, and she already likes that, asking Leon to go with her outside. That she also tells Ramiro to follow her, and the bovine says that he will give his life for this, following her quietly. But Arnold talks to them, saying that they will need that, a compass, and she asks if it is not broken, and he says that this will help her distinguish which of the stolen cargo is hers and which is not, because this compass was enchanted to connect to your cargo in case of loss or theft, but it will only point to the cargo if it is within a radius of 10 meters. And so, oh my, Shining Foot, they go quickly because they are racing against time, calling both Karen and Leon, and they run off. And Gustav thinks that since she is rank A, she is sure she will be able to manage well, and he just hopes they will be fine recovering the cargo or not. And now they say they will not make the same mistake, saying they will be more vigilant without even blinking. Meanwhile, in the desert, Karen continues using her magic to detect the incense, and she thinks that his trail is getting weaker and weaker, so they should speed up a little more. But while they run at that speed, El Cid talks to protagonist, asking if he has gotten faster too, but says that it is better for him not to be so far behind him in such a dangerous desert. And the almost dead boy says he knows about it, sending stays quiet because the boy can't run anymore. But Karen raises her hand, asking the two to stop because they have arrived at a place, a ravine where her location magic points her inside. And Ramiro says he didn't know something like that could exist in the desert, so she continues looking for clues, and the protagonist calls her, and she notices that this place is not at all natural and was made by a human, and it seems like it was a long time ago. And Cindy questions if the human is capable of doing that, and she says yes, and says she thinks it's been at least 100 years, asking him to look at the wall because there are engravings there too, and she doesn't know what that means, but it must be some kind of warning. And the protagonist, while she speaks, thinks about it 100 years because it is exactly what El Cid wanted to tell him, and he says that she is right, and it probably has to do with the desertification of that place. And the protagonist questions if they wanted to hide something there under the desert, and El Cid says no, wondering if the mines were also swallowed, because this is definitely not just any place and is probably the center of what they call the Far's spirit vein. And he says he already understood because they turn this into a land where no life can be born or grow. The protagonist questions if there is someone looking for something in this vein, and also why. And El Cid says that they will probably find all the answers there as they continue on their way. They realize that there is something ahead. Then Karen asks if Leon sensed it, and says that there are only 3 of them, and there are at least 100 of them coming. And the boy is afraid of this, while she asks Leon what they are going to do, and she says that what it seems, the thieves found this place and took advantage of it, and they are using it as a base to try to increase their power in the desert. And apart from those 2 guards, she detected at least 100 of them, and she wonders if she should open the way. And the protagonist thinks about those 100 people, wondering if he really has to kill them all to achieve his goal, because that would literally be a massacre. But then he hears 2 bandits talking among themselves, asking if he didn't get anything done at work today. And one of them tells the other to be quiet, and he says that half of his people died there. Then the boss killed a couple somewhere to relieve his anger, and they already imagine this because it only works when it's a small group traveling. And he wonders if he took too long with his family because he must have begged a lot for his life. But in fact, one of them says that his son survived, and they question if it's serious because that's not funny. But the other says not so much, because if you leave a child alone in the desert, it'll be really fun to see him slowly dying in that damn sun. And so they continue laughing at this situation, and the protagonist watches all of this, saying he was looking for a reason not to kill, but he doesn't need it anymore. And Sid says it's okay to graft for him because it's hard to get a right answer now. And even if his decisions now are in favor of doing justice and defeating evil, he will continue to be himself. And so, out of nowhere, they feel a heavy weight, and the other is upside down in front of his friend, and they look at each other, finding it strange. And the protagonist uses the eclipse to split them at once, and Leon says that this is his answer, and Sid likes it, noticing that the boy is very determined, and they invade the place calmly. and Karen says that even if they are idiots, there are many there, so they should try to face as few of them as possible. And she says she will guide them, asking them to keep going ahead, full of desire to hire some people for Vasco. And so, then my question is, what's all this mess? And the protagonist finds it strange, too, but she goes after them, sending Link and Nabil's people at an absurd speed and with equally notorious ease, and kills them all with a single stab to the neck, making small cuts and killing them calmly. And one of them wonders what the hell are those guys thinking he needs to warn the boss. But the guardian of the coffin appears behind him, and he doesn't even have a chance to do anything. And after all the action, the girl is reinvigorated, saying that this is incredible. Her body got so stiff after spending so much time in the wagon that she needed to find a way to stretch. And the two looking at this are amazed. And then my question is if she was always like this, and the boy says yes. Then he feels the boy's nerves. But then he goes to Karen, saying that's dirty there, wiping blood from her cheek, and she gets all brave, turning around quickly to hide her shame, in out of there. And so Hamill says that this is a good job on his part, and the boy doesn't understand what he's saying, acting like he's silly, and Hamill says that he'll find out, telling him to just watch. But the boy doesn't understand that either. My friend, you better not cheat on this woman, because you're hitting on a murderer, okay? You better understand what you're doing, because this could end badly, very badly. And so, a while later, they arrive in another room with two guards, and Karen says it's there. And Ursula started working and is pointing to that place, and probably the stolen cargo is there. And she says she'll go through the shadows to take a look first. And they both must wake up from the guards that are coming, and so they agree. While the girl uses the guardian of the coffin to enter the shadow and get out there. And so Hamill is surprised, because he knew that the rank A adventurers were strong, but that there is incredible. But he wonders if he should also start by powering his bow with a firecracker at the end of it, and he throws that firecracker, which goes towards the two guards trapped by him. And inside, the boss is trying to open that box, and they ask why it's not opening, and the boss calls him a bunch of useless people, telling him to open that thing quickly. But the boxes don't even show any sign of giving way. While they are at it, the door is blown up, and he flies inside, and the boss wonders what this is, and if it is an attack. And the protagonist appears with Hamill outside, with the guard already defeated. And so he realizes who it is, noticing that they are the guys from the robbery before. And so Hamill calls the thief, saying that they came to get something. And the leader is surprised to see the protagonist there, noticing if he came because of a cargo. And those two must be rank B or less, and he thinks they won't be able to deal with them alone. And if he runs away, it will work. But the guardian of the coffin appears behind him, almost killing him. But the leader escapes the attack by a hair's breadth. But his shin is cut in the attack, and he falls bleeding and screaming in pain. And so the guardian says that he dodged it quite surprised, saying that it almost cut the irritating noise of his breathing, saying that he kept stealing it, ugly thing, and he should have killed her for years ago while he still had the chance. And so he questions what this is, if he knows her past, but says that it can't be, because everyone he knew has died a long time ago. So he begins to notice that there was one person, and there is only one person left alive that he knew for years ago, and it is Karen herself, saying that it has been a long time calling them all. And so he is very surprised to see that she really knows him from his past. Meanwhile, the subordinates go after Leon, but the boy manages to kill them very easily. And Ramon says that they probably killed most of them now, and asks about the boss. And the protagonist looks back, seeing the guy face to face with him, and he is full of fear. And she tells him to pay attention, saying that he should already know, because if he puts his hand on the ground again, she will hunt him until she sees him bleed dead on the ground, and then points her daggers at him, telling him to die at once, completely different from his normal self, and he is scared to death, and then says that he will not die that day, putting his hand on the ground, telling her not to play with him, saying that he is no longer the one she knew before. And so he goes inside Solo, and he says that it was really as he expected, saying that many people said that she was the terror of the underworld, but this time their difference in skill is not so great. And he says that he will escape death once again, because this is his home. However, she continues with her daggers ready to attack him, asking if he will continue. And she says that she already told him that she will hunt him, sending her swords towards him, sticking it in his hand, destroying his left hand. And so he starts to scream, and she asks if he really thought he could escape from her. And then he starts to concentrate his aura on his fingertips to start digging. While she throws several swords at him, he counters with those little claws, but his whole body starts to be cut, and he feels more and more the weight of that battle, until there is almost nothing left, already without a mask, without teeth, all screamed, almost dead, and the two of them watching from afar become quite apprehensive. And she goes closer to him, and then he starts to laugh, saying that he feels sorry for her, because she is still a monster, asking her to tell him if she didn't like it, saying that she is living very well, and even though she grew up without her parents, she was also kidnapped. But he kidnapped her and made her stronger than she would ever have been without him. Then he asks why she is angry with him, saying that it doesn't matter if she kills him today or not, saying that she will never stop being the cold-hearted killer that she is. But the girl says she never asked him to make her stronger, and he says that's stupid, because if they hadn't caught her, she would have been dead in some dark alley a long time ago, and she says yes, she probably would be. But he would avoid becoming one of the most disgusting beings in this world. And he asks what she's talking about, and she says that there are many things in her life that she never wanted to be, like an orphan or becoming a murderer, and that she doesn't have that strength because she wanted it. And even so, she decided that she's going to keep it because she needs it. And he asks what the hell she's talking about, and the girl simply talks about freedom, leaving him stunned, and he starts laughing about it, saying that she doesn't know how much he would like to have that damn freedom, but asks if she really thinks he needs to stay there. Listening to that shit from her, saying that she never wanted that either, but she'll never get what she wants, and he remembers when he threw that kunai at those kids, and says that all he had there was a knife, and there was never any other way or any hope, and she just wanted to survive, and so he says that he didn't choose to be in this world either, and with that Karen goes to him hugging that guy, apologizing, but says that this is the result of having ignored her own feelings all this time. And she looks at Leon while the boy is stunned watching everything, and she thinks about him too, saying that if only he had been given a chance like she was, and says that she will give him a chance, saying that this time he must live, leaving him behind, telling him to find a better purpose, leaving him alive. And so the protagonist talks to Karen, and she says it was bad asking if he took too long, questioning about the merchandise. And he says that it seems like it's that one over there, saying she's going to take it and leave, but then she asks if she should go soon. But the whole place starts to shake, and when she looks back, she sees that that guy was definitely not trustworthy, and he pressed a red button that was right below the sand, and he says he doesn't need a chance. And Leon tells her that it looks like a bomb, saying that they have to get out of there soon, and the whole basement starts to collapse, while he continues sitting in the middle of it all, while being swallowed by the sand. And a while later at the camp, the captain realizes that they are coming back, and all three have returned from their mission, safe and sound. Yeah, at least it wasn't that cliche of I'll let you live, but when I turn my back you'll try to kill me. At least that wasn't it. Okay, the guy didn't want to be saved, didn't want another life, and simply got lost. But I'm sure this crazy guy will show up again. After all, he digs, so I think something falling apart isn't very dangerous for him. And if you want the continuation, leave a like, subscribe, and I'll definitely bring you the next part, and I'll see you there. Bye.